We are back once a motherfucking again. Welcome back to the LEC Studios for the World Championship Swiss Day 2. We got BLG versus LNG.
Yeah, and I think for a scout, he's really been stepping up in picks like the Yone and the Lucian. So
let's fucking go. I've got my meatball, cheesy loaded potato hash.
But this man, the depth of champions, especially on a meta like this, is just insane.
If this game is not interesting, no game at Worlds is going to be interesting. Because this is one of the more interesting games for the World Championship. Okay, Skarner bad, thank God, thank God, thank God. Cancer champ. Cancer champ, Aurora. Let's go! Banner net dim. Who really cares? Okay, okay. The Gnar banner is important against Ben. Kindred against Way.
So this guy still has a huge amount in his champion.
Both Way and Way play Kindred.
Those picks is going to work out because, say for instance, he's only got 4 games of the K'Sante, so I think he's trying to get comfort picks away from Bin always works out well.
And it's so nice seeing these two top laners go up against each other. Zika, who's really improved on the carry style tops and was caught like a flex player but never reaching the highs of 369 on one role or Bin on the other. Now when we see them head to head, we can change that around as Orianna for the first time, or at least one of the first times I should say, is led through.
I think it's surprising to see the high priority on it because I was thinking Syndra for Knight could be up there, Ashe could be incredibly important, but not going to be the case. Also the Ziggs left open for Gala. Gala is an incredible Ziggs player, but Zika's Rumble yesterday was crucial in a lot of those teamfight successes, so they're going to try and get that back for himself again.
A lot of people said yesterday LNG had a strange read. It looked like a blast from the past too, right? With things like the Tristana for Scout, like the Rumble that we talked about, but they piloted it so damn well that you can see the teamfight presence coming through. Way, a facilitating jungler. You'd look at the Sejuani, you'd look at the Maokai both being open as we hover and have a second think.
Yeah, I think this is more of a, you're probably going to take the Nocturne with the Orianna, and a shout out to that, but I think Waymay definitely has a lot in his champion pool. Yes, he's played Sejuani, but he's actually going to lock it in. I was going to say he's got plenty carry picks, and Nocturne fits into that wheelhouse, so it definitely feels like a take away from the potential setup for
okay, the Vi lock in, let's go.
And honestly, I prefer that side of the equation.
And Dagda alongside, I know we've already got a mid laner there as well, but seeing this combo, this reminds me of Shun. This reminds me of like old BLG as well, where you have a mage, playmaking mage mid, and have something from Way that can set up Shun in the past.
And I think as well, this is something that fits very well. Nice. Over the course of the start of summer was fairly quiet, and I think partly was him getting used to this AD carry meta. But
I thought we were gonna see Giga Bin.
He's been a player that wants to get heavily involved in the early
Giga Bin? Is the return of the Giga Bin, please? Please log in Sex Aura!
Opens up BLG to play aggressive.
Of course. It's my boy.
And while we were
Freedom Black Sunday.
Little smile in the corner of his mouth.
Goddamn.
Like, yeah, I could probably play Fiora against this. Why not? But K'Sante in the end, I mean, even though Bin didn't play it throughout the playoffs, like, he has incorporated a lot more tanks into the pool. People who saw him last World, it was a very different meta for him where it was just like, yeah, we play carry and Bin doesn't really play tanks. That has obviously changed, obviously, since MSI as well.
I mean, it is something that I honestly thought he'd have something a little bit more of a counter pick for the Rumble, but happy to just go back towards tank, and it looks like for BLG, they kind of took a look at LNG's games yesterday and said, hey look, your macro wasn't great, your ability to play sides didn't really function amazingly, let's just try and play for this late game scaling team fight and see how we get on.
And we'll get through lanes. I mean, BLG is so good at getting through even lanes or even ahead in matchups they don't normally do.
Benny Israel away from out. Delicious. Don't be suspicious, just be nutritious.
Some of those ADs left to dry.
And I'm curious if, well, I think we definitely need some sort of setup here for Hong in that bottom side for LNG. I think your best bet is trying to look towards something like a Rakan. I think he did a great performance on it domestically, and even when you look
stop teasing my dick, bro. Just bet. Okay, 6 with
game 3 to the success of actually being able to turn around some of these dives, set up in these team fights, and find that game 3.
Nah, I don't think that was the call. BLG, I think you got a misread on the bottom lane.
Looks like a different beast as well. I feel like he's had a lot of criticism.
List up. List up.
Through some of the games in summer.
I think it's gonna be
Six
Kalista.
you talked about for
100% gonna be
Kalista.
Kalista.
They didn't prioritize it, so now they lose.
I don't think it's gonna be
Yeah,
Jhin.
I would be surprised if they went
Yeah,
for
Kai'Sa-
the six here,
okay,
though. I
Kai'Sa
feel
makes
like
a lot
you
of
kinda want
sense.
some sort of setup, and sure, you
I mean, Gala banning out his like 2 best AD carries.
that setup, but
Oof.
Weiwei doesn't really provide a ton of easy CC
Right,
to
I
set
see
up,
what
so
you're saying.
we'll have to see what the game plan is. Kai'Sa respect ban towards Elk as well. I like Gala is a big proponent for that as well. I thought we might actually see him go towards the Kai'Sa here.
Yeah,
but
because they
I'm
have.
curious now if it is just going to be something like a Jinx setup here for BLG, and then I want to know what Gala has as an answer to that.
I wonder if that means On will change what he does. No ban from BLG. Disrespect or just lack of time to actually lock something in. That is our first no ban of Worlds, as far as I know. So, BLG, what's the deal?
It's probably just going to be an Ashe Jhin trade maybe, but I think I'm a little nervous about BLG's damage output if you go towards Elk on Jhin here, so I like that at least LNG are taking the Ashe away, as that's kind of the higher DPS, but we saw yesterday that Static Shiv Jins worked out perfectly for other people, where I have never seen so many people dying to Static Shiv procs, so maybe Elk is just feeling comfortable to go for it again.
I mean, again, like, these Jins are hitting different in the main stage already, even after a single day. As you said, it's the only thing left up and available. Our 2 utility AD carries go up head-to-head against each other again. Now we just have to find out where On lands, because he's going to get counterpicked by Hung. We know that things like the Rella Open, Dagda, the Nautilus, the Leona, there's a plethora of support still left.
You could just immediately go towards Braum if you're feeling comfortable here. It's not something that traditionally we've seen in the LPL, but it means that you can have the answer to what you assume is going to be an engage pick coming through, like the Alistar or the Rel or even a Leona here for Hung.
So just a standard answer instead of maybe taking it away. And I have had confirmation it was a missed ban. It just missed. That is no bug. So, okay. The LPL versus LPL matchup starts off in a very, very nice way. On the other side, what's
Okay, Poppy, Rao.
Yeah, I think I'd
Alright.
like something like the Rakan to...
Gonna be a pod game like G2's game yesterday.
From the Vi, you can pop the charm, but I can understand the Poppy in the same boat, but it just doesn't give you that go-in tool, so it feels like it's going to be very heavily on like Gala trying to set up with these arrows for picks and then having that side lane pressure come through from Scout. So I think you've got a pretty clear game plan for LNG, and I think that's where a game plan that revolves around Scout oftentimes is successful for LNG, so having him on the One, a comfort pick for him, is going to work out great. But for BLG, we already kind of said, look, it's late game team fighting, trying to set up for these big wombos with the Vi and the Orianna, and just making sure that you can try and keep Gala safe here on LNG, but that's going to be a tough one.
He really is, but Gala, team fighting AD carry, at least one of the best in the LPL, and he started making a name.
One of the best in the world.
I remember, I think we were casting.
Don't disrespect my boy.
Replaced RNG.
Motherfucker.
When they were looking for a new AD carry, Betty came in over from the PCS, and they were like, we need someone new, found the star in Gala, and look at him now.
I mean, it was Gala and Wei coming in from E-Star, right back in the day.
Oh my god, yeah.
The first year, so kind of getting the reunion from the first time in LPL.
What a throwback,
Yeah, it's sick. It's kind of been insane to see him grow into the player that he has been, because he's the Penta Prince for so long. But we were looking yesterday, he is 9 pentakills. He is 1 behind the major region title holders in Reckless and Double Lift. So it'd be nice to kind of see him get up there. It's Celebrity and Hody Phoenix at 11 and 12 respectively, just above them. So definitely been living up to that name state since he entered into the LPL.
He deserves such praise, and again, it's fun to see him on AD carry Zakan team fight on this Ashe. Will he be able to space it out? Because bit of backline access to deal with as we get our domestic rivalry. One that Dagda said before, we didn't see as of late. It was only in that ascension stage. As you mentioned, LNG the only ones to take down BLG.
Let's look at the keystones. The first strike on Rumble, golden! Because something ain't gonna do jack shit. Gonna be standard lanes because the Chinese don't fuck around. They only fuck around with shit teams that they know they can shit on. Well, don't take that fight, Gala, you lose. But the first strike, gotta be insanely important. Massive amount of money generation.
This is going to open up Weiwei to be a real threat when it comes to his first move on skirmishes.
See, like he landed a Harpoon, he's 11 gold up.
I think that's where LNG is.
With every Harpoon, you get 10 to 20 gold.
Get these early leads for Scout, play towards the mid lane, and then lean that in towards sideline pressure. But already that pressure coming through here. As they start to move forward, Gala forced to flash away.
Yeah, he does just leave it out, doesn't he? Elk's got a 4 shot he's holding on to, but What are we going to get in the end? Ignite, flash from Gala. Elk did have to cleanse as well, but having that flash up and available means that for BLG, slight advantage with the importance of that summoner spell.
Guys, slight misplay from LNG.
Starting up on this top side as well, so he's happy to just roam down towards this bottom side. That could set up a nice
Ooh.
early lead for BLG.
17 to 21.
Head to head. Surprising BLG, who are behind.
Remember as well, BLG only in recency, it became this BLG JDG rivalry. Before that it was JDG Top Esports. Before that it was EDG, RNG, the El Clasico, and of course we had the FPX IGs within the mixes as well. But BLG have only just built themselves up. They had some really rough years where we had the Uzi Super Team.
Meteor 2020 as well. That one started off so well in winter. And then spring even, it just
BLG Kuro, remember, went to Rift Rivals as well. Like, he was on the team for a little bit. Like, this team has gone through so many different iterations, but LNG have been around for a while. And remember, they were also Snake Esports before they became LNG, running Flandre every single day of the week, who now became world champion the year he left LNG.
And now they've swapped over to Zuka, the bidding king, he's called in China, because he's the highest transfer fees of any player in the year he transferred over to LNG.
I'm surprised.
Which was sick.
Oh, good block. Hung flashed in front to block the deadly flourish. Very smart move, but now he's got no summoners too.
Yeah, this is again only an opportunity for BLG to try and set up.
Oh, Hex Slash on the Bobby, that's the one.
And Nice is going to be kind of the focal point for me in holding this pressure for BLG. You can see him pushing in, good damage on towards Scout already. And if you can start to put pressure into this bot side jungle, which On is already setting up, this could be where BLG make the hurt onto Weiwei.
Weiwei's already gone deep into the Grom. Hung is now covering a Hex Flash just to get in the face, but fakes it out, and Wei starts up the blue buff for now, trying to lure in LNG, but it might just end up being an easy takeaway.
Yeah, I think it should be, and this is nice from BLG to just use this bot side pressure thanks to those early summoner spells being burned.
Damn.
Wei even moving towards mid Scout. Half HP, so should be fine. I don't think you're going to go for any sort of gank. I think it's just to deny access to Nice here.
Holy. It's just such a good lane already though, right? As you said, push Scout away. Wei just walks in, and I realized, Dagda, when we have Wei versus Weiwei, it's an even better throwback for you and I. Like RNG Wei, and then when we had Weibo Weiwei.
Yeah, and then JDG had Big Wei.
Big Wei is still around.
And we set up Xiao Wei, which just means Little Wei. That's correct.
Big Wei, little Wei, mini Wei.
So which way? Which way are we going?
Which way are we going?
You've got more questions, I know.
Wei going top. Wei going bot.
Look at the zoning this Vi is doing.
Yeah, I was going to say, Wei, this is the beauty of watching Wei, is how good he is at understanding what are the options.
And Ash with no flash.
He can shut them down and then just enable the lanes to play as aggressively as they want. And I think that's why we saw that swap from Shun towards Wei. Because even when you look back at the RNG days, this was where Wei stood out as just being able to support his individual laners. One MSI playing that style, and now BLG are like, hey, maybe we can use that to win international tournaments as well.
It's helping the good laners, right? You have a flexible jungler. This is the argument for Wei over Shun, where Shun, a lot of the time we saw, you know, even at MSI, right, playing towards the bot side, exposed by Gen G, hurt them a lot. Where did the direction go from there?
Yeah, but I think it's also a style that Knight's particularly used to, because when you look back at like Top Esports 2020, when Knight started winning his first championships, it was, hey, we're just going to try and support you on the map. We're going to make sure that you can just continually put pressure forward, because we've got 369, who's one of the best top laners, and now Scout actually in a lot of trouble.
He is in a lot of trouble. Knight doesn't have much mana, but he continues that clockwork wind up and just autos him down. Scout has to teleport back in, sure, but Knight's going to push this wave in. A couple of CS denied.
And look at where On is as well. On just supporting him here because he knows the Hung is missing off the map. But if anyone tries to go aggressive here, he's just going to be there to help them out. And Weiwei needs to try and continue to farm to get towards level 6, but he's not really having access to a lot of his camps right now, waiting for these bot side camps to respawn as Scout, taking more damage.
My lord. He's trying to stick around. He just doesn't want to lose too much CS, but it's a Knight lane kingdom again, and this is what we know him for, Dagda. This is what he's built up his legacy in LPL. Because Knight, if you go back to just playoffs, and I know they're a winning team, but he averages 10 CS a minute. Like, it just kind of shows you the caliber of lane and how clean he is. And again, playing this matchup to fruition, he's bullying out in the range advantage.
Oh, last chapter, the boots is huge.
LNG were game one heavily focused on this bottom side.
But at least now Yon has his attack speed thresholds.
Look to play these hyper aggressive lanes, and but with Weiwei on this Nocturne, he can't really have access or input to those lanes. Even having those early summoner spells burned really put a hindrance onto this LNG bot side.
Yeah.
And now it's just BLG getting to play their game, slowly building up these leads as the game goes on.
I mean, Wei's getting close towards level 6, and while you're concerned about the Nocturne, I'm curious about the change of pace that happens with the 6 from Weiwei on the other side. and we start hitting those ultimate marks, you can see Weiwei's just covering for the time being, but he moves down towards Dragon. Junglers meet head-to-head, and LNG just clearing vision around this Dragon. It wouldn't be an LPL game without just seeing teams focus around Dragon, because it was talked about on day one, but like the likes of like Gen G and Humble Life, everyone's moving up for grubs. LPL team's like, no, we need this Dragon, let's start it off.
Yeah, I thought we'd get more pressure towards the Void Grubs, especially when you're looking towards Scout. I think he'd love to try and get these early plays, but the lack of control over the mid lane really started to hinder them, and they just saw that they had the opportunity to get the push for Gala on this bottom side, so let's use that to go for Dragons. Does mean you're not going to get like 4 or 5 for a split pushing Yone, but, or sorry, 4 or 5 Void Grubs for a split pushing Yone, but you're still fine, I think, as LNG to just try and focus on early Dragon takes, so BLG don't have an objective to force you into fights later.
And maybe as well with that Dragon take for LNG, gives a bit of space to Gala and Hung, who've been shoved up against the turret for the duration of the game. It's also because as TP comes through in top, Elk looks like he took a reset, then walked back to lane, and is just coming back to catch the wave.
I think it's also Gala now having its flash available is way less vulnerable on this bottom side from on, like flashing in with a Q or looking for that follow-up crash down if Wei's in the area. But with Wei hitting 6, like I wouldn't be surprised if we get some sort of pressure now down towards this bottom side for Wei. Just the easy Q flash from on, try and burn some summoner spells, follow up with the ultimate from Wei. There's a very ease of access on towards a champion like Ashe in that bot side.
Well, that Ashe is going to throw out a Hawk shot once again, and just spot out information not gathered, a little bit short, but sees it clear, and you've got to assume at that point, like, okay, he's probably going to be at Gromp, or Wei is trying to position to maybe something in the top side for a potential dive as arrows thrown out, and Elk instant cleanse away, summon it down.
Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of information for BLG though as well on the opposite side. Like you can see on your mini map, just the little
Show us.
ward that's always been placed here by On, right as he went to cover in mid lane as well. So it's been spotting out a lot of when Weiwei tries to enter in towards that river portion. I think this is something that BLG are exceptional at, and it's why you oftentimes see On playing hyper aggressively. It's because he's able to infer a ton of information just off these deep wards that BLG consistently get in their jungle.
And syncs up with that information with Wei. It's been another pressing factor that BLG have been so good at, where LNG on the other side, I know over the course of this split have been criticized about how Hung and Weiwei sync up a little bit. You know, again, new jungler coming through when Tarzan was kind of the cornerstone of this LNG roster, as we only remember. But it's always about support and jungle. Top LPL teams can do it, and that's where LNG is a difference. That's where they've received their criticism to be real.
Well, Hung is also just a lunatic. Which doesn't
well said.
Like back in his Rare Adam days, he was the one that would like flash in to ignite to get tempo advantage on your AD carry. This man is insane.
I feel like On was also a lunatic. The difference was he just refined his lunacy, and then just got better at doing it more consistently. It became less off, more on. You know, and Hung, you're right. Like, that's why Pyke I always associate with him, because I think, like, Hung's pocket pick Pyke is so crazy. But you also go back into, like, the amount of times I've seen him absolutely run it with that pick.
I mean, it's the beauty of Hung, and also On, right? They are, they can be incredible, but they can just sometimes completely miss.
Isn't it great as well? I feel like, you know, Elk and Gala also share some similarities. Both great team fighting AD carries. I think Elk has become more known as a laner as well, especially since this BLG roster heading into MSI and heading into previous splits, I should say, was so good at these 2v2 lanes, right? This game, it's a bit of a drawback for me, because even though they're winning the 2v2 lane with a good CS advantage, thanks to the early summoners you went on about, Elk and On, it's been a relatively stable game of less bullying, more taking control.
Yeah, I think though Gala and Hung should be able to now bully on this bottom side and look for potential rotate for the Void Grubs. You can see the push is starting to come through from Gala. Hasn't got the arrow available that was already used on a previous attempt at a pick, but it means that now in this position, I think they can try to move members up to look for that next Void Grub contest just off this wave bounce here.
Can I just ask you though, while I'm watching mid bully out, and as you said, it's all about the setup for the Grubs coming up in 50 seconds. Bin is up in CS in the Rumble matchup. Now, it's not often you see, you know, Rumble kind of fall down in most of these lanes. I know there has been a nerf, but Bin is up 10, and that kind of attests to the laner that Bin is as well, right?
Yeah, he's been doing a great job of just getting push and control on this top side, and Zika hasn't been able to as easily contest. Obviously, we haven't been looking at top as much, so I can't tell you exactly why, but with the first strike, even from Zika, like, usually you get a lot of Arcane Commerce in this lane just to try and get more of that poke down, but opting in to try and accelerate with his gold, and I don't dislike the idea here from Zika. It's just like, hey, if Bin has to approach the wave to try and hit it, I can just get a ton of gold, try and accelerate myself into strong team fights, especially, as we say, at this Void Grubs that are about to come up now.
As, I think good itemization helps with that as well, by the way. Bin has got double magic resist with null magic mantle as well as the Negatron cloak. As we are moving up for these grubs. It was a good call to Agda 3 before for BLGs. We saw that trade, but this time LNG do not want to give away another grub.
Yeah, Bin starting to move down. I think he just needs to try and zone Zuka off from joining this though, as 80 carries contest mid push, but Elk moving over.
Oh, flash on. He goes in and with the Magnet Storm draws them in. A flash gets interrupted as he arrows the counterpunch, but for LNG, Hung is too low to re-engage. Zik is trying to burn down Bin and he's just getting zoned off as well, but gets a flip back and now tries to out team fight with the Paranoia in. BLG group on up and they see enough. They dive onto this jungler as it's trade for trade, but BLG in the middle of the pit getting hit by scouters. Wei gets over on the backside, but LNG have numbers advantage again. Bin's trying to carry the rest and he does eventually with Elk getting the fourth shot, but now BLG bring in Knight. He wasn't in the fight and that was a different. Shockwave brings on in, holds scout, saves Wei, and he picks up the kill. Knight chases down with the rest of LNG already falling so close. Gala tries to be that team fight 80 carry, and when LPL goes head to head, you ask for more of that, please.
That was such a sick fight. LNG thought they had that moment to take the fight because it was
Rumble Equalizer was almost got it, but
he comes in. So in theory,
he should have aimed it into the pit.
Some of those key ultimates in that initial play, and then that rumble from Zuka doesn't really work out because everyone dives into the pit to try and kill off Wei. And here, Bin gets a ton of damage done. Elk is managing to finish off some folks. And watch this ult from Knight. Keeps Scout pinned against the wall, so he just barely can't get some of that follow-up damage onto Elk. And then it's at least fishing for Zuka. They don't quite get him, but they'll take Gala as the conciliatory prize.
Apologise to people back home. Was looking at what Bin was doing in the back line. Didn't see Knight bopped away. So again, some nice mechanics here after Hung got caught out and was the position of targeting from BLG. But in the end, BLG still winning out. Some surefire mechanics. Knight rejoining in. 2 kills on Gala, 1 on Knight now, and there's a small gold lead as LNG. The retribution is going to be the fact that they're 2 dragons up.
But I think the fallback plan for LNG yesterday was a lot of these team fights. They didn't really look as successful as they would traditionally, playing through these side lanes, trying to play through Scout. When you are already in a deficit and you're trying to outfight BLG, that's not exactly where you want to be. So this game very much under control of BLG, and as long as they don't give opportunities for LNG to play off of like picks from Gala with Wei.
Oh, that's a pick. They give opportunity. Hung's trying to save the play, but instead Zika's already dead. Under turret, it will end up being a trade, but it's only support for supporters. Elk now sits down, waiting for that shot to come through, and onto Hung. It's being tanked up by Knight, who walked on in. Wei wants to slow here with the stride breaker, but it's not enough. Elk just walks out in smooth fashion, and BLG open up the turret and open up the advantage to this first game of the day.
If BLG had that push in mid, so happy to roam Knight up and just look for the dive or the tower. There was just no hope for Zuka on that one. Completely falls, and now Wei, you're going to start up this Rift Herald as well, knowing that you have to try and get control of both top, and the reset came through for Gala in mid lane, so numbers advantage on the map for BLG.
I've just been told that was the latest First Blood of World so far, by the way, which I'm very surprised that it wasn't even that late. Second grub spawn, and yeah, we're fighting as BLG. We come back to the reality that they're also going to be taking the Herald. So this gold lead is about to skyrocket, and it's just moments of individual players as a MasterCard lane economy snapshot will show us exactly what I mean. Gala being one of that, Elk on the other side. 1,200 gold lead here at the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, I think this is where BLG need to try and set up their lanes so that then they're not getting caught out. So Bin should be fine. I like the fact that they're setting them up against Scout with the early or with the side lane under Bin's control. There shouldn't be much windows for Scout to push in, and as long as Wei, I want to keep track of him, keeps an eye on Knight, makes sure that there's no way that like Gala and Zika can try and jump on him. I think BLG should be fine and just start playing for some of these key objectives. 2 dragons for LNG though is pretty nice, because it means that they can actually just look to continuously pressure these side lanes as these dragons come up.
Well, Hung is trying to add some pressure of his own onto the red buff. Wei is sure behind him. He takes the Paranoia. The Ash Arrow doesn't connect though, so he's bought time. Wei has to ulti in the end, but Wei takes him down. The Shockwave looking for a trade, finds it easily, and Wei's now in trouble. The Curtain Call tries to slip the gap, but with a Hung ulti lying down, or rather on, Gala's in so much trouble. He gets ulted by Bin on the back end, and LNG have to run for their lives. BLG turn a fight again.
This was looking like LNG versus TL. TL saw the pick against LNG, they turned it around, and now, next day, BLG did the exact same thing. LNG overextend, and it's the shockwave from Knight which sets up that big turnaround.
At least Scout's going to be able to get this turret, you think, right? But they've got no grubs. It's a little bit slower than you'd expect. However, Bin pays respect. Grubs go down, or rather, turret, excuse me, as mid-turret's still under fire. And even though it's a Jhin, they do have
that sidestep on the ash on the left. What? You are a god!
Next rotation. So
I love you, Wayne. That was beautiful. Let's watch it again. Let's watch it again.
Like Gala, yes, gets the ultimate. There's just no real damage apart from Weiwei, so it takes a while for this Vi to go down. And then the shockwave was just clean from Knight. Sets up perfectly for the curtain call. On is able to set down a bunch of control in this area. And the TP from Bin is just the final nail in the coffin for the LNG play.
Bin cleaning that kill up in the end as well. Buffers the blast cone. Ward's getting thrown down as Gala looks a little bit triggered by that ending kill as well. He's been the target of selection here by BLG. Two deaths now taken, and on the other end, he is getting outmatched by his enemy AD carry. 1,800 now is the lead between them on Elk's side.
But this is what I was talking about for BLG, right? On and Wei up here, making sure the Knight can successfully collect these waves, because Orianna is so vulnerable on the side lane, and that's where you see many teams kind of forego that protection, and suddenly you pounce on the mid laner, you get a tower, the game swings in LNG's favor. But BLG hyper aware that these are the kind of plays that LNG want to go for and are covering well.
As you said, I mean, Knight also being safe when they move away for a second, as Bin is just having it out with Scout. Wei now moves towards bot to see if there's anything he can do. Control ward, no vision there, but Scout is not overstepping. He clears the wave and walks back to safety.
Yeah, 30 seconds to the Dragon, so he just wants to make sure that he doesn't get picked beforehand.
Big power spike is going to be when Scout finishes that stride breaker. Because double stride breaker actually going to be able to turn some fights around and stuff. I think the Nocturne's going for a cleaver.
He's got his team behind him.
Yeah, Gallus is kind of fucked. Multiple items behind, on Ashes behind. She's kind of not impressive.
The Dragon you were just mentioning.
She's going to have like consistent tiny bursts, but it's not like Jhin where she's gonna four-shot someone in the ass and be like, Happy February!
But if I'm LNG, I don't
nah, Jhin's just gonna be like, guns don't kill people. Nah, I kill people. Bow with guns.
They're not really in the best of positions. Rift Herald used on bot by Wei is a nice call because it just creates another point of pressure and draws LNG away from a potential push mid into top side. And now they have to defend the bot lane tower.
Scout by himself to do that for now, right? He looks for the eye. The turret won't go down, but the charge successful. BLG in front of Dragon. You said LNG don't have to, Dagda, but they're like, maybe we do. We have to fight over everything. What region is this?
I mean, LNG are not the team that usually goes for this, but...
Arrow blocked by On. Here we go, the engage, but it's taken by Elk in the end. The re-engage comes through from On as he jumps into the back line, but isolated is Hunt.
Oh! Scout! Scout! Oh, what a god! Oh, what a god! Oh, I jumped out of my chair! I jumped out of my chair!
And he is sick of the
oh, dude, I'm so bricked up. What the fuck?
That he brings to this team. They're gonna get this second tower for themselves as well. That play was sick.
That was a 4K gold swing just about, or maybe even more with the turret going down. LNG with the 2K gold lead out of nowhere, and I don't know what just hit them. I don't think BLG know what just happened. I wasn't expecting that, and
my heart can't take much more of this, guys.
Scouts Yone before, Dagda.
I might pass out from all the excitement, bro.
As well.
But watch, you get Zika who's trying to come in on the side, so you've got multiple members of BLG trying to protect the back line, and as Zika comes in, it's that
look at how nasty that is!
Beautifully again.
And he gets the shutdown!
Core to setting that up, and then LNG just run away with that, but this has always been a team that strives when they're on these comfort picks and you're
just like, yep.
The head nod like, yo, respect.
Yeah,
that was good, bro. That was good.
It's crazy to me because, yeah, BLG weren't in the fight. They didn't get to play the fight. LNG's top laner actually adding a lot as well. There's a reason they're prioritizing this pick.
Wow.
Is also looking so good on it. Obviously, again,
Hey, it's Battlecruiser Rumble. Let's go!
There's still a vote of faith that you're going to
I love Battlecruiser Rumble.
Who's developed over the year.
What's
Yeah, I think that
Battlecruiser
really
Rumble?
suits it, because even when he came into the league,
Rumble
he was
with
on
you.
IG, he was like the Camille, the Ribbon
You
guy that would
end
just
up
play
being
for the
like
sidelines,
this
and that
mini
was the IG
like
condition.
drain
But
tank
as
or
teams
whatever,
started to
magic
pan him
drain
out,
tank.
it was kind of like, well, you don't really have any more flair, do you? But he has developed so much as a player. Now picking up the Rumble.
I'm not gonna have a
I think
voice
he
for the
can
rest of the
work with
day.
him on a
Holy
split push
shit!
manner.
Oh,
Certainly
tomorrow
when it
I'm
comes to
fucked,
team fights
bro.
like this
How
guy
are
is
we
a
casting
carry
tomorrow with no
master,
voice?
and it's showing it on the main stage.
Ah, feels
After the
bad, man.
sealing of fate from Scout.
At least
Zika
tomorrow.
cleans it up. Paranoia used again. BLG getting engaged on, and it's on to Elk. He's a backline condition, but Weiwei has gone too deep before Zika can get there. But Elk, he's still going to get trained.
Woo! Zika! Zika is huge! He's 1v4ing! Zika is 1v4ing!
Sealed, and LNG's team fights are looking blissful. On gets out, bit only by the hair of his chinny chin chin, but Hung has got a date with another support. It looks cute, it looks great. He takes a turret shot, and they dissipate. But On and Hung as they leave each other's side.
Alright, wow,
Still a
Scout's
big
fed.
win
Scout's
for this
huge here.
red side.
Zika, man! Zika!
LNG can't get
Look
over
at the
it.
TV flag from
LNG,
Zika!
Maybe LNG, because this was sick. You
Oh, this was so
Weiwei
clean.
going in. The TP
Oh!
from Zika was perfect.
Oh, Elk is
And
just
great
shitting on the
ultimate
equalizer,
Rumble.
and Weiwei gets fisted by the Super
Backline.
Galaxy
And sure,
Combo
Lakers is on the
Breaker.
side of the fight, but you're jumping into Scout, you're jumping into Gala. It's never going to be a fun time.
It's just looking so clean. It's these comfort picks that for LNG are now starting to tear BLG apart. BLG, you know, Dagger, I know I had them as the undefeated. A lot of people had them undefeated in their pick'ems coming from their Lolly Sports pick'ems, but like LNG surprised us yesterday against
Man, my
TL as
throat
well.
hurts.
Pick apart the pieces from the mid game, and they are doing it again.
I'm gonna need some more water after
heavier
this game.
opponent
Holy shit!
in
Yeah,
BLG,
my
when
was
BLG had such a big early lead.
guys. I was so hyped, bro, man. I just love watching Scout play. Like, oh, Shibaldi, Zika, Baldi. Oh, man, I'm permanently bricked, bro.
I don't think LNG are just like out of
You know, some people have erectile dysfunction. I have erectile overfunction, bro.
As you start to trip over towards third item for night, he's going to be in a great spot, and finally you're getting the completion of a lot of the armor.
It hits on. As he's leaving enemy jungle, it hits on, and he doesn't have Merc treads. It's Paranoia! Carla, that arrow was out of this world!
And why did you set up Baron for LNG as well? The push
It randomly walks over a ward at the red bush.
He interrupts though. Bin just barely gets it, and I think that stops LNG from going for the play.
Bin won't get stopped either. I mean, Scout is doing good damage, but Bin can just walk out of this. You're right, it stops a Baron Dagda. Beautiful hit there, and even better from...
That was really good by Bin. I think Bin just saved BLG for a second, but they lose Dragon now.
So much map pressure. You can't really play with him fully on this bottom side to now start threatening tier 2s the whole time, but Dragon still here for LNG. That's still going to be a third one, a potential soul now for the LNG squad.
Now we watch and wait. We look for the potential Dragon setup coming through as LNG play between Baron and Soul Point.
Yeah,
Like that using Gala's tool. A well-concise, accurate arrow.
I'm sorry, bro. My throat hurts so much. I have to think these sentences
Scout
through. I don't
can't
have
play
many
for sides
sentences
anymore without the TP, and you were talking before about Zika, how vulnerable he is playing on his side lane. He can't play for split push really as well because of the tools there for BLG and the lack of escape the rumble.
Yeah, it's the first game in the morning, man. What
they
the
can try and feed into
fuck?
that, but at this
What
stage,
am I
still
gonna
needs to
do,
start playing with the
man?
team.
I have to
Zika
cash
has
for the
his
rest of the
teleport
week.
available, but you've got
I
double
lost my
available for
voice
BLG,
because
so
of that
it's an
Scout
option to try
play.
and
Oh,
use
I was so
spicy, but
beautiful, bro.
with K'Sante and Orianna, I think it's more again like group us five, try and
Interesting,
put a lot of pressure on
Poppy.
mid and see if you can base
I
that
didn't
TP
try.
out
I
for Zika with the
would have
Barons.
gone like it because when you're spinning the hammer, you
5K
don't
is still
really
there.
have
I'm looking
much
at
of
gold
the
because I'm looking at
the
third
googly
items
moogly, you know.
soon to be completed. It feels like top lane is the first stop there. On the other side, of course, Elk was always ahead. Remember, 1,800, 1,900 gold throughout this early game as Hung is moving into danger. He gets engaged on it. It's a nice Magnet Stormer setup as well with the cease and desist. He tries to turn it. Everything used on the support now means danger for BLG. Into the Weiwei's just run on in. The shockwave to get him in the back, but Scout already disengages. Bin had to ulti to get out of there. LNG have 4 alive and health bars to start the Baron.
I mean, it's just assassinate the assassinate Knight, and there's no team
they're on
fight.
towards the barn, way half health. Scout spots him.
He's got no flash, he's got no ulti. As you said, Scout just says, cease and deliver. Takes a free kill in LNG.
Woo!
In a match
LNG, 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 LNG. If LNG wins this matchup, they can't fight.
When they get their picks, look astounding. Look like a team
They
that
can't
can take
fight
on the world.
BLG again
Zeke's
unless
Rumble,
it's mathematically
Scout, Zone.
impossible.
It's a perfect blend. And when
So
you
that
look at
means-
this, yes, it's a nice pick on the Hong, but with that stun coming through and then the stun again from Hong, it makes it so difficult to follow up. They then overextend. And the engage here from Scout and from Weiwei was perfect. Just absolutely rips through.
I mean, if
Knight.
you're
He didn't have his
isolated with
flash
Cassante
available.
just so that,
It's a
like,
2-for-1 special.
because fighting a Rumble that isn't going to die to
Screwed
him.
out of their mind. You know, Dagged it for me.
Yeah.
Like, this hits home, this hits
And
history.
I
You know,
toned
look at
down the
stage,
cheery
I'm reminded of
helpfulness.
Shanghai, I'm reminded
I
of
don't know,
2019,
boys.
2020 years where a lot of these players
Yeah.
went up against each other. There's a lot of new faces, of course.
So that's my
Like
soul
Zika
trying to
that
leave
went
the
around
body
back
right
then,
now.
you
It's
know,
like,
Wei Hu rose up the fame after the eras of Casa, MLXG. Like,
oh man, I'm LXG, bro. Shibaldi out, that's an all
be a doozy. I just didn't know how much on Scout's side after Knight was bullying him in the early game. So again, it's a pleasure to open up with this on Worlds as LNG still being the favourites here. Now with the gold, themselves a free
Woo!
with the paranoia. It's a 2-quick kill. Bin though separates, which is great, but Weiwei flashes up, builds a bit of space while the rest of LNG try to find the back pieces. But Elf zones himself out from Scout, almost dies in the end. And Bin, even though he looked for the chase, dies as well. Zeka flashes on top of Knight, and the underdogs of the LPL.
Knight did 4.3k damage there. Yeah, the Jhin pick's kind of useless, not gonna lie, bro.
And that might be the end of
They
this
need
game.
related
LNG,
carries.
They're in front of the base. Shots fired from Gala, from Elk, but I don't think it's enough.
Death timers, I mean, there are huge. Wei's up in 10 seconds, but Knight's not there. Bin's not there for another 25 at least. Elk needs to pull off a miracle, and with a thin wave, I think he doesn't have to. I think he forgets it. On just threatens him out of the base, but LNG have broken down mid inhibitor, and they've got all the gold to play with.
That Scout is so
And
big.
you're just never getting a chance to set up this strong 5v5 that BLG have drafted for. LNG are
But
doing
you
a great
drafted
job
a strong
of finding these
5v5,
picks
but
in the jungle,
like,
finding opportunities where everyone on BLG is
Jhin
together
can't fight
and
back. The Ash
BLG are
hits like
throwing everything
9
at one
times by the
person,
time Jhin
and they
hits
have nothing
twice.
left for the follow-up
Yep.
afterwards.
Dagger,
It's like Jhin has that like stun item from TFT, except it doesn't
I
stun.
think for LNG,
Yeah, pretty
you know,
much.
I'm used to this team falling behind in the early game and not knowing what to do. What a false narrative. I mean, that's the old days.
But we're also getting to see, you know, the moments where you can punish on. This is a guy who, when he oversteps, you can definitely find moments to pick him off. And LNG are kind of calling his bluff here on multiple chances, especially Gala.
Do it
Now the
again.
engage.
At least for Scout, this is last hope spot for BLG to find a pick, but they've done no damage on Scout. Instead, he turns it as Weiwei flies in again. Seat of the LPL. That's my Faker protege.
Scout is a man on a mission, and BLG are in his sights. Bin with TP to the tower. Can he get the wave? Can he do something here? But it feels like there's nothing left.
Do you defend? He's got nothing in the tank.
Alright, well,
BLG
that's
might have a good early
LNG
game or good early lanes, but LNG red the game. Take them
We'll see you guys again.
2-0. So let's
Alrighty.
see who enters Worlds, because I know
I don't have much of a voice left because Scout like ruined me.
Straight as we go into our second game of the day, but first, Aurora, Ziggs,
Okay,
those are the bands.
banning the Ash away from-
Jackula, also with the support of 80 carries, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, curious what happens with things like Maokai Jungle and these kind of things. The Nidalee for Canyon.
Please, I swear to God, I'm so glad Ivern is bad. I do not want to see another Ivern Malcolm match.
I imagine it's probably going to like remove some of that pressure on the Nidalee, but still Canyon's willing to bring it out regardless. So what's the final ban here? Ash still up. We still got things like the Syndra, Chovy, Smolder yesterday. Very, very strong as well. And it will be
First pick for Gen G. Now, on the other side, you know, Rumble has been seen play, and I know domestically, Rumble was a really big pick for the region, too.
I wouldn't pick Rumble in the 3-6.
Okay, so it's going to be the owner.
Yes! Yes! Tell me! Oh, my dick is hard for Chovy. No! Jackie Love!
The Yone
Jackie Love?
very strong for him.
Why?
The immediate rumble and the Jin on the opposite side though.
Okay.
So already setting up for some strong team fights coming through for Top Esports. And with things like the Eye, the Maokai still available for TN.
I'm so
it's feeling
disappointed to
very
see Jackie
Top
Love
Esports-esque with the draft so far.
One of the world's best AD carries, and he's kind of like so cat. Like, what's the mechanics? What's the mechanic in the shin? Pressing R. Yeah, okay, I guess that's the only mechanical skill Shin takes.
Keen on the Gnar this time around, even though Kasante's available.
Oh, Canyon on the Maokai.
And also seeing Canyon on the Maokai here, despite, and it's also one of his most played. So we get a bit of comfort here at least.
Alright, team fighting, thank God. Not that I don't like mages, but oh no.
Actually, going to swap over to Lucian last second. I think this is the better of those AD mid laners, or AD carry mid laners, because a lot of the items for Tristana kind of got hit. She wanted to go Bork first, and also the fleet footwork, whereas when you look at the Lucian, he actually tended to take the press the attack in that lane anyway, just because he could bully out how effective he was, and then he's able to swap over to the Kraken Slayer and still be very, very effective thanks to that double tap passive, whereas Tristana still kind of needs time to come online, so much more of a bully focus here for Cream, which sets up for what Top Esports likes to play, which is push on mid into invades for TN, try to put pressure on towards the enemy jungle.
Top Esports, there's so much to break down about how they play this draft as well, because again, I'm seeing comfort on Jackie Love. As you said for Cream, 80 carry mids. They're getting rid of some nuking options on the side of Gen G, things like the Nocturne for TN here. But remember again, things like the Sejuani still available. Dagda here to set up with a melee top laner. That's a question. 80 carry's gone by Top Esports, by the way.
Yeah, and I think we'll get the Ashe ban coming through as well. Sorry, Ashe is already gone, but something else along those lines, which is just the Ezreal, yeah. So just try and force Pays into something that he's not fully comfort on. Because it's Ashe, Ziggs, Kalista, and Ezreal now taken away. So definitely moving down that AD carry tier list. Maybe under a little bit of pressure, but I think still having things like the Kai'Sa and that available, especially when your team is quite dive focused, means the Pays will still be fine.
I know he got a lot of criticism.
Okay.
You know, some of the games he
Garner Nocturne.
Position.
I mean, the Nocturne Rumble, that combo was kind of nutty. You turn the lights off, put the equalizer, you're not paying attention. You're like, you're fucking bro. Like, I mean, you're just getting cooked. Cooked in the kitchen.
Yeah, I think just Sejuani.
Yeah, 100%.
Trade out that we saw when these two were most prominent in the meta back in kind of spring and winter stages. But yeah, they're going to be happy out. Sejuani taken, sets up well, and it's kind of fitting into that role of TN being more of a role player or support.
Let's go!
Which I think is a version of Top Esports.
Another Pays like 30 KDA.
It makes it easy if TN is just able to set
that's going to be nasty.
Well, you already mentioned the
what is LeGoat gonna play? That is what I'm wondering. What is LeGoat playing? Is it Nautilus? Is it Ali? It's Rel, isn't it? Yeah, it's Rel.
For Mako as well. And I'm kind of curious, you know, does it just be the Mako Alistar, the classic, the thing that he pulled out time after time again when he was on EDG? He has a historic cow in the league.
Yeah, I think it's a great pick from great understanding of it. With the Leona though, we may just see the Rel come out instead and just be happy to trade that one out. But yeah, I think overall Gen G setting up for strong side lanes with both the Gnar and the Yone, and then being able to play for a lot of these team fights like we just saw.
So Gen G don't want a team fight. TS want a team fight.
And the Kai'Sa gives them a nice all-rounded. And whereas when you look at Top
Esports,
I think
side lane wise or whatever, you're gonna put the Rumble into the Yone and the Lucian into the Gnar.
But definitely more focused towards those team fights with the Rumble ultimates and so much follow-up damage coming through from that Lucian, Jhin, and long-range ultimates.
There's a lot of big ultimate buttons to pull on both teams though, right? Like Gnar, Yone, all in engage. It sets up from Leona with range as well. I love the fact that here for TES and Gen G,
I will be back when the game starts. Well, my voice will be back when the game starts.
People historically will remember that we used to talk about this team back when Knight was on the roster as being like this heavy lane style, like, oh, they're so good at lanes, and then they just fight all the time. You know, Top Esports over the course of this year, we've been developing and watching this team slow down a bit, play a bit more with their macro, a little bit more intelligent, I guess you could throw in if that's not insulting them from the past.
But even this draft is a little bit more of that adaptation that we're seeing from Top Esports, right? right? Yes, we've had a couple of games from 369 in the Rumble, but he has been primarily the Kasantes, the Renekton's, the Mordekai's, or counter picks into Kasante. Like, this has kind of been his style of those big tanks on the top side, so definitely trying to shift alongside that meta. And we'll have to see how he does. Now, over the course of his career, he's at 90% win rate over 11 games, but definitely a champion that we've seen less of him since he, well, initially left Top Esports onto JDG and now back to Top Esports.
And now he's come back, yeah. It was always 369 and 9 together. I remember, you know, Cream's the one who's developed though. Cream's the one who's come into the mid lane champion pool and started making a name for himself as well. This Top Esports, they beat T1 yesterday. Massive comeback after T1's early game pushed them out and looked like T1 were rising back in fame, but some amazing team fights we talked about. On the other side for Gen G, their control, being calm and collected against Weibo, is what got them to this spot. 1-0 for both these teams on day 2. One of them are going to match and be in the pool with LNG, who stays undefeated here at Worlds for day number 2 of the Swiss stage as we get into this second match.
Yeah, I am very excited to watch this matchup because even stylistically, these teams.
I'm just gonna mute mic and I'm just gonna try and get hyped for team fights with whatever's left of my voice. I don't think we're gonna get like 2 minute team fights or whatever, but if we do, rest in peace my voice.
70-30 play, like never looking for those big plays that maybe turn a whole game around, but it is clean, it is collected, and it's constant small wins for them. Whereas when I look at Top Esports, they're actually one of the rare teams that I feel like at Worlds that actually plays like side lanes to mid lane. A huge amount coming with like 369 and things like the Renekton trying to find creative flank opportunities off of a small pushing wave, but I don't know if we're going to have that here.
Speaking of someone who used to be in the LPL, you know, Dagda, you can attest to this, right? When you and me were casting this guy, even then he was building himself up as like a great TP flanker. His positioning and timing was perfect. He is one of the best team fighters in the world, if not the best team fighter. And some of these angles and some of these movements, even considering what we saw at MSI and their success against Gen G, is what makes 369 so special.
But he has started to slip when it comes kind of towards his laning phase, right? He was always a very solid laner, but was always a step behind people like Bin. And now with Keen rising up, where Keen has been so good when he gets his counter picks, even having like niche ones like, well, the Mordekaiser match with 369, but like the Gangplank that he was bringing out. Keen has stepped up as a top laner and kind of thrown off that mantle where people were kind of talking about just his Kasante. Keen is a force to be reckoned with, and 369 needs to keep control there.
You have such good laners on Gen G, right? That's why I want to come down and talk about Paze as well. Paze has had some really high highs. I mean, bro's only 18 years old, right? He's still young, and he performs like this. Yes, in finals got some criticism, but him versus JackeyLove, high highs indeed as we look at the flash away and the cleanse. Maybe I shouldn't have talked about Paze. Maybe it cursed him, but bro is still killing it with the stats.
Yeah, and Paze has been an absolute menace for Gen G, like the best Ziggs in the LCK. The guy's been able to step up on a ton of picks, and look, didn't get to show his stuff in that finals, but over the course of summer, he was far and away an amazing point on the map for Gen G. And I think that's where you have to try and shut this down as Top Esports. And JackeyLove having a kind of similar rise over the last year where he really has started to move away from, the Ezreal that Arcane shifts forward. He is way more controlled, an absolute massive threat on the map. And pairing him finally with a super strong support of Mako, it's no longer kind of these, I'm not going to like insult the guys he played with, but less than top 4 in the region. This is where it pops up.
I'm sorry, we look in comparison, Mako in comparison to Yuyanjia and also Chua, that's, you know, it's not fair. You know, they're players who maybe one day can develop their legacy, but like, I mean, Mako's a different beast.
I mean, 3 LPL championships, an MSI, a Worlds title, like, this is the most decorated support in the
He got the first MSI title alongside Deft and Pawn. Like, Mako's still going strong. He's just like one of those, again, to use the word legacy players, you know, alongside the likes of Faker in the past for LPL as well. You think of the legends like ClearLove. I think there's so much to talk about with the support himself. As 369 burns down, Keen just stands there. He's overcooking a little bit, but it won't matter. It gives Electro Harpoon that extra bit of oomph as Keen plays a respect game. And now that's 2 laners, both sides of the map, working well for TES in the individual 2v2 and 1v1 respectively.
Engagement ends, nice damage onto JackeyLove.
Good crash down.
Was in the middle of his reload, so wasn't able to get a ton of damage back. Now Canyon is in the area, but I think this is more to spot out where TN is as his wave starts to push out.
You know, while we're having that discussion about bot laners as well, as I see a gank coming through from Canyon, but Tien is going to spot this out first, or at least be here to save the day. There's the Zenith Blade for the engager. Flash over the wall, they commit. All in on Tomeko, but the Bramble Smash separates, tears, but the Permafrost is better. A 1-for-1. Lands now in trouble. Permafrost is the flash away as a response. In a 2v2, Pace wants to take it up, but you've got no mana. As he runs after them, nothing else happens. While under turret 369, looking for a solo kill. You crazy man. He has to flash away. At least he has TP to get back top.
Hey, sometimes a genius needs a bit of crazy. And that was very close to working out for 369, but Keen able to get the flash.
I'm a 369 glazes.
So in the end, it's flash for flash.
I glazed the shit out of this man's dick. I've always been a fan. Whether it's 333, 666, 999.
Keeps the rail locked in place, so she can't
It's
get the
the
crash
joke
down
with
to get that
369
little
is, you know,
extra
you
shield.
roll a
Tien
dice
picks
and
up
the
the
number
kill.
you see
Lens
is
flashing
gonna
away
be
as
as a
well
performance.
to deny
3
any
is
sort of
shit,
follow-up, just as his
6 is
his
okay,
aftershock
and
spec
9 is
as
the
well,
go!
means that he won't fall. So kind of Gen G getting that early kill for Paze can change a lot of this matchup dynamic in the bot lane.
On the other side, going over to Tien, giving him a bit of gold. You can see has fluctuated the gold lead in jungle, and Tien was able to go back and clear from what I could understand as well. So he is up a camp or two as he comes back towards the top.
Move in, Cream here.
Look at the angle from Lehens. He gets engaged onto the jungler as the Fate Sealed is a good one as well. Chovy, it's clean, but he goes back in as now Cream has to fight fire with fire, but Mako can't do anything. Culling comes through and Chovy just takes it down as easy as that. Clean from the mid laner of Gen G. Well, Cream just relentless pursued it back on in. And Fogavori gets punished. A double over to Chovy. And that is a player I do not want to give gold to if I'm top esports.
I'm so sorry. I paused the thing.
That goal there, because that was sick from Gen G.
Yeah.
Fighting at that choke point, right as top.
We didn't miss anything. We cut back right to the action, so don't worry, you didn't miss anything. Thank you for watching.
Cream's ultimate from Mako being able to buy space, so great read from Gen G on how to take that fight.
369 is getting some attention. Gold went into the favor of Gen G in the fight. Now they're trying to punish Keen, who lost his flash before. Tien snuck in here. Low health bar, but he's got the ulti available. Meganar is coming in.
I think Keen's reading this. Oh no.
Oh, he's not. He jumps in. Dagda, as you were saying, it's the opposite. Permafrost at melee range. It's going to come on in as Canyon tries to save the play, but he can't. But does he have enough damage with Bramble Smash? I think close to. 369 is ticking away the scrap shield. Saves him for a time being. Tien looking for the Permafrost. Bramble smashes Canyon. It's on an edge, on a mile. He's in the rocks for now. Anyway, the Grand Canyon is being filled in by 369.
Canyon was so close to being able to get that, but an auto away. 369 is able to come back in for the save. It's something back in the hands of top esports, but they are going to need a little bit more if they.
I'm surprised Keen didn't know.
And gets his first item because of the kill. It feels like, or maybe before.
Keen should have halted.
Because Keen launches at 369.
Yeah, and I think he was thought with Maokai coming up for Canyon that he should have been able to get the play, but Tien completely snuck in and managed to get that set up. He goes down, and then watch here. So 369 goes very, very low. Canyon has this little meow cat that's running after 369 trying to get the kill, but as soon as that's gone, 369 able to run back in, gets the flame spitter and that harpoon right as the twisted advance goes through to pick up the kill.
369 insane damage. He knows it's so close.
Like Eddie was like,
just
fuck.
Trade and
let's show me still.
369. Baited Ash is picked up as well as he picks up the Ninja Tabi in the meantime too. So gold lead between top and jungle, but let's not forget Chovy in that last fight picked up 2 kills. And although it's not a massive gold lead, I mean, he's still in a great spot here in this ranged matchup mid.
Yeah, I think it just accelerates him so effectively towards things like the Vamp Scepter, where now it becomes a big threat, but a play on bot side again here.
Again, Tien is just bullying Keen. His flash is still not up and available. The flash to match, he already hopped out. Permafrost, Electro Harpoon, he's dead again. 369 gets another kill, and you know, This sets up a nice narrative for Tien, Dagda. I don't know if you want to start with it or if I should.
I'm just like, when the hell does Tien play towards 369?
Yeah.
Like, this is not what you expect, but the 369 now, in such a good spot to just try and take over inside lane. As you say, like, Tien has been stepping up big now for top esports.
All I'm going to say is a lot of people didn't have this team making it out of Swiss because they're like, I don't know about Tien. But Tien's year has been insane. Even at MSI, I think we saw some highlights, and yeah, sure, they lost to G2 in the end, but that's more about G2. JackeyLove now solar flared as we come back to reality, and is Mako going to pull a bit onto the gravity? Shattering Strike hits him in the brush, but Lehends is fine, as Gen G are just looking for what they can get at the 2v2.
But I think you need the strength of Tien to try and go up against Canyon. This man is in discussion for the best jungler in the world, probably is the best jungler in the world right now. He is absolutely insane in how much control he can have, and especially coming over on towards Gen G, like the revamp of this Gen G roster, a huge amount of the talking point was Canyon and Chovy starting to work together, and you can see that it didn't quite work out from here, but certainly this is a man that you cannot forget about when it comes to these games.
Canyon did dip in Game 5 at MSI. That's what I'll remember. The Nidalee just came out of left field, and that's what you expect with Canyon. The possibility when you get to these best ofs of what he can draft for. In this game, obviously, it's just a Maokai who picks up a lock at first, but Canyon still has that reliability as a jungler. As it is 1K gold lead for top esports here at the first 10 minutes of the game. Second round of grubs have now spawned, and Lehends is on the top side matching Mako as it's all eyes on top.
Lehends is doing a good job here of faking pressure, though, because he doesn't have Canyon and he doesn't have the Kai'Sa, but the top esports don't know that, so afraid to kind of step into that position. Now he's bought time where top esports haven't set up grubs, so nice job from Lehends.
They're faking it.
And now, can they get Chovy, though? That's the person you need to lock down here.
Tien waits over the side. It's Lehends who face check. As you said, Chovy needs to be the target. 369's walking up instead of teleporting. Paige is on the top side of the wave. This is going to be an all-out brawl just for grubs. Smite comes down. It's Canyon to get it. 4 grubs. Okay, Gen G, do you want some more? One goes to top esports as Canyon runs on in, but he already got what he wanted. The setup from Mako with the pull in. Thank you, Kinematics. Gives top esports a kill. Canyon already got away with a bit of a robbery, but he wanted the full heist.
Yeah, I think he should have just stepped back. You had the 4 grubs. You're pretty happy because you're the one coming out on top of that, but ends up going over, giving the kill across as well. You're going to be very happy as Cream to pick that one up.
It's the carries who are starting to get some gold on top esports. It's Cream, as you said, who picks up some gold and levels out the playing field a little bit with Chovy from what he got earlier. So grubs picked up. 4 for Gen G, though, is still a win overall, as we just go back to laning and chilling for another 2 minutes time.
Yeah, I mean, the games yesterday for top esports against T1 very much came down to, hey, there's a couple of early skirmishes, but these big late game fights at objectives. And I think Gen G, definitely a team that can look to try and play out the macro and like cover a lot of the plays from top esports, but in this sort of position where you constantly are forcing objective plays, I think Canyon needs to be a bit more careful about how he's approaching them, because even yesterday, the Maokai, the ultimate, didn't work out so well for some of these plays because of the pressure that was being put onto him by Weibo. Still came out with a win, so you can't really complain too much, but just needs to be on point here with those plays for the Maokai.
As Korean plays up heavily in the meantime, Lehends is just hovering topside yet again. Canyon is nearby. He's level 8, by the way, matching here with Tien as he's caught up a bit in CS, but again, it's those early kills and the fact that Tien does have a small item differential with Kindle Jam. He's going to be caught out. Solar Flare locks him down. It's lock for lock, though, with the Shattering Strike as the Nate Scratch, as you talked about, is great positioning. Tien can't get out. It's at a good angle from Lehends. He just stayed top.
We're glazing my boy Pace.
Lehends is playing so well this game. The pressure,
Lehends
time for Gen G
is
on
a
the roaming
roll
towards that top side to catch out top esports. Lehends is putting on a show and kind of showing Mako what he needs to be stepping up to if he wants to match Gen G.
He matched in four of these kills with 4 assists in his pocket as Mako tries to match Chovy, but unfortunate Shattering Strike. I heard someone in the audience sigh on that one as Chovy just pulls back with the bot lane consistently top, and both top laners consistently bot now, with Dragon spawning in a minute's time as well. Even though they have teleport, to be able to walk to this one feels like the next go.
But there's 2 members of top esports being pulled to deal with Chovy, which just opens up Lehends now to play it on the map state.
True.
And he's so good at working with Canyon in these sort of positions to find leads, find opportunities to make plays. And with the Rift Herald, now only just starting to spawn, and you have to reset here. JackeyLove Chovy going to look for the interrupt, and he gets it.
He does indeed. As you said, 40 seconds. Herald also mentioned 10 seconds. It feels like now, because of what Chovy did, maybe it's a surefire thing. Canyon, he is walking through mid and seems to be getting that mid push thanks to Paze, which leads him into that top objective about 30 seconds before this Dragon spawns.
Yeah, the only thing you do have to be worried about is a lot of these first items being completed, like Bork for Cream, the Static Shiv now for JackeyLove on these resets. Even 369 having TP with Liandry's, whereas nothing's there for Gen G, so they could have tried to contest, but it's gone already. Gen G are just rushing it.
Teleport also committed as well, so you know Chovy's here before anyone from Top Esports shows face. Nature's Grasp in the late contest. TP as well from the top. I mean, Top Esports don't have their 80 carrying position. JackeyLove zoned out by Keen, while the rest of Gen G take the fight in the middle of the pick. Mako zoned out, taken out first. TES are trying to brawl with the Brawl Stars. Chovy gets a double already, and even though JackeyLove gets his ulti, he's getting whittled away by the Gnar. Flash matches as well. 369 bullies and gets something back as Cream tries to outplay. He's got a health bar. He's got Lehends in his sights. He's got 369. Wait! No way to Top Esports. Get something out of nothing! What the hell?
What a horrible team fight by Gen G. What the fuck?
It is a blessed day at Worlds 2024, because my god, these fights are absolutely insane.
Man.
Top Esports
What is Gen G
barely
doing,
skirt away
man?
with the win. But it's still Gen G who come away with the objective.
I guess 369's 2.5k gold lead probably had some influencing there. I'm watching Chovy clean up. I'm watching Keen just whittle away at JackeyLove's health bar. But in what is classic LPL solo lane style, they take a misnumbered fight and win it.
There is...
Give us a
I'm
replay.
shocked that Top Esports are ready to bring it back, but we may have to do a rinse and repeat here at Dragon. But actually looking at where Canyon is, I think we're just going to back away. So, but it was a very, very close fought fight. The ultimate from 369 was really good, but the fact that Gen G, the target selection, the focus on towards the members that were stuck in the pit for Top Esports worked out absolutely fantastically. And now with the Dragon taken, look at where Gen G are. This is what we were talking about, that classic of, hey, we're going to stick Chovy and Keen in the same lane or put pressure on the same side of the map and look for these towers. And now it's Top trying to scramble to match that play on the bottom side.
And Gen G in top are going to try and get some gold back onto Chovy as well. After that, Dragon goes down. It's a Mountain Soul. Another push here as Top Esports group up. Okay, Canyon. Well, unfortunate. He was going to look for another push. Maybe that's a blessing in disguise, Dagda, because if they go for that push, 369 and the rest of TES are there to match. I feel like Canyon could have died.
Yeah, I think it'll be all right, though. So, Gen G, back away. It's still tower for tower at the end of the day, as Cream was able to get that one on the bottom side. But I do think the main focus now is going to be, like, how does 369 match up in some of these side lanes? Because I didn't consider him a very strong split pusher.
Yeah.
But when you're, 5-0 as Rumble and have a nearly 3k gold lead, I think you're in a good spot to be a bit of a threat.
Oh, yeah.
And Tien and Mako have realized this, and they're going to look for put pressure on towards Chovy.
Consistently playing around 369. Cream teleported in for this as well, so they're looking to take Alders down, and this is what we mean when we say Top Esports willing to split the difference here. Play the macro gamers. They're going to lose mid, but for JackeyLove stepping up, he might hold on my phrase. He's being targeted out and an easy kill. Donated over to Pays. Lehand's taking a bit of damage as Top Esports. Look for the retribution, look for the revenge, look for the king making play that can court Gen G. They've found Canyon in the way. The equalizer, beautiful, and he cannot stay. He flashes out. He runs for his life. Treebeard is gone, but TES saved the mid lane turret in the process.
But that's the thing, Gen G are always trying to make these counter punches every time you make a play. Lehend's caught by Tien
Still
though.
caught, and Permafrost is an easy taking down tool. Locked in place, and 369 damage is unbeatable this game. Off that last play, he picked up so much gold, and he is shredding anyone in his way.
So the fact that actually the tower is going to fall, but no local gold going over towards Gen G is at least a bit of a boon for Top Esports, but it is top tower for mid tower, kill for kill. The big wave loss for JackeyLove, though, is the major factor to keep your eyes on, because look at the 1.2k gold lead that has now opened up here on the bottom side of the map for Pays. He's in a very strong position to continuously put pressure onto JackeyLove on that mid lane contest.
And they've got some grubs under their work, which does some extra damage to mid, but at half HP, it'll stand for now as Pays defends. So, what do we have for the state? After that fight, I mean, again, 3k gold lead individually in top. That's the gold lead right now for TES, as the rest of the map is looking good. Pays especially 1,300 gold up with 2 items on this Kai'Sa.
And that's where I think you're going to have Lehend's and Canyon babysit Pays in this mid lane, get that mid control, and as the reset starts to come through for Keen, he can move into this bot lane, and you transition mid pressure into bot lane pressure, get that last tower, put a bunch of vision down to that bot side for Gen G, and then look for that dragon in 2 minutes time. So I wouldn't, as Keen comes into this bot side, start to see a lot of shift on Gen G into this bottom side. You actually see it happen now as Pays and Lehend's start to get that vision and look for the pick on 369.
Ping's going down to start this engage off. They've skirted Vision. They've gone a sneaky way. They're going to find 369 right in the middle of the wave. And he walks back. He tries to run. He doesn't have flash available, so he's going to get stunned. Solar Flare, an easy lock, and a shutdown over to FaZe. More gold for the Legend carry in the 80 carry position.
And it catches 369 out because Gen G are playing a wave ahead. They don't push with FaZe in mid. Instead, they shift Chovy to push mid to then immediately move FaZe and Lehends down, and they catch 369 out where he thinks he's got an extra 30 seconds. Really nice stuff from Gen G, and this is why they are considered such a threat in the LCK.
So plays the map slower as well. Gen G just thinking about their options, and they pick the right one. Keen gets a shove in bot, and now he can back away with some extra gold. But what I'm looking at, in speaking of gold, is what FaZe gets from that. Fiendish Codex, Blasting Wand, now picked up for the Kai'Sa. That'll have that W upgrade most likely. And FaZe can start getting some of those resets down, so the poke starts becoming very meaningful for this comp that only has the Sedge and Rel to tank it up.
Yeah, I think the small advantages that you have for top esports is like Cream starting to hit that Black Cleaver a little bit early, but I do think Chovy should be able to finish off a Stride Breaker as he looks for the reset here. With 40 seconds until that Dragon, you have to contest this as Gen G. So I think having Chovy reset and start to move into bot side to push in that wave is kind of where they want to move him to potentially have a flank position in this next fight. But looks like Gen G actually just going to all in on the mid wave.
Oh yeah, we're going to ARAM, aren't we? TS3 members showing 369 hasn't walked down yet. But this has been a mainstay and a mainstay in my heart for the tournament so far. We're heading towards Dragon. We started off in mid. Gen G are here first, and TS have come to show what they can do in this team fight.
This is difficult now to get vision. At least Lehends spotted on a ward means top esports should feel confident to walk into this river position.
Look at the vision lining. Lehends on the control ward. Leads away, as you said.
I think top just going to play for mid-tower pressure instead. They don't really care about one Dragon going to Gen G. As long as they can get this mid-turret. Can Gen G look for the engage with Canyon off the back of this though?
Keen has Mega Knight and Flash available. TES moving into a choke, but they're too far away. Keen doesn't take the opportunity, and TES moving to Fog of War.
Mako basically playing bodyguard here with TN, making sure top esports can get out easily. There's always that potential of Canyon just opening up with ult. A flash play from Keen catches them out, but top esports, they get the tower and trade for that Dragon.
Chovy in an angle as well. Chovy in a great angle. He's going to take it onto JackeyLove. Caught out. Solar Flare. They're taking the 80 carry to town. He flushes out, but Chovy is still matching, but they can't kill him. He goes in the back line. That's FaZe. He snipes. He assassinates. The equalizer doesn't even hit as Canyon is a new target. Front to back now with the culling. They run forward, but no one's dying yet. Gen G are in so many different angles, so many different movements. They're hitting him from all sides. It's a sandwich, but I think for TES, it's a rotten one. A double turns into a triple, turns into a finisher. And dissipate top esports.
Basements half the team fight just watching over the water. Hey yo, I'm over here. Hello, look at me, I'm doing damage.
FaZe with the assassination and Baron for the LCK players.
Absolute masterclass. Gen G playing on the edge of so many different possibilities. They keep their team alive, and I think they've kept their game chances of moving to a 2-0 very much in their hands. Dagda, Red Bull Baron power play, but please give me another replay. I just want to watch that again and live it.
Yeah, I mean, the engage from FaZe, or the follow-up from FaZe was sick, because everyone at top esports thinks he's moved away, but FaZe has the confidence to just play up here, knowing that nobody's really able to turn on to him from this position. He puts the threat. Chovy with that knock-up as well here was perfect. And then FaZe flashing forward, buying space. The only damage dealer is 369, so FaZe knows as long as I step away from him, there is no threat. And it's a triple kill. You can see Mata looking very happy in the back there.
I was an LPL caster as TN. Looks a bit frustrated, but in happy strides. Dagda, I was an LPL caster, but I am an LCK lover in this game. And this is Gen G putting on a bit of a show here as Tien is now caught between the turret and he's taking damage. He's poked out, but it enables Gen G to find themselves a bit of a turret, a bit of a free kill as well as Tien ends up dropping. Lehends found another great pick, and now TS find themselves in trouble.
Top esports don't have a leg to stand on. It's been chopped away by Chovy. It's been hacked at by FaZe, and this team of Gen G has absolutely destroyed top esports in this mid to late game.
Whether it's a series at MSI or this best of one here at Worlds, Gen G top esports They both put on a show, but Gen G once again looking to be firm favorites as 9-1-6. This Kaiser is 4.5K, 4,200, right? But FaZe is mega ahead when 369 was the lead a lot of the time. That now feels more and more irrelevant because FaZe is just in the way.
He's 2/3 of the gold lead essentially for Gen G. This man has been absolutely insane, and I think a huge amount of that is when we praise JackeyLove for his positioning over the course of LPL domestically, it has not worked out for him this split, or this game. Lehens has had it in his sights the whole time. And also then Chovy just consistently putting pressure onto him. JackeyLove has not had a chance to open up. And when he was so clutch yesterday on this Jhin with some of the static shiv damage and the executions that he got, he just has not had that today against Gen G.
They're now moving up top with their Baron. They've already picked up 4,000 gold to thrust themselves into the lead. 7,000. The difference between them right now is Gen G use Keen to pull in the wave.
But you got TP from Jovian towards mid just to push in that wave to draw top esports, but they look for Keen.
They're looking for Keen. They find the pieces, they pick apart Tien into the Glacial Prison, but Keen hops away. He's still not dead, and now into a corner. Gen G are tearing him limb from limb. TES haven't even got the thrust of Chovy. Oh, it's church time. He may miss those, so I think we're going to go another Sunday while he roots himself into a corner. He gets autoed to death. Gen G, wait. I knew I was an atheist. As they run back, they're trying to block every shot, but Keen is burning down and hit by the sniper of JackeyLove. All right, we're gonna have to rethink this religion.
We went to church, but it's the top esports miracle that might have just happened. The dive from Gen G went too far, and it's top who gets a much needed goal back in their favor.
Dagda, even though the push comes in, almost severely takes out a Nexus turret. Top esports managed to find a way.
I mean, this was a great kill on towards Crean. Just barely have to get him as he dashes forward. The lockdown comes through, and you're able to get the kill thanks to FaZe's damage. Mako goes very low, and then Chovy sees blood in the water, but it's his own at the end of the day. With a great sidestep from Mako into the stun. The lockdown, thanks to Deadly Flourish, is then enough for just the last bullet to come through and kill him. But with everyone on Gen G moving forward to try and help him out, and it only gives time for the curtain call to come through as Keen. A little bit of a whoopsie on the blast cone.
But JackeyLove on Jhin. Okay, I'm getting it again. TES moving towards Dragon, and the game ain't done. There's a big lead as we've almost got a full item on Pace Dagda. I know you're talking about that Seeker's Armor Guard. I love this graphic. Thank you very much to our production crew. Look at all the tools and the activatables available here for TES and Gen G. Mainly Gen G, right?
But again, I don't think we're going to get this fight. Top esports realizing, look, we just need gold. We just need time. We need to push back Gen G, and that starts with the waves. So, going to opt out of this one. And we'll be looking for another 5 minutes of slightly bought time, but a minute and a half until Baron.
Yep.
The amount of control that Chovy offers in a side lane, the pick potential you can get with FaZe, it is very hard for top esports to defend these towers.
So I said it's not done yet, but it still feels like Gen G it should be done. Okay, obviously there's going to be favoritism with the way they've handled this game, and there's going to be with the gold lead they have plus double Mountain Dragon against a Jhin and a Lucian. Can they find the picks that they found when Gen G overcommitted to the top lane?
Well, this is where, as long as Gen G don't make that same mistake, they're okay. Like, they are setting up the same idea. Slow push in mid, create that pressure. 369 is not top, so top esports can't really just pull the trigger immediately. They need 369 there, but big wave on bot and pressure in mid. Top esports has to concede this tower or else fight a 4v5.
Well, they clear the wave at the very least. It slows things down. Gen G, as you said, have the numbers advantage for now, while 369 deals with both the bot wave crashing in behind the turret and this new wave that's crashing in directly in front of it. Lehens also looking for a pick with his range as the next wave crashes in, and TES still fighting quite a battle here with the minion wave.
Yeah, you've only got 2 more waves that you can really, 3 more waves that you can work for this for Gen G, because you can see the timer in your bottom left corner before that boss inhibitor respawns. So next wave should be where they're looking to try and make this full play onto the top side. Top esports trying to clear out mid and bot, but I think they will just concede this top tower in favor of trying to get back out onto the map a little bit more.
One ward may be helping out as Tien gets the full brunt of Chovy. Small engage. It's that ward behind Chovy. You can see that for TES gave them a bit of a leg up knowing where Gen G were moving. But now everyone's spotted out. Mid wave is the call. Again, we sit around mid while 369 makes his way again for the fight.
Yeah, Top Esports are losing some resources off that top wave that crashed, but they're just trying to play off of 2 wave states, knowing if they contest Gen G into this top side jungle, they're just going to end up walking in blind. So Lehens spotted on a ward, doesn't realize it though.
So 369 runs towards him now. He's behind enemy lines. Gen G are like, look, what do we do? Do we find the fight? Do we find the Baron? And Chovy is trying to help out, but Lehens already flashed away. He wants to build space, get back towards his team while Chovy zones out Jackie-Love, but getting burnt to a crisp is 369 on top of Lehens. He's overheated though, but now with a new flame spitter out in the culling, he's dead. But Canyon's ulti, is it good enough? The question with the Eagle-Eyes thrown into the mix is Deadly Flourish does nothing. Mako tagged, Gen G have lost their support, TES lose no one.
But they lose all their ultimates in the play, and I think Top Esports need to back away from that. Keen will drop to Mininar, but Gen G, yes, they lost Lehens, but they haven't lost too much when it comes to map pressure and can still continue to push in these waves.
Well, Chovy's going to do exactly that. Lehens has got a smaller death timer as well. In 10 seconds, he's up.
Yeah, I'm not 100%, but with all those ultimates used, I think Gen G can just start barring, and they make the same call. You know, no curtain call, culling, lockdown from TN, even 369 is no equalizer. You see Gen G toying with the idea, but not 100% certain they want to go for it.
TN backing on a ward. Chovy is not going to be stopped, of course. With the Soul Unbound, he darts back. Chovy starts off the Baron, maybe to fake it, as Top Esports still hover. This one ward at red buff, giving full access to Gen G's next game plan.
Still, a lot of movement here around this Baron area. The ultimate's starting to come up for Top Esports though, so I don't know if Gen G, this is the time to commit. Still trying to bait Top Esports in. Keen has hit Mega again, so they need to find that window now on Top Esports.
Cream's culling is going to be up and available. TN though, it's found out, packing up against the wall. The Fate Sealed, beautiful. Gen G back into control, into the back line. They've gotten a double, a quick kill and access as Cream cullings against the side. He's open season for Gen G as Chovy, Keen walk into Jackie-Love, and a nice cat from Canyon to seal another deal. It looked a bit sloppy, but Gen G still whacking them with the wallets.
Again, Lehens' position on the map has just been so good this game. Waiting in the bush, knowing there's no vision there for Top Esports, and Gen G immediately engaged with Keen, having the last couple of ticks of that Mega Gnar, and that will be the Baron for Gen G.
TES held out for so long, but like
Cream doing his best to not let TES win. Holy fuck, how many times you have to get caught in a play, bro? What the fuck? That's crazy.
Right? Obviously, it's been slowed down by TES as much as possible, but we watch this other one again.
But
this
look
is what
again,
they did.
Lehens, no vision. You look at topside, 369 and Cream not in a position to go for this, and Chovy's just hit his Q3 into that ultimate, rocks everybody, and even Pays immediately jumps onto Jackie-Love to force then the Seeker's arm guard, which overextends Cream, who then ends up falling. It's all these little pieces from Gen G perfectly executed on a team-wide scale. And it's that coordination that makes this team so deadly.
And they've now moved into an 8K gold lead. We're back where we started. We're back where we were 5-10 minutes ago. Pays is having a field day, and there was a lot of criticism, like we said, coming into his debut at Worlds because of how he performed in finals. But Pays still, Dagger, comes back to your point, Pays is still a supreme team fighting AD carry. He's still, a young prodigy who's got so many years ahead of him. We look at one moment in finals and say, yeah, but what else has he done? Well, he's done exceptional things throughout the year.
Yeah, debuted this year at Worlds. Did play in 2023. But
bloody won MSI.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this guy has been absolutely insane. Even hitting the, the Golden Road? I can't remember the term, when you win LCK in your first split as well. Like, this guy's an absolute beast. So, I have to see if he's going to be able to continue that as he starts to move forward. But it is looking damn good at 11-1-0. And alongside Lehens, this has been such a good bot lane to focus down Jackie-Love and Mako.
TES on their last defense. The Baron's doing a lot of work under this inhibitor, and Chovy's free to step up. TES on their defensive position as they're losing everything in the base. Gen G is spreading them thin, and TES just need to fight. And
the final kerfuffle.
Turrets is what they've got left as Gen G have now opened up double inhibitor.
There's the ultimate from Canyon, though. They want to end this now.
And Maokai sends it in, and Solar Flare also zones out TES. One Nexus turret taken down with ease. TES need the last stand and begins with the culling with the Glacial Prison, with everyone jumping in. The equalizer good, but Mako only gets one man, even with a good Magnet Storm. It's still not enough. Gen G in a 4 versus 4 as TES are running forward. Now deal with 369, who thought he had it, but Gen G are believers in themselves. That's all that matters here. 3 people left alive. They're low on health bars. They can't end now as TES manage managed to only just defend.
They're so low, but Gen G, Keen's going to reset and TP in on this wave. They need to try and find a way to stop this. JackeyLove's alone!
Tagged and he gets ulted immediately. Pays is too strong. Chovy's here to support as well. Cream sitting from the fountain, but Keen is now rocked up as Gen G.
Let's go! Gen G to the There's a chance that the LPL goes 1-for-3 today?
That was absolutely insane, but you've heard it enough from us. I want to hear from the analyst desk because I'm speechless on that one.
That was sick.
That was sick. That was textbook phase. It felt like he came
Let's
back
go.
with like, guys, let's
Get
forget
three
about
coming up. Alright, here's a scary one for us. Folks.
I mean, yesterday's
Oh, come on, G2, you can do it! You can do it, G2!
Walk over the game.
Yeah, they just kind of took their time and then eventually they just were like, I'm going to just pop off here. And as you saw on the desk, Zeka looking absolutely fantastic. Viper having some really flashy plays on the Xayah as well, outplaying along like the Rift Herald fight, these kind of things. So definitely a team to be reckoned with.
Yep.
And one G2, either one, are very happy to face them, so maybe have a little bit of jet lag. Or two, very happy that they can't draw them when it's a potential knockout. So.
You know what's even crazy? The loser of this game also goes into the pool with BLG.
Yeah.
So
whoopsie.
Remember, BLG already versed MDK, so that's none of these teams. So that makes Worlds even more interesting. I know Azael tweeted out, he's like, you know, this Worlds is rocking. Now those weren't his words, but you know, I've kind of summarized for you all at home because it's only been 2 days. We've had joyous matchups. We've had great games. This one should be good as well if G2 are performing out of their mind. We also have high expectations that HLE could also walk over them because first seed of the LCK, the quality of players here is still incredible.
I do think though G2 always find a way to really pop off when it comes to internationals. Like, I think even remember the narrative going into MSI was like LEC's doomed, they're never going to have any sort of chance, and then suddenly we get there and everyone's like, hang on a second, G2 are a force to be reckoned with here and really starting to threaten a lot of the top LPL and LCK teams. But we'll have to see if it's going to be a similar story, but it is also a different beast going up against Hanwha. Like, they are the first seed from the LCK. They've been absolutely incredible. The team fighting from guys like Delight, who probably
can't wait, please just get into the game.
Right now.
Champs are like, alright, please, I'm dying.
And you've got almost every single person on this team can just pop off.
Alright, here we go.
Ban
Akali against Zeka, smart. Okay, are we banning the Young? Oh, they're not banning the Young. They're banning the Young. Please ban the Young. Please, they're just gonna pick the. Please ban the Young. Please ban the Young.
That's a big takeaway, especially when Vi has been popping up more and more, but getting rid of Yikon. So these AP junglers have done their homework, and especially since Yikon...
Oh, they're challenging Zeka to a melee off!
Season finals I'm talking about with his brand, with things like the Zyra in the mix. They're getting rid of some of those priorities while the Aurora has to be taken away with what we've already seen at Worlds.
Yeah, still 100% ban, or well, pick ban, but looks like we're going to go back to the same as yesterday's. G2 going to lock in the Yone.
Take away from Zeka as well.
Exactly, and I think just a very, very strong pick, and the opportunity to always flex that as well. Broken Blade has played the Yone in the past. We heard him talk about it in the interview. That is always an option for them to move that one around. So we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is going to be on the opposite side, but things like the Ashe still up and available if Viper wants to try and go for it, or even taking a strong jungler for Peanut.
I think it could take AD.
Ivern still available.
Strong AD.
Things like the Jax in the back of my mind as well.
Oh no, please don't just take the Jax.
Especially with things like Sejuani up and available, good pairing.
Okay.
Dagda, I like Doran on Jax. I think it's his best champion, and he has been insane on it.
Yeah, and I know the question mark is, what does BB have prepared for this? Over the course of the year, Broken Blade has been working a lot with Alphari to try and improve his lane phase, and I think we got to see him step up when it came towards MSI, really showing that he's capable of matching a lot of these international top laners, but it's still going to be tough when you're going up against Doran on his signature pick. Yike going to go back towards the Lilia, so still sticking to the AP style.
Okay, I like this. Well. What? Hey, Tryndamere! Tryndamere! The Tryndamere hover! Oh, please don't scare me like that.
And I love it. Again, we've got a lot of context here. Well, I just want to pause on this. Zeka historically, whether it was the EDG days, BLG days, where we saw Zeka in the LPL, where we go back and we see Zeka in LCK, of course. That Sylas gives me some mems, but Smolder for now instead. That can also be a flex here, Dagda, but the most common scene in the middle.
I don't think we pick Yasuo
as well, because it just gives the opportunity to farm up. We saw Chovy having a great time on it yesterday when it got to that late game against Weibo. So I think Hanwha looking to replicate part of that, and especially since we basically got no Smolder in play-ins, I think
HLE is like, we've seen enough bad shit players. Let's not make it 3 in a row.
It looks like the LCK team's very fond of it thus far in the tournament.
I
I don't know why, but I've just got this inkling in the back of my mind that we're going to see something crazy out of G2. Maybe that's just because of yesterday. Maybe it's because of what we saw.
Well, if it's not a Draven ban, it's on the table.
Up with the fact that this draft might be have to be a little bit more different going up against Hanwha Life, and maybe you can't get away with the same things. At least I digress as we start getting rid of bot lane carries that are standardized. It's a disco in here.
Yeah, I think basically what people are setting up.
It's open!
Strong bot lane like in an Ashe or something along these lines for Viper, and unless G2 start to ban away and then you start to go down the list, it could work out relatively well, but maybe you want to go towards like along these lines. We believe
it's open!
Here,
Yep.
or else I'm not really sure what you can try and play into it. Maybe an MF for Hans
No.
is the other option.
No.
You do have the Lilia already there.
Just take the Draven!
Think about the Kai'Sa right now, Dagda. Kai'Sa Rel still available for a G2 combination if we want to talk about more dive.
Yeah, I
Renata
don't
gone.
think Hanwha wants to go for the Kai'Sa because
Okay.
it's against Poppy. She can interrupt the killer instinct, so
Also
I
true.
think you're a little nervous about going for that one. Also, trying to play short range against the Lilia only sets you up for potentially getting caught.
Ooh!
I think
Okay,
that's
this
your
is good
best
for
bet.
Draven!
And then Hans. Yeah, I
Can
think
we see
Hans
it?
The MF is in a
Can we-
response, even though
no,
it did get hit a
no,
little bit. I
no.
think you still got that combo.
No! Draven.
Draven into the Ashe lane with
Yeah.
Cleanse.
Oh.
Thoughts? Feelings? Hans Sama
Could be.
is an L classic Draven, one of his best champions historically. But maybe is the game too hard to play versus...
Let's go!
Am I barking up the...
Let's go! Where's
My
Hans?
Hans Mama.
This would be such a confident play.
This is likely the only time you're gonna get to play
It's the
Hans!
number one
No!
C-Max down.
Hey, but Varus, we got lockdown, we got range in lane.
Yeah, it's also little backline threat, and I think that's really where at least Varus can start to shine. Sure, you've got like Jax who can technically get access to the backline, and you have Mom from Smolder, but in the grand scheme of things, there's not a huge amount of dive on HLE's side. So I think this Varus actually will be able to go on his and get value in these team fights alongside that lockup. So I think G2 kind of reading the Varus scenario well here.
But how do we finish it off? We need a support. We know that the Smolder mid now. For Delight, does he pick up something like the Leona? Rakan still available here, Dagda. You got a lot of options at a
Thanks
melee.
to Alistair.
That'll sync. I love the call out there. Sync well with Peanut.
Yeah, the Alistair.
Oh, it's Broken Blades.
Because you can't really go for the
Poppy.
crash down. Makes things a
Okay,
little
that
easier
makes
for
sense.
Rom.
It's
Good
really
counter.
good.
Okay, yeah. The only, it's always like look at like Sejuani Brom like incredibly strong.
Yep.
And you've also got the
Good job,
Ashe there for your
Vegeta.
engage. So this is Hanwha being able to play very heavily through that failure or it slows. So anyone who gets caught like Yike or even Caps if they overextend is going to be in a lot of trouble. So this game for G2, they need to be very well coordinated, very patient on their engages. Otherwise they can just get gobbled up by Hanwha with one misstep.
And Zekka as well with the scaling Smolder in the mid lane too. Has a lot of options to carry these fights for Hanwha Life. Against PSG, they pulled them apart despite PSG having a good early game. I think players like Delight were really highlighted, you know, Zekka as well, who had an amazing finals and leading into MSI. We're expecting to have an amazing tournament as well. Doran on one of his best champions as well. Doran setting up with the Jax with Peanut to facilitate. It's exciting to watch HLE go up against Europe's hope. Now, of course, the audience here, including Caps' dad, is G2 favored. They love this team. This team has been together, as they said yesterday, for over 650 days. If they could beat HLE, then it becomes a very big reality that G2 are not just here to show up and then shut up. They're here to show up and then move themselves into the top 8, as a lot of people expect, which would facilitate that conversation of the best Western team, or at least
for
top 2.
Either of these teams, right? 2-0 sets you up going into those best of threes with several chances to try and get through. Having 3 of those opportunities to set yourself up and moving on towards quarterfinals will be such a nice boon.
Yeah.
But you got to get through the first seed from the LEC and get through the first seed from the LCK.
Oh.
And you see a lot of green colored summoner spells, not summoner spells.
I think
runes on
Grasp
the
is
outside.
balanced. Well, at least people think Grasp is very good. So, yeah, BB in the end takes the Poppy into the top lane. Now, I'm not sure if that's the 3rd time we've seen it. I put it as most flex Dagda.
You're going to lane
See
swap.
it. Jungle support, yep. This time into top lane means that this Poppy is going to be isolated, as you said, because it's set up for a lane swap, or at least wards. Viper and Delight are crossing mid. Are they going to commit to it, or are they going to try and look for this 2v2 and try and play this Ash Brom out?
Yeah, I am curious. So we still have G2 playing down towards the bottom side, so it looks like they are just going to try and match up into the lane. Maybe thinking G2 would be the ones that went for the lane swap, trying to avoid the slows and everything else that comes with this Hanwha Light bot lane, but looks like they will actually just match up in the end. As Cap's going to clear out this ward, so still... Oh no, actually BB will just be spotted as they're not quite able to clear out that ward in time, but standard lanes.
Yep. It's nice. Oh, lovely. Just wait and see. Yeah, top laners are going to go to lane. Bot lane. Oh my god, no lane swap, Dagda.
Yeah, we didn't get a lot of it in the LEC. I feel like we kind of got gifted a few, because I remember watching like LCS VODs and some of the LCK finals, and I was like, huh, they have significantly more.
To be fair, like, I mean, I think today I've been so hyped up in the earlier matchups that, like, I don't remember seeing a lane swap there either. You know, it's kind of swung past them a miss. So what a nice day for it. Especially when yesterday it was just all lane swaps, really, apart from a game, I think.
I mean, it's also when you have so many hype matchups, you want to see them just go toe-to-toe. Where, like, as we said, like, BB versus Doran is a sick one. But even this bottom side of the map as well is already Viper and Delight putting pressure on the hands of Mickey. But this is where I want to see what this G2 bot lane can do against one of the most dominant bot lanes globally at the moment.
I want to see what BB does in this matchup as well. We talked about the Poppy versus the Jackson, kind of the mitigation that steadfast presence can hold for the Doran all-in. But early, the damage, a bit too much for Broken Blade to deal with. Great Counter-Strike timing, and BB just picks up the shield, but Doran is going to get the level 3 first.
You're going to be under a lot of threat for G2 here, as you got pushing top, bot, and mid. And I think that's why, looking at what Peanut's about to go for, I'm curious if he wants to go for some sort of invade, using the pressure he has, especially with Caps being this low and Zeka getting good trades. I think he can contest the red buff here.
Jack's going to clear his camp before he sees Peanut in action, but Peanut has Delight's help, and with the Sedge Brom combination, it's too strong. Yikes sees this coming, though, so good awareness as he spots with a Swell Seed. Mickey also wants to go over the wall, but they don't have numbers for now.
Yeah, I think they're just going to be happy to step back. Don't want to give Hanwha any sort of early pressure.
Yep.
So nice deal coming through from Peanut, and this is kind of what Peanut is renowned for, this pressure that he continuously puts forward the second he has any sort of lane advantage, and looking mid as well.
Or
Caps.
like this. Okay, too close to turret in the end.
Yeah, just be able to dash back, but you have to be so careful when you play against Peanut, because these small advantages, he will just run away with the game.
Caps is getting bullied out in this lane already. You can see that Zeka has picked up a couple of grass stacks and is already well and truly stacking on this Smolder, as you kind of expect from a lot of the range matchups. Top side in the meanwhile, Doran got some good trades out, but the wave is even. Broken Blade just teleported back in, and Doran is going to be able to walk, so summoner advantage here for the top laner of Humble Life.
Yeah, I think this will still be fine in the grand scheme of things. The only thing you have to be careful about is the rotations for things like Void Grubs, where with the push, Viper and Delight having bot side, they should be able to rotate up towards top first, and then try and use Doran's TP as that extra threat to secure these early Void Grubs. So I want to see how G2 respond, knowing that they're going to be behind. Is it just going to be a case of, hey, we're just going to look for a bot side play instead?
Boy, Swell Seed's good. I just keep watching these mid-trades. Zeka just keeps doing more and more damage. Caps looks for a knock-up, almost finds Zeka, but he flaps away, and Yak can't do too much except help Caps get that push in the end.
Yeah, that was all that he was really there for, was just put a little bit of pressure, ensure the Caps could get that wave crash so he can go for the reset. Otherwise, the wave, it could be frozen in a bit of an awkward spot, but now going to be able to make his way back out onto the map. Should be fine. And I don't think we're going to have too much action, really, in the early stages, because I don't think G2, with the way the lanes are set up at the moment, have the pressure on the map to do anything. And Hanwha are happy to just continue to have their lanes winning.
As you said, mid lane's winning well, and this is our Mercedes-Benz feature matchup, by the way. Caps versus Zeka. Now, Zeka has done some more damage. That is true. Caps, 2 solo kills.
And have you come to terms with Caps being the Western GOAT yet, or are you still on the fence, as Azael was trying to convince you, no, it's fine to say?
No, I was worried yesterday because, you know, into a North American, I'm like, is there still some kind of argument for Buickson? Do people put double lift in that conversation? I'm like, you know, and I sat there and I'm like, Azael, is this okay to say? Because I had a big conversation with all you guys at LEC, who have obviously been here for a while, right? And about what Caps has achieved in his career. Now, again, use the word glazing, my favorite word at the moment. He definitely deserves the credit. However, Dagda, He is the Western GOAT. And we talked about it yesterday. We saw it yesterday. 2 solo kills. The guy's been pummeling out the stats, but now he's in a bit of trouble and he's going to get stunned down. Zeka calls in Mum. He flashes away. He gets out of the range. It's a nice shield, but Caps gets away using his flash as HLE make a gank mid happen.
Yeah, it doesn't actually burn the ultimate at the end, so kind of realizing, hey, I can just walk away, but nice play from Delight. Getting that pick on towards mid just opens up so much pressure for Hanwha towards these Void Grubs, and it's impossible for G2 to really commit. Yes, oh, actually, it's Broken Blade.
All in, okay. Grandmaster
I don't think
at
he gets the kill here as Doran.
Well, Broken Blade is walking up. He maybe thinks he needs his jungler to help out. At least there's a good bop up as he buys time, but Doran now moves back and thinks, well, my jungler's top, and that means I have to play it simple. Walks back to the wave, and that's it.
Yeah, I think Doran was fishing to see what he could get, but in the end doesn't end up overcommitting, knowing that G2 are probably going to cross map for the Dragons, but just nice from Delight to burn a lot of the summoner spells from Caps, because now that pressure on towards Zeka, especially with level 6 being hit for Caps, almost completely alleviated, because if you overextend there, you're in such a terrible spot.
Oh, yeah.
And Peanut will be ticking over to level 6 off these next couple of camps, so he's going to be in a position to constantly play around mid lane and try and fish for those plays on towards Caps.
And try and get Caps ahead. And yes, Stagger, you know, I pulled myself back before. He is the best Western player to ever exist.
Problem is, though, you're going up against like Peanut, an insane jungler. You're going up against Zeka, who's a world champion. Like, it's so difficult to play against these guys.
I just didn't, you know, I didn't get to praise him enough. I felt like I had to pull back then. I was doing the Gazelle move again as G2 move top.
I think on the opposite side of the Mercedes-Benz featured matchup, like Zeka has been an absolute hero for HLE.
He has.
Solo killing Chovy in side lanes in finals, stepping up massively with not only just his champion pool, but his ability to play so many different picks in the meta. Like, this guy has been on a mission to show that he deserves to be in conversation for some of the best mid laners in the world right now.
I was saying it yesterday where it feels like the development has been things like, you know, his Corki's gotten better, which before was a bit of a meme. I think for Zeka as well, especially when he was in the LPL, he was known as like a 2 or 3 champion trick, those melee champions that he then absorbed and took over to DRX. But we went into that World Championship, he showed more versatility, he showed he was having a tournament life, and again he comes into this one looking damn strong, similar to that form.
I think it also just shows like Coma does have a talent for picking talents.
Oh, he
because
does.
When you like, he picked out Faker, then he kind of comes across the rare item. He's like, no, I want to bring Zeka across, so he becomes this new big mid laner, becomes a world champion, and now
Ulti, Caps caught out, he can't get out in time, easy first blood, clean gank from Peanut to open up the game.
yeah, this is just Hanwha getting to have their pick of the litter in this game. All the pushing lanes, opens up Peanut to play wherever he wants, and Delight is doing a phenomenal job of just putting so much pressure onto Caps, taking off the, you know, the kingpin essentially of G2.
If G2 win this game, it's good miracle.
Going over to
But I don't have G2 making it out of groups.
Lead, and even though he misses that cannon,
Though they are the North American team with the best chance to do so.
Zeka in a fine position on this Smolder, 700 gold up, and thanks to Peanut.
But to be
this
fair, they
game
had
feels
an
like
easy
it's more of the
matchup
same.
with
Humble
Peng
Luck
Yin.
get to slow this game down or keep it at this speed and just scale up with this mid lane carry.
And again, like Hanwha are so proficient on the map as to how they want to try and play it. Objective control is generally incredible for them, so this is going to be an uphill battle for G2, and it's not like it really gets a ton easier, because every time you start to try and enter onto the map, it's going to be push and bot, rotate for Void Grubs. How do you try and contest this G2 when you don't really have that pressure? Same when you look towards further map states, when you're behind on tempo because Hanwha continuously have these 3 winning lanes. They need to find some way to break it, and unfortunately Yike on the Lilia just isn't in a position to really play heavily for his lanes right now.
Broken Blade again. I wait for that Doran push as Broken Blade was looking for his own plate and top side. Believe he found it. Doing a little bit better in this matchup now with Tunneler in hand. Also a tier stacking up, so mana problems out the window as Bait Shield used towards mid. Swell Seed on Zeka as well. Caps gets some damage down, takes some from the turret, but Yike doesn't pull the trigger. A lot of damage, in fact, as Yike gets the ramped up turret damage. Zeka's safe.
And he doesn't burn anything, crucially, either. So when you look towards an upcoming fight, potential Void Grubs, nothing there. Peanut.
Sends the ulti. Yike! The prediction indeed. The arrow almost connecting, but Zeka's here to take the kill. Peanut knew exactly where he was going, and Humble Life are ripping this early game in style.
That was sick from Peanut. The predict on the flash and the immediate follow from Zeka. Good stuff he didn't burn the flash, because it came in useful 2 seconds later.
It did a 2-0 Smolder start, 1k the lead, and Yike caught out after trying to find something towards mid. Peanut's now walking down G2, it's all falling apart. They've overcommitted in the bot side, and with concussive blows, they've got nowhere to go. Han Summer first, Viper kiting back, but Mickey is about to be clapped.
G2 just don't respect
Alright, time to mute Mike. I'm sad.
He doesn't reset. He immediately kills the bot lane. And it's Hans Sama and Mickey now who are falling. Yike going to try and pick up these Void Grubs, which is at least going to answer, I believe, for the 3. Yeah, we'll answer for the 3 with no reset coming through from Hanwha, but the kills galore going to Hanwha off the back of Peanut.
It is a bit of an early game disaster. It's a 2k, more than 2k gold lead. G2 got Dragon, yes. Hanwha Life got 3 grubs in the early part. Yike is there as we look towards top. Broken Blade flashed on by Doran, and we're close to solo kill territory, but the Hammer Shock doesn't connect. Doran pops the ulti. Broken Blades run out of mana and cooldowns.
2 seconds on that charge, though, could potentially look for, especially with Yike in the area. G2, they need to try and stop the backs, but they're kind of late on this.
There's a ward down.
Ignite,
Doran, he's trying to come in. Mickey needs it, he finds it with a Shattering Strike. Autos him down, takes current turret shots, excuse me, the Swell Seed against the turret, but G2 still haven't found the kill. They just need to find the kill. Dagda is pointing to the screen, he's like, hysteric, look at what's happening bottom the meanwhile.
Yeah, they're going to look for the counterplay as well.
They finally get it. Kill the man! Just kill him! Okay. They get him finally. They get turret plating. HLE are now hitting the turret. The anxiety of the EU fans going off the chart watching that one.
They really would have liked to give that kill to Yike, though. It is Broken Blade who secures in the end. Hans Sama getting pushed off the wave, though. He needs to try and get back to the turret. Mickey now here to support him. They should be able to at least force Hanwha back, but that's so much gold going over into the hands of Viper.
Swell Seed comes through, Hans Sama adjusts for the damage, gets the 2 minions, but the Dragon's going to be started and taken by HLE. The early game's still in a great state, as even though BB was able to get the kill, even though he's able to get a gold lead in topside, I mean, the rest of the map is still burning, don't forget.
Yeah, Viper didn't reset, though, so he's going to push in this wave. I don't think they want to stick around for the tower, but it's forcing Hans Sama back into this bottom side, and I wasn't sure at this stage if G2 wanted to try and look for some of these lane swaps, like open Hans Sama in mid lane, so then you can unlock Mickey to try and roam around the map, because he has been a lot of the focal point of the strength of G2 is Mickey trying to find picks, but with the lanes in the position that they're in, you're just not really able to get Mickey onto the map, and Hanwha are running away with this game, slowly but surely.
Trinity Force already on Zeka, 132 stacks at 13 minutes into the game. It's looking good as not even a turret, not even rather a plating can be taken by Caps. He's defended off mid-wave as Doran TPs to bot, and that TP comes in about 40 seconds before Herald, so let's see if G2 can find a trade because of that summoner.
Hanwha have open mid, which unlocks the light. They're going to try and look for the dive on towards Broken Blade in the top side. Yes, Yike is here, but Mickey's so far behind the play, and Viper, potential arrow into the heart of G2's top lane.
Well, as you said, Viper no first item yet, but that arrow always calls for a concern. Glad you mentioned it, while Doran with Demolish is just going to take his liking in bot. 2 plates while the TP gets channeled. He takes that with ease. Mickey looks for a Shattering Strike, but no cigar in the end, and HLE walk it back again. They don't overcommit, they don't overstep. This is what this team does best, as they hands different fights, but they don't make macro mistakes.
No, and the fact that they continuously have pressure on mid lane is making things very easy. First item not completed for Viper, went for the boot stop off instead, but you can see how difficult it is to then outrange him thanks to the approach velocity as well in the runes. And now Hans Sama,
he stepped up.
Cleanse used.
He does indeed. Mickey looks for the re-engage, but he misses. Mickey's now in no man's land. He's dead. Classic Mickey, I'll say, but Viper with his second kill.
I think you needed to do something as G2. Try and find that play on towards Viper, because otherwise you're just going to chunk out your health bar entirely and not be able to contest Rift Herald. But Mickey is swinging a miss, and it means that that is the Rift Herald, and now just a kill to boot to Hanwha. This game has been clinical from the LCK first seed so far.
Thank you, Mastercard, for highlighting that. Mid is a story that'll keep on giving for Hanwha Life fans. Watching those stacks on the right side of your screen, 161 at almost 15 minutes into the game. He's hitting this Herald, it's going to keep going up, and Herald's going to be taken down as well.
Delight moved to the bottom side here to cover any sort of counterplay, though, so not really in a position for G2 to look for the cross map afterwards. TP from Caps back up to the top side to try and protect the tower in case Rift Herald is immediately used. Maybe they can bait Zeka in here, but it's going to be hard to beat the 2v2 of Peanuts in the area.
Hoping for that flat, but he'll just push the wave and he backs away. I mean, this is, it's competitive, it's insanely not competitive at this moment. Caps giving away more. Mickey gets a stun down. Okay, Mum as well. The fate sealed good. Zeka flashes away, but he still has that summoner. Herald's now used on mid, and HLE are going to open this up with ease, while Zeka saw 2 top. Again, great map play from HLE.
Yeah, and they're going to look for a little bit more. Peanut had to walk his way around the tower, but should get the charge. Nicely done there. TP by Zeka back into the top side, even push Caps off the turret. And then meanwhile, Broken Blade pushing in bot side. So you are answering some of these towers, but... And a flash from Zeka, maybe something G2 can look for in the later portion, but Mickey can't get caught.
It might be. It depends on how far they take it. Peanut setting up for the dive. Delight is getting the way pushed in alongside Zeka. And this Smolder means business. Caps looking to face check and force Peanut out before the dive can come into fruition. They force him away, but HLE still getting some demolish, getting some turret damage down regardless.
Yeah, Caps should be able to clear out the rest of this wave, but again, it's Viper who's going to be first on that mid wave and opening up for more pressure on towards side lanes. And especially when Doran has already started his crusade onto this bot lane tower, I think that's where Hanwha are going to start to lean Viper down here. Number advantage onto Broken Blade to crack open another tower for Hanwha.
You know, I'm just looking at the Smolder stacks go up ever so quietly. Like, Zeka, almost at 200 at 17 minutes. That's nasty. If you get Smolder execution before 20 minutes, it feels like a crazy move, right? It feels like a crazy achievement, I should say. He's also just picked up Manamune, which will be a mirror mana very shortly. 2 items Smolder before 20 as well. That's nasty.
And again, the problem is G2 are just behind in so many of these wave states that they really can't match how Hanwha are playing right now. Caps trying to push in on towards his top side, but has no real vision, so this is a bit of a risky play. Should be able to get it though, and back on up. But yeah, you can see G2 just trying to get anything. Dragon and 15, multiple members of G2 on this bottom side, but Doran has TP to join, so in the grand scheme of things, it's still a numbers advantage for Hanwha.
But Doran goes the all-in versus Caps. They're going to use TP and try to get numbers advantage. Caps is already getting bullied out, though, and with Trinity Force, Doran flashes away because he knows he can take the extended fight, but with Broken Blade, things get difficult. He hops over, he buys time, he teleports away. The arrow saves the play. Mickey looks for an engage, but he's already out. Doran sneaks with the teleport, and the arrow from Viper, I think, saved his life.
That arrow was sick from Viper. Just clunks onto G2 and stops any sort of follow-up on the play. Hanwha, look, it's not exactly a kill-heavy game, but they are just outclassing G2 so often here.
Bait seal from Caps, only hits the support, that ain't it. Takes a turret shot for his worth as well. Broken Blade tries to dart around the turret, but concussive blows are there while Zeka's taking bot side turret. Now we get the Lilia Lilting lullaby, but great ult from Delight. Look how much time it buys, and Doran's just set back closer towards his base. That's a kill, but now Viper's engaged with no damage in the back either, so while G2 continuously forcing the top side and get the turret, they get a kill, but look at bot, the wave pushing in, they can't continue their onslaught.
Yeah, Hanwha just sent 1 to achieve what G2 need to send 4 players to try and achieve. They do get the kill onto Doran, so at least it is some goal back in their favor. This tower very low on bot now, but this is scrappy from G2. They are trying desperately to get anything they can on the map.
Yeah. Maybe that's what they need to do. It's still 3k gold lead, and despite, you know, Hammer Life having such a big early lead, it hasn't enveloped the game. It hasn't developed, so there are some props there. But again, you're still looking, let's go back to Smolder Part 2. Execution right about, where is he? Next wave.
But HLE are just playing such a clean and calculated game. They are always on a side lane with Zeka to get the stacks that you have rightly pointed out. They are always positioning Viper on midway first, so Delight gets access to roams, even using Viper to cover for that tier 1 tower take on bot lane.
Yep.
This is a clinic from Hanwha, and it's G2 desperately trying to find something, but it's always the numbers for HLE.
Maybe something here as a potential. Peanut could be caught out, but Caps is now running out of the Fate Unsealed. Good damage. Peanut has to scurry out of there, while now Caps will be able to defend top lane turret right before this Baron spawns.
Yeah, I don't think you can try and turn on to this, though, as G2. They've moved everyone here. No TP on Doran. This would be... I think you just got to try and push it these waves. Maybe look for a play on towards the mid lane turret.
Yep.
But even Viper should be able to clear out a large majority of this wave before it hits the tower. You can see it there.
At least Doran can't get anything more on the bot side. Inhibitor turret's the only thing there, and it seems like, you know, again, just try to defend G2's position. But we've said in this early game, I think watching Hummer Life yet again, you know, some of the individual members here, like even if they're not operating as a team, their ability to buy space and time and to kind of hands just some of these skirmishes so far has been what we've seen.
Let's just play at this draft so effectively as well. Like
yeah.
Oh, hang on. There we go. Mickey might be are just gonna take a hit from Peanut, but the fact that you like blind the Jax but still get push against BB on the Poppy just sets yourself up so well. Zeka with the counter pick on towards the Smolder means he gets shoved. Ash pick for Viper. These are all great.
Ulti a little bit early. Fate sealed out. Mum as well used. Peanut tried to get the participation award, but as Rel brings him back in, Mickey's done a bit of damage. Peanut still not hit away. He has to flash though, but hang on. G2 are throwing everything into the wayside, and it might stick. They get the support. They then get Peanut. They punish Hanwha Live, trying to dive top, and now Dagda that Baron is another conversation.
Now Doran's got to try and get over here. Viper doesn't have anything except for
low.
flash. G2, have they found their moment?
No way from a pick. Hanwha Live, they're the ones who wanted to find the opening in this game towards Baron. It's a good chattering strike. It's a good Baron. It's a good keeper's verdict. And G2 have blown it apart. Viper's about to be in execution range. Snap back. The red buff saves him. But G2 just picked up a Baron from one hell of a snap.
The defense on the top lane, crucial from G2. Hanwha thought they could just bully themselves in. Caps, he has to snap back. He has to snap back, but
he's got Baron
the
minions.
Q3.
He needs another Q.
More.
You're right, to get away, he gets a knock up. Doran looking for the chase still, but he's out.
Yank to cover. So Doran doesn't want to overextend, but everything used to try and get onto Caps, uses the Fate on Steel to just clear out the wave. The ult hits on towards Mickey, so it doesn't connect on towards Caps. Peanut's now overextended, and look at Zeka. He can't approach because the tower, there's no wave left. So Viper has to exit through the tower, which leaves Peanut and the Braum completely separated. Delight falls, Peanut goes next, and the Baron for G2. It's a perfect storm that G2 coalesced on towards the heads of Hanwha.
That was a perfect storm indeed. Now, Dagda, I've been singing the praises of Hanwha Life all game. G2 punish. I'm in this headspace where I see gold almost even. I still see Caps down against the Smolder, but I see a 2-item Yone, 2-item Varus as well on hit. I see a Poppy that is getting tankier and tankier here, now going into the chain vest. Dragon is up in 35 seconds, and G2 definitely want to contest to deny this infernal soul potential on Soul Point that they're going to be aiming for.
Yeah, and the push and wave is going to be crucial here. The second item's already completed, so there's not really much on reset that you're going to be able to pick up here for G2, but you're matching at least the second item is not the 2.5 for Hanwha. And it's about seeing if Caps can get a flank position on towards Zeka, maybe set up for a big flash play for Mickey. But Hanwha, they're approaching this slow. They just want to focus on this mid wave, even dropping bot wave at the moment to guarantee that mid contest.
Smolder damage hurts. That's the truth from Zeka right now. Doran's in a side wave, another one to hit as he's got the teleport available. This Baroned up G2 is not getting much from the power play. They can't siege, they can't walk up. Mickey's caught trying to find a flank as Viper's arrow is down, yes. But Doran's still pushing in a side wave, and we're only sending Caps now.
Yeah, Caps is the only one with teleport, so he now has to match up. Mickey has to try and find a position here, but that denies that flank opportunity for Caps. There are wards available if he wants to.
Swell seat's there as well. Viper just clears out the wave, that's it. Doran is denied and Caps doesn't have to use anything. I was going to say, Dagda, you have to commit the ult from Caps to stop the TP. Doran has to commit the E. Very different class of abilities to stop anything from a teleport play, but we don't get to that, do we? Dragon number 2 for G2, and the game goes back.
But look at the Red Bull Baron power play. It has not been as successful as G2 would have liked it to. Less than 800 gold gone into their hands, and a huge amount of that, it went into the hands of Doran because he was able to get control in that top side, start to push things out. And this Smolder is still a mega threat. We saw what Chovy could do with him when he got to late game yesterday, starting to crest over towards nearly 300 stacks. They need to find some way to force this game quickly, but for G2, Hanwha are giving them nothing.
And maybe the only reason that, you know, they can pause against Zeka for now, that they've got opportunities, the fact that he had to go for the QSS before going for the rapid fire cannon. He's got that little, you know, cheap slingshot in his inventory, the item that everyone really hates and thinks it's kind of nothing.
Scout slingshot?
Yeah, that one. But Scout's not in the game. Caps is just going to hit on Peanut for a little bit. And now we ask ourselves the question, Caps, Blast Cone. Okay, no one's there to punish. yikes there just in case.
I don't even know if G2 are getting to ask these questions, because Zeka clearing out wave with Mom every single time they approach. The slower gameplay, like, yes, G2 have the tempo advantage right now, but they're not really putting home under a ton of threat. They're trying to now, but Peanut, he just gets to walk away, and this mid tower gets to stay standing.
Trying to clear some of the vision. It's the 2 tanks doing exactly
Caps
that.
is here,
Hans
though.
moves
All
up.
5 members of G2 on this mid tower.
They didn't see him coming in, but under turret, they're going to look for the siege. Instead, Broken Blades want to be turned on. Zeka's damage is immense under the turret. They're sieging down, but G2 have to leave and give up their ground. HLE looking for the engage. Doran comes in, but he misses. Swellseed lilts into a lilting lullaby, but Zeka gets a kill on Mickey. Their snap engage is gone, and only in the end, it's Yike who saves the play by stopping it in its pace.
It's a snap back to reality for G2. They thought they had the numbers advantage on midway, but Hanwha, they're the ones in control of this game, and they find their advantage back, and now it's back to side lanes, back to control, and back to denying G2 access to the map.
Smolder again. Let's talk about it one more time. It's just good. Like, he's almost at 300 CS. You know, we weren't kidding when we said, you know, Zeka had a great championship, but Zeka also is bringing back that pace from 2022.
Full rapid fire now.
It's insane, isn't it? So now he's got range.
So good. And the fact is that, like, I think when he won his World Championship, people kind of slept on him a little bit, how good of a World Championship he had at that time. But he's only gone up from there. And now a force to be reckoned with Hanwha taking on Gen G in their finals, a real contender for a second World Championship for this player and for so many of the players that are on this roster as well. They're showing why they are so dominant and so feared when you go up against them.
They've done so much this year, and for the LCK's #1 seed, they've still done so much in this game. Yes, G2 found a moment to come back in topside and were able to stabilize the game with the Baron, but they got nothing off it, and we keep going back to the point where HLE have control of sides, and now with the arrow up as well, they might have control of a pick. Mickey dodges away as Caps gets back. Okay. HLE are trying to force out a play as Baron spawns in 5 seconds.
But you can see how valuable this winning lane for Viper is. The fact he continuously gets to press forward with Delight, control this mid wave, and it's denying G2 access to those sides because you can rotate with Peanut, Delight very quickly to cover Caps in a side lane. And without that side lane pressure, well, in a 5v5, oh, sorry, in the 4v4 with Peanut and Co the whole way down, it's very difficult for G2 to contest because you just don't really have a frontliner. Mickey can try, but he's not really that tanky to deal with all that damage.
Sure, he's gone Trailblazer first, so not like we're getting something similar to a Locket, some of that shielding that obviously Hanwha Life are providing twofold this time around. A lot of delaying tools, by the way, with Seeker's Armor Guard. Like, HLE's fight can go on for a while.
And you've got waves now going to start to be in good positions for them as well. Zeka just pushed out bot door and creating a slow push on top. Caps just trying to steal it away.
Wants something. He wants more than the fight. He sees Peanut. Now he's in trouble, but Peanut doesn't pull the trigger. Mickey's nearby.
No
meanwhile, topside, wait, Doran. It is a Poppy. I did not expect that much damage to come out, but then again, that is Poppy.
Sundered Sky Poppy. It's not your regular tank Poppy.
We do not die in the 1v1.
No, you definitely hyper focused on the 1v1 and can deal some damage, and we'll have to see if that's going to be enough to try and control Doran. He's giving them push in the top side, which is wonderful, but only one ward to speak of as a potential TP behind.
Where is it?
For Broken Blade. That could potentially set up something, but I think for Hanwha, they're still going to end up with push in mid. They're slow control, push on bot, and there's that TP we just talked about.
It's a double TP, it's a pinch. Hanwha Life are now escaping it though. It's Peanut in the center fold in the river, but they get the engage. It's Broken Blade who gets the flash out. Good engage from Mickey as well. The setup is huge. Caps knocks him down. They get one pick onto the jungle, but look at Viper stepping up to Mickey. He autos him to the ground. Hans just has to fight it out. It's a trade. It's messy, but I love it. We look at Hanwha Life positioning around Zeka again, who survives. It's 3 versus 3. No decider.
But it's the health bar advantage for Hanwha. They find BB.
They're going once again. That execute is danger zone. Broken Blade flashes away. Hanwha Live don't know that Caps is starting to drag it all in the meanwhile.
This is so risky. Caps has flash to get out. Doran's about to check the pit. Will spot out that the dragon's going down.
You see, now it's Cat to spare. Caps gets over the wall, but he jumps back. He still wants to leash it. Hanwha Live unknown to his game, though. Looking for the knock-up. He finds it, but HLE will take that leash, and Dragon given over it is.
It was a nice attempt from Caps. The opportunity to maybe sneak that away if Hanwha just reset, if they try and put pressure on towards midwave, if they start to look towards vision on Baron, but unfortunately was not the case, and it's gifted across to Hanwha. And now HLE, the last objective in their sights on this top side, but these fights have been so chaotic. It's been so close, but
It has.
the damage on this Smolder coming out clutch in these engages.
What I've learned from this year's Worlds is that we are in for a treat. Just like MSI, the gameplay is hitting the right spots, Dagda, and Baron has started. You know what that means.
But no TP on Caps.
Arrow, Broken Blade, it hits. Mickey, frontlining for an engage. Shattering Strike, he gets out. Mum called in a little bit early. Hunsummer zoned down. Peanuts ult not hitting. Broken Blades does. Cap, a two-man knock-in is good for G2. Broken Blade slides it down. It's a big pick. Viper's dead. Delight's dead. And G2 have risen. Now Drowsy asleep. Bedtime for Peanut. G2 with a team fight over LCK's number 1.
Hanwha have controlled this game so well, but G2 will find any door into a win. They are desperately fighting them. They pick off Viper. They get their second Baron of the game. But do you know what, Asterix? It's not over. We have to keep going.
Over yet. The second Baron for G2. How do they keep finding windows into this game? I swear HunWaLive locked all of them.
But they saw no TP on Caps. They thought they could make the pick before they got in, but Broken Blade...
Zeka, he's trying to zone him off, and he doesn't die that easy. He knocks him up, he's sacrificing his life just to zone him off. Mickey tries to threaten and get that flash, but Zeka holds on while mid-turret goes down in the end. This time, Baron has meaning, and this time, Europe is starting to believe.
The push on bot from Doran, though, needs to be met, but watch this fight. They go on towards Broken Blade, but he's the tankiest member. There's no follow-up as Mickey ends up buying space, and Caps gets here just in time with that knockback, gets onto Viper. Delight tries to stop it, but somehow, with Broken Blade in the mix and that Sundered Sky damage from the Poppy, crucial to killing Viper, and the follow-up damage from G2 is there.
The solo laners of G2, just like this year. Oh my god.
That is the face and a half from Ramon.
Dagda, when it was all going awry for G2 in summer, we were talking about Broken Blade. Throughout the year, we talk about if G2 don't hit their marks, it goes to Caps. That fight had a bit of both. That fight showed the qualities of both. And yes, HunWaLive found so many good early marks in this game that G2 felt like they should be out with this Smolder that we went on and on and on about. But now with Baron, an almost 2.5k gold lead, they look to siege bot. They're using a bit of the range. And HLE are on the defense for what feels like the first time in this game.
Yeah, HunWa going to try and just push back the wave. Caps now shoved in mid, so can always join onto this bottom side and threaten a dive onto the back line. So HLE trying to fight before the wave hits the tower. Doran matching Caps, but I don't think he can match him in the 1v1.
Well, Doran jumps back in. Caps has good damage. Oh, wait, Doran jump back in. He's going to get the counter-strike with the face shield. It's a two-man. Caps jumps in. He's still alive. Going golden is Doran. He has to run out. Caps is a maniac, but I ain't admitting him to Ain't No Hospital.
Tell me what year is this, Derek? Because this is feeling like 2019 with the way Caps is performing. As now they go for the tower.
Keeper's verdict away. EU again getting even closer. Running under this turret is a good mark as HLE looks to defend again, but Broken Blade has gone too far. He has to get out. Cooking a bit too much in the kitchen. G2 need to run.
The reset coming through from Doran, but the TP sets up for the counterpunch on towards G2, and now with a minute until that Baron, until that next Dragon, they need to find something. G2, not finished yet though, they may need to be.
He's taking the shorter path right in front of Doran. He gets out, a good crash down. Caps tries to clear the wave as he runs up. Arrow as well, flashed away, it hits Yike in the end. Peanut looking to follow up, but again, there's no ulti on Peanut. Yike gets the walk away.
That's 2 teleports now down though. Doran and Zeka used it both, thinking if they could catch G2, that could finish off this game. So G2 now have that teleport advantage on Broken Blade, but 20 seconds until he's up and available. He'll only just be arriving onto the map. As this Dragon spawns, G2, they need to find some way to contest. This is Soul, Infernal Soul for HunWa with a top laner who's not there.
Broken Blade has the teleport that you mentioned though, so that advantage in 5 seconds can be used to get him into the fight quicker. Combat gold you see right now, G2 actually have an advantage. Teleport going to be...
It's going to be spotted. Viper sees him.
And it's so deep. Viper just going to look at Broken Blade, but the rest of HLE, they walk towards him. He now repositions with the blast cone. BB felt it, but HLE are aware to it.
Great idea from Broken Blade, but HunWa sniff it out. Now G2, they get position on the Dragon. Thanks to that, can they burst it? Dragon's gone.
It's denied. Mum as well does nothing. G2 looking for the fight. The Swell Seed onto no one. A bit of goo sent out by Zeka and HLE disregard.
Hanwha are trying to push them completely out of this bot side and threaten this inhibitor turret on the mid lane. Push is there. They've also got that wave prepped in top and can go for the tier 2. So G2 on reset, trying to get into position. It looks like it's going to try and trade Big Caps towards this bottom side, although he resets as well. Maybe afraid Hanwha might just pull the trigger and fully look for the play. Nope, he's still going. They're just going to look and trade.
Yeah, their numbers are shown up. That means turret for certain. As you said, Caps holds his mark, finally gets inner, it will be a trade.
It'll also give, I believe, Infinity Edge 2 Caps off this play, right as they look towards the Baron in minute 25. So trade, good, and also getting these completed items for Caps is really important. So you can see the hesitation on what do we actually do, but I think this is the correct call from G2. But when you look at Hanwha, look at the items that are there for Zeka. Like nearly 500 stacks now. He is going to be more than, well, should be finishing off his full build very, very soon. And there's the IE coming through for Caps. So this is going to be an all-out brawl between these two mid laners. This is the high focus on which mid laner can step up in this next fight and potentially carry us.
Infinity Edge. It's a really good call out, Dagda. I've paid attention. I see the 4 items. Arrow, 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 arrow onto Hans. He cleanses. But Viper, the cooldown ain't much at this point in the game on the 4-item Ash.
That did look a little bit funky, but Hans needed to tank that. Mickey could have gone down to follow up from Peanut ult into him just being dead. Would not have been the best of ends for G2, so Hans using that cleanse was necessary there.
But now no cleanse for the fight. Baron, 30 seconds. We've got ourselves a doozy. The player matchup in Caps versus Zeka. Reminder, Mercedes, you're getting this one a second time for good reason. It has just been a barrel of efforts from these two.
Look at this on the bottom side though. G2, they're kind of faking, showing on mid and looking for a potential pick on the door. And Viper has the ultimate though, so if Hanwha sniff this out, that could be the engage. Mickey now looking to rejoin. I think he just avoided the vision and being seen.
Swellseed looking to get the shield. Delight is dodging well. That means again that passive shield from his support item, Celestial Blessing, won't be popped away. G2 now walk towards mid, but they're on a ward. Dagda, I'm worried here as Broken Blade walks in first, but Hanwha Life are not showing.
Still, Baron is up. That's what Hanwha are trying to play for. Looking for the potential engage. There's the poke from Zeka. Going to do work, and the burn is going to keep going.
The splash onto Hans Summer hurts like hell. There's a health bar advantage as Caps comes into the back line, but popped away from Doran from the counter-strike. Arrow flying out as well. Mickey blocks it, but the engage is going to get popped. Hanwha Life strike first, and they strike true.
And now they can just shift over towards the Baron as well. They play it very slow and get the pick that they needed, but Caps has already prepped that wave on bot side. G2, could it be a potential base turn in Doran? Doesn't have the support. G2 just going to shove in mid instead. They're trying to contest on towards that Baron too.
He's worried about Caps, but Caps is just going to get some time with the Tara. Baron is going to go down. Yike, 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 yike! Steals it for Europe's hopes! He's done it!
And that's the inhibitor down as well! When G2 needed him, Yike gets into the pit and outsmites Peanut for a third Baron for G2!
He wasn't there back in their miracle in 2019, but I bloody hope he's there throughout the course of the rest of this year. That saves the game. And G2 now with their third Baron in this epic best of one.
And 30 seconds until Yike is up. The waves aren't in a position for Hanwha to really contest. So they can hold. They can wait towards this next dragon. But we'll see it here, the swirl seed over the wall. And the smite, perfect at 1600 health somehow. Yike comes out with that. That call is absolutely insane. What is this game, man?
This is crazy. We thought the first two were good. Well, buckle up. The game ain't over yet. G2 have slowed it down and they've delayed the game. Soul is up now for both teams. 35 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Seatbelts on.
All flashes available for Hanwha though. Zonya's for Doran as well is going to be so crucial for him getting access onto that back line. Yike, the only person in G2 that doesn't have that available. So that's probably the focus for Hanwha on this, especially for Peanut. But it looks like G2 going for the classic again. Send Caps to the side lane. Mickey is shadowing. So maybe Souls try and get the base, but this is such a massive gamble from G2.
This is what put pressure on Pain yesterday as well. Obviously a different game state, but Caps was playing so well in the side lanes that again, Pain had to think about their options. What do we do? Doran's committed towards the top while HLE match out bot. Soul looks like it's just going to be forgotten about. G2 with the low contest.
Ash Arrow going towards top. They're looking for the play.
The face shield, it misses. The arrow misses. Doran's going to die. He goes golden, which is buying time, but Mickey's tanking up. He's fine. Teleport in, jump away. Doran's still surviving another day as Zeka rolls on in. Maybe for G2, it's not a good play anymore. Mum forces the flash, but Caps is dead. G2 tried to cook to end the game, but they fail.
Broken Blade couldn't join in. Zeka was too quick, and that's now Soul with Broken Blade trying to escape with Yike in hands, but Peanut still trying to chase them down. No ults, no flash. But look at Viper's arrow. It's up very shortly as Hanwha are forcing their way down mid. Doran can TP in.
Zeka runs down with the rest of his team. They're going to get so much from this play. The Baron not going to do too much. Yike gets an enhanced recall, but 3 versus 4 in mid for now. Doran is just hanging around, respecting that bot wave, but Inhibitor through mid going to die. Dagda, Mickey's up in 5.
It's still going to be a 4v4. It looks like Hanwha don't want to try and overforce on the play. G2 going to try and push this one out. But now that's Soul for Hanwha. These fights were already tough, which is why G2 were trying to avoid them at all costs, but they don't quite get the kill on towards Doran. That Zhonya's that we highlighted coming in clutch for the Hanwha Esports top laner to keep him alive long enough for Zeka to join.
Zeka has sold his boots. He has just bought himself Cosmic Insight.
Drive.
Cosmic Drive. Thank you, Dagda. It's a Cosmic Mine regardless with a helmet on. And that means 6 items Smolder with 500 CS at 41 minutes in the game. Baron up in 2 minutes 20. This one ain't done, but Hanwha Life with the permanent soul is definitely an advantage with a Smolder that is too big to control.
He's going to be so strong. It feels so hard for G2 to try and step up. I think you have to try and look for some sort of pick, because otherwise you can kind of see it here. Hanwha, they're just going to group up. They say, forget about side lanes. The only thing we need to do is stop the supers from actually getting to the Nexus, because then you can't have Caps TP in and try and finish the game. But as long as we try and set up for a front to back, allow Zeka to play out the game, he is so strong and he will just carry the fights.
If he gets access to Han Summer or Caps, he will 3-shot at this point in the game as well. A harder fight for G2, who, to their credit, have kept themselves in this game play through play. I mean, Hanwha Life were the favourites coming in. Even though G2 are the first seed, even though there's high expectations about what this team can do, let's not forget Hanwha Life in the historic matchups that we've had since Worlds first began. Korea has been a favourite since the SKT dynasty.
Hanwha upsetting the apple cart by beating Gen G. Only Ox, shout out to the man himself, predicting that they were going to be able to do it.
Yeah.
And now,
how did he know?
G2 in this insane best of 1.
What did he predict for this?
Pushing, I don't know, but pushing back Hanwha. But Hanwha now, they are in the lead. Like, it's only a 2k gold lead, but with Infernal Soul and Jax, it's very difficult to Caps.
He's caught out. Fate Seal Buffett, he gets range.
Another one though!
Dodged! That was a game-breaking arrow in a perma 5v4 with these death timers.
Still, you can see though, Hanwha, they're kind of waiting to press up. They know that Doran doesn't actually beat Caps in the 1v1 right now, as we've seen kind of executed a couple of times, so they're trying to figure out how they can push Caps back. Mickey and Caps have continuously been trying to push on the bottom side, but contest for red buff.
Yeah,
no Viper, no Hansama.
Mum. Called. Gone. Caps gets low, he has to back away. Now Dagda, his ulti on a low cooldown at this time of the game, but 15 seconds till Baron. I feel like, again, G2 are going to be second fiddles. Maybe they just don't even get it.
The push on top side is looking good. Mickey is sneaking vision. He needs to reset, though. We'll just hop over the wall, trying to look for the reset now, I believe. But HLE, I think they spotted him. They're on the look for him. He will get spotted as he moves in towards that, if he moves in towards that tri-brush.
Being so patient, Doran's coming up behind him as well. This is the fight that defines this game. Who moves to 2-0?
Mickey just waiting in the... He's just hopped back over the wall. He has not been spotted.
Oh, Yike walks in, has to flash away. Arrow misses, though. Arrow's down for a little bit, but Yike now out of the play.
Mickey just spotted, though. Hanwha going to try and come back onto him. He will be spotted now, realizes, but as he's trying to run away, Hanwha, they just turn over towards the Baron. Caps back on towards the bot side. Has the TP. There is one ward for him, but it's, I think it's gone.
G2 for the first time in this game going to lose the Baron. TP, wait, they're going to commit for the play. Caps is looking for the end. Hum will need to back away, but they've got the Baron enhanced recalls, and G2 can't converge quick enough, but the bases are still stopped. Caps is going to get the inhibitor. Hum will Life don't feel safe to back just yet. Doran's going to TP to the Nexus turret. That will save the base.
But can they TP Caps in? They want to try and take the 5v5.
Drowsy, it's one man onto Peanut. Huntama trying to move into position, bopped away. Numbers advantage, change of corruption. Mickey's is there as Caps is taking the 1v1, but Doran is killing him dead. Hum will Life are winning the fight on the top and on the bottom. This Jack's unkillable, and Caps only just surviving, while G2's plan has gone kaput.
Caps is trying to run away the TP now. Peanut has the flash if he can just get the bop.
Run,
but Caps
rabbit,
needs a flash, flashes! But I don't think it's enough. Hanwha still chasing him down. The ult to get away. But
Zeka gets him. Hum will Life return to the source of power, and Zeka cleaning up that kill dagger. I think finally now we have a decider.
Caps tried every trick in the book, but with Yike, the last man standing against the LCK first seed, it's just a wave that is going to wash over the base of G2.
And our longest game now at Worlds for 2024 is Hum will Life versus G2 as they move to 2-0. And that sets a beautiful tone for this World Championship, doesn't it?
What a game.
Holy moly. Take it away. just explain that.
To quote someone who was backstage with us a couple seconds ago, I came into today thinking that they were going to lose, and then I thought they were going to win.
I feel like today was entirely about building false hope. No, G2 had a couple great moments that game. There were some good moments. I think HLE on a couple occasions had to be reminded that G2 were still a threat. They overstepped on that topside dive. They overstepped one or two fights. Overall, LCK teams continue to prove that if you give a mid laner like Chovy, like Zeka, this Smolder, and you go late, they are more than skilled enough not to put themselves in harm's way, never to put themselves at risk, and be that massive carry threat that they're expected to be.
It's just day 2, and now I'm afraid of 2 things. Smolder for obvious reasons, but also a creative and talented player on Yone. Yone gave them some chances.
I agree. Look, like the level 13 Yone, the side lane Caps, they did everything they could to shut it down. Eventually, through a couple of those plays, they were able to get Caps on a side lane. It looked so good, but it was so
the
hard.
broken blade, Poppy ultimates, the Baron steal.
There were some good moments, but it was not enough. I'm questioning G2's approach here against HLE, knowing what HLE can do, how much they can come together, how good they are to make things happen in the early game, and when they have a lead, they're not going to let it go. And G2 had to run behind. They could catch them, but not quite enough. So I'm just questioning the approach in the early game from G2.
I think there were a couple sloppy moments. You can see that Caps was kind of the center of attention early on, and that put them in a bit of a difficult spot. Now, naturally, you expect Broken Blade and Hans to step up a little bit early on, and I think they did in terms of gold income, but then when G2 also made the mistake in bot lane and lost that 2v2, it felt like they lost one of the last areas of the map that they could actually play around. And by all means, that probably should have been the end of the game, and it's only when HLE overstayed on that dive topside that G2 actually were given a second chance to really play this game out.
It's been an amazing journey for HLE, honestly, from putting all these players together and what they've been able to accomplish together. But we have Shox on stage right now for the post-game interview. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Laure. I've got Peanut here with me after an incredible back and forth game. And Peanut, it was chaos. It looked like there was so much to take care of. Can you tell me about the final moments of that game? Let's say the last 10 minutes and what the keys were to finally taking down G2.
정말 손에 땀을 쥐게 하는 경기였는데요. 이번 경기의 마지막 10분만 돌이켜 본다면 어느 부분을 가장 집중하면서 경기 마무리 지을 수 있었나요?
결국 상대가 한타보다는 요네로 사이드 게임을 사이드 게임을 하다 보니까 저희가 사이드를 어떻게 대처할지가 제일 이 마지막 10분에서 제일 중요했던 것 같아요.
I kind of tell that I guess they were focusing on the side lane play instead of team fights, so we kept that in mind in the last 10 minutes of the game.
Would you like to talk about...
Well, before we get to the halfway point, it's TL versus Weibo. It's NA versus another LPL team. And after our start, I just take a breath of fresh air and think, where could this one go? Because we didn't expect the last one to be as chaotic as it was, as fun as it was. I mean, some people would come in and be like, you know, BLG, LNG maybe wouldn't have been as good. This one's going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, especially since these teams actually have a little bit of history. 2021 groups,
Yep.
Weibo fell to both Mad Lions and Team Liquid to not advance in towards the playoff stage. So now going up against them again, I think there's going to be a bit of a bone to pick. Now, obviously, Weibo did fantastically last year, where they got all the way to the World Finals after that upset win over BLG. So not a team to ever shrug your shoulders at, but a team that has been known to be consistently inconsistent. So after a phenomenal game yesterday,
I spoke for like 2 minutes.
Gen G,
I feel like TL versus Weibo, TL have a chance.
I have high expectations for Weibo, and especially for Tarzan.
If they play well, mechanically thought out. If they play like FlyQuest played yesterday, and they play slow, steady, and methodical, I feel like they can do stuff.
Who knows the position that TL could have been in otherwise, but I think again, LNG were picking them apart and kind of playing, I don't want to say playing with their hands, but they were definitely pulling out some of the better team fights in the end as well. The other thing you can kind of comment on is the fact that, you know, APA wasn't in form. A player that has developed over the course of this year that's been highlighted got destroyed, and it was a rough game.
I mean, one most improved in the LCS, so definitely a player to keep your eyes on.
Here we go.
Great on
Here
a lot
we
of
go,
these, AD mids, but we even heard Azale talk about it yesterday in the cast that it was kind of going back towards
I don't feel like
pick 4.
I'll be honest, I really don't feel like Weibo needed to ban Aurora because TL banned it on blue side, so they showed they like really weren't ready for it.
Is very well known for that pick.
AD carry still popping up here in the LPL. It's been Tristanas, it's been Lucian, so no big surprise that LPL is taking some time to adjust or move back towards majors consistently. For now, though, you can see that Ziggs is taken away. Aurora is gone as well. Rumble taken away against TL. All right, is it just going to be no Ash first pick? A Mage mid as a first pick option here for TL.
Gonna take the Lucian away. So I do like this. I think it's just a respect to Xiaohu. You even saw him yesterday how threatening he was when Tarzan was able to get the Ivern to have that Turelli speed him up, taking a lot of pressure in towards these picks. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Tarzan even just go back towards the Ivern here, and then you take a Smolder, kind of match a lot of the other AD mains, like even a Tristana here would work out very well. Unless you are just considering Yon and Core JJ, or just going to go for the Lucian Nami boss. And maybe you're a little curious about trying to go for that, or a little nervous.
I don't think APA is playing the Lucian though.
I mean, this is something, again, that I was surprised made it to the second ban phase a game or two ago.
Tristana's Kogi weren't bad, but like, I feel like
very LPL style.
Yeah, especially
APA is just not the kind of guy who's
they brought it a couple of times,
gonna play
Lucian. But I think this gives a lot
I feel like Young's a much better Lucian
when you
than
see
APA.
these aggressive picks for Weibo,
it just feel weird.
To focus. So if I'm Umpty, my eyes are now, okay, we're going to go for this aggressive answer with the Lucian Nami. I need to be babysitting this bot lane, because you know Tarzan's going to be down there so continuously.
Oh yeah, he'll spend his time there. Well, just pause on that thought for the time being. If Impact picks top here, it has to be blind, but instead a priority jungle before it gets banned out. So the Sejuani means we might be seeing some more melee laners, maybe things like the Jax again, while solidifying that 2v2 on the bot side. Crisp and light on Kalista and Renata. Dagda, I'm getting throwbacks of 2 priority lanes. Lucian Nami, Kalista, Renata. Go back in time a bit.
Yeah, but I definitely like the Kalista Renata just because you can get so aggressive in these early stages. Having the bailout as well means you can stock up a lot of those extra Ren stacks and really take the fight to Yon and Core JJ. But again, I think it's now going to be a focus of how do we try and get mid control to enable that pressure down onto the bottom side of the map. And that's where Xiaohu, I think we will see him go back towards a lot of these AD mids that he's found comfort on. Yes, the Yone's gone, the Lucian's taken away, but Tristana, still another big pick for him, or at least something that he can have access to the wave state on. Maybe even going back towards something like an Ahri wouldn't be the worst thing here for Xiaohu.
Oh yeah, actually. Playing a bit more solidly through mid. Rather, I'm not sure where Mill is, different position.
The only thing I'd be worried about with going for an Ahri is you probably have very low damage threat in a fight.
Yep.
So maybe we shift off towards something like the Orianna or the LeBlanc going to be taken away, but I think you do want something that has some scaling in it. Maybe that's a Jax for Breathe in that top side and kind of use him as your late game insurance, but we'll have to see what Weibo's thinking.
Xiaohu Orianna hasn't been the worst in the past couple of years. I think Xiaohu Orianna are a solid pick as well historically if you know this player from old RNG days. So that's always an option here. LeBlanc taken off the board by TL. They're getting rid of some of that mid-jungle threat. LeBlanc's been popping up, and Poppy, okay.
Makes sense.
top lane pick.
Yeah, especially when you got the Kalista, Poppy just neutralizes her so well.
Yep.
And as we said, chances are you're setting up for a Jax play here for Weibo on that top side. Not having that Pop T that can go in towards Impact is going to be really, really nice. So I think overall Weibo setting up their draft relatively well, but TL are definitely going to be able to read this, and I am curious what Impact is going to bring in into that top side. He's a mega tank player and is incredibly good at neutralizing matchups. And I think against Breathe, he can actually have a good time if he wants to go back towards something like an Ornn or even like a Renekton or something along these lines. But they're actually going to ban the Jax as well, so not going to be able to get that for Breathe. So does he pivot to a Kennen, something along these lines, or even just take that Renekton for himself now?
And pivot into the counter matchup, assuming that Impact might pick up the Renekton. I like the thinking, Dagda. LPL's always been one to pull it out, but I was talking about this before, Xiaohu on Orianna. So we get a good skirmishing, good team fighting comp so far built by Weibo. Counter pick for Breathe is going to be the angle.
I think they're hoping Impact does take a tank and then Breathe can go towards the Camille, which is the only way that I kind of see them trying to opt in towards that, where you kind of get that big threat. Breathe was great on it in the past, but we'll have to see if Impact kind of takes the bait here. But when you've already seen, you know, the blind pick champions that are available, you're starting to tend down that list, but I think you kind of have to go for some sort of tank player here.
Okay, as you said, top is really the focus. At least we get the counter matchup for APA in mid, so mid jungle's going to get even more interesting. Impact has to show his hands. As you said, maybe a tank. We've had things like the Scion from Bwipo. What can absorb pressure up here without the K'Sante? Renekton, but Breathe does play Kennen, as you said. This could be dangerous. Gnar is another option as well. They can go safely or well into the Renekton.
I think Gnar's fine, so Breeze's going to be able to get push in that top side and start look to take these turret plates and accelerate the game through that side of the map. You've got Kalista Renata that Tarzan is going to heavily play for in this bottom side of the map as well, try and set up for plays there. And then Xiao, who you can have an okay time against the Syndra. It is very much a, can I dodge away from a lot of these early orbs that the Syndra's going to turn out? Go for that early Merc threads as well to try and alleviate some of that pressure, but it's still slightly Syndra favored in this match.
And even though we got Syndra, who's now got more scaling, thanks to the splinters that gives her a lot more damage, or I already said the word scaling for AP, Dagda, it feels like TL are putting all their cards on the line for the mid game here, all their cards into a lot of skirmishing early on, getting these solo laners built up. I feel like for Weibo as well, because of that bottom lane, there is going to be a lot of action in this early game, right?
Yeah, this early game is all hands on deck.
Kill.
Like, you need to start getting these lanes out to start strong leads, otherwise you just lose pace. Especially when you look towards like the Orianna, who will be able to come on very strong at the later portion of the game. My eyes are firmly on Tarzan and Umpty to see who can take over, because if you can control Tarzan, Umpty, I think you're in a good spot to try and play through what is a relatively strong mid jungle with a ton of CC that enables Illusion Culling come that mid game. On the opposite side, I think if Tarzan is able to get light and crisp ahead, they become so threatening around these early objective fights and start to snowball the game so drastically. And next, it's your Orianna who just comes online.
Redemption for yesterday for TL, though, if they can find early access in this game, Dagda. Yesterday, they failed. It felt like they were nervous. It felt like they were not the TL that we were hyping up coming in, and they failed against LNG when they had options after the early game. This pause shows me that we get to take a breath because of what's happened so far.
I do think, though, it was LNG yesterday playing well around what are the expected tropes of TL. So often you see them go for these big aggressive plays in the early stages. A lot of that actually coming from APA on things like the Taliyah, where he looks for roams, or having these sort of plays early to control those side lanes incredibly well. Then you look for picks. Push mid, get vision, find a pick, close out the game. LNG kind of read that, answered for a lot of that pick potential at the 16-minute mark as TL went to try and make that play, and they were able to bounce back into the game. So I think for Weibo, it'll be another case of trying to, one, find that early success, but two, also be aware that this is something that will be coming through the TL playbook.
I think as well, Weibo's ability to adapt. I mean, just looking at yesterday, the adaptation to the Gen G game was really good. It was a close game. And while people look at that as, oh, Gen G opened up strong because they were able to stall the game, I mean, Weibo were quite reactive, played smart as well to that mid-game of Gen G. As I hear game sounds, which means we're about to get in. So pause was only slightly. Let's get into it. Game number 4 of the day, TL versus Weibo, looking for their first win at Worlds 2024. And this would mean a lot for North America after TL's shaky start yesterday.
But I do want to hit on the point that you made for Weibo, because yesterday was actually very surprising for me. Weibo came out with a CS lead in top, mid, and bot lane in that game. It was the first time in the entirety of summer that Gen G actually came out with a CS lead in all those lanes. And I think a huge portion of that was Weibo matching a lot of the good macro from Gen G in the early stages, finding these minuscule advantages and then being able to bring them online. Now, Gen G did eventually win out the game with some great late game plays, but that early to mid game was a really good response from Weibo, and I think that again is what I want to see from them coming into this, a confident early game that snowballs into a win.
And I think it comes a lot of the back off of like the individual laning from Light and Crisp is where I'll start, and I know it's more than that as Tarzan goes for a bit of an invade. Story time can wait, Dagda. The book closes.
I'm sorry, I was asking for it.
It's okay, I've got a blanket for you. Chill for the time being, or rather stay cozy. Ward for ward, spotted out, Weibo back away.
Yeah, APA just going to hug this top side because he knows Weibo could potentially make a move in. For JJ coming across, but it's still 3v2.
Okay. This Fish ready to throw an Acro Prison, I believe. Tarzan's just taking autos for the time being, using the range is good with Airy, but Smite comes down. Again, Tarzan just looking for the small Raptors. It's Chaos already. Chaos Incarnate as Light and Crisp now have to go away. Tarzan flashed out and abandoned
the level one's insane!
Render slowed down. They're coming back in as Tarzan's like, okay, let's go round number 2. Good shielding from Chris. TL, if you chase this up, it could be bad with Xiaohu.
Okay, burn both summoners on flash.
I don't think
and
Tarzan
just
actually
heal
got the big Raptor and the Smite because he would have ticked over
the
to level
Smite
2.
from APA kind of sucks, but
I think
a
it was
bot
stolen away
lane
by
bug.
Yon or maybe Core JJ who were able to get an auto attack on it. So that's why that play suddenly looked very funky. Flash burnt by Tarzan to try and get away, and he's going to be low, moving through his jungle. Umti kind of similar, but it means we're a bit more even Steven on the experience bars as we start to transition forward.
We know what Steven would say. He'd say he'd be going towards the top side right now.
Classic Steven.
You know, it's story time again. Dagda, you got your blanket. Okay, yeah, you do.
Got my milk.
So
ready to go.
Light has been having, I think, quite an exceptional year. I think this split in particular has been really solid. Coming into this tournament, I think Light is one of the best LPL AD carries. I think people are going to underrate him because of who he is. As good engage here from Breathe onto Impact. Wait, maybe I should have been talking about this top lane. He autos a minion, but he's got range. 1, 2, flash for 3. Almost. Impact gets out of the way. Breathe tried to predict and get that boomerang.
That was so close, especially with the grass proc starting to come through as well. That would have been it for Impact, but the flash away just about saves him. I'm shocked that Breathe nearly managed to get that kill this early, but that only sets up potential playing towards the top side. Wave hasn't been crashed. Does Umti just run top? I think they're just trying to put pressure.
Okay, well, Core JJ takes 2 turrets for that set pressure as well. Light is just looking to get to level 2, and with, I believe, this next minion falling down, he should find it, and he does indeed. Look at where Tarzan is, the level 3 Scorpion King, trying to make use of this push on wave that TL are still shepherding in.
Yeah, TL just constantly keeping up the pressure. You have to be a little bit careful because Tarzan can come down to this bot side, and I think that's what Weibo are kind of waiting for, is the level 2s, level 3s to match, and then they can go for it. Tarzan just ticked over with the, just picked up the Scuttle Crab there.
Yep.
Trying to move in behind, it looks like TL on this bottom side.
It's great that you pulled up the laning stats. Good laning so far, but Umti's coming in to interrupt. That upper is low, but he has a mana bar. Xiaohu with nothing to spare, and even though he's used the cookie up, he tries to get onto APA, and Umti just stops him in play. Permafrost is there, and First Blood goes over to TL. Meanwhile, on the backside, or bottom rather, Weibo are getting flashes, but maybe kills. Yon away, it's a flash rend. I talked him up for a reason, and Weibo see the light.
Just about able to get the kill there, but in the mid lane, Xiaohu falling, doesn't respect the potential play from Umti, and APA off to a nice start now as he'll be able to crash that wave, reset, and get back some of that health bar that Xiaohu was putting pressure on him with.
The wave pushing in is bad news bears for Yon though, Dagda. He's coming in slow as I think bad news bears should be topside. Story time has ended again because Breathe has closed the book on this matchup.
Impact was the best top laner in the LCS this year, but Breathe is making him look like it's nothing. Absolutely destroying him on the
He's spouted as the worst top laner coming from LPL, by the way. He has got the most criticism out of anyone on this roster because of how he has been struggling to either play weak side or play with this new advanced Weibo. That's huge, that's massive. Not only the attempted solo kill before, but Dagda, the fact that it came through, he's now got a kill on Tarbies.
And he's now got the pressure that he wants in that top side where he can, even not if he gets kills, just get plates and set up so nicely for that Gnar to just take over in the side lane. TL need to get something to try and fix this, and a lot of that will be on Umti, but as we said, Weibo are putting pressure through that bottom side, and if you're not here to band-aid what's going to be Tarzan continuously focusing this bottom side, I think it's only going to get worse.
Light and Chris got away pushing again, so Tarzan has options there, but topside clear needs to come first as Umti is clearing away on his Krugs, and then his camps are done until the respawn rotation. Dragon sitting up, and it is a Mountain Dragon to open us up, so it's going to give some bonus stats, but remember, Grubs could just be a handshake deal here, as TL seems the bottom side is where they start their play.
Yeah, I think you're going to be okay here as Weibo. There's not really any dive potential to really come through here, and Tarzan should just be able to move over towards the Grubs, so it's more likely it's just going to be a Dragon trade. Yeah, there you go for TL, than any sort of real threat on the bottom side. It is a big wave though, so you can see them playing a little sus, but I think they're okay.
Curious about the CS after this wave pushes in. Weibo again, as we said, trading sides of the map. Breathe, of course, naturally having so much pressure thanks to earlier shenanigans means that Tarzan gets all 3. So I'm looking at EXP bars alongside with these trades. Dagda, both junglers just ticked over to 5. Umti, as he gets this Dragon, will get a little bit of a boost as well as APA going to get shockwaved on the spot. Tarzan's now running in, and he's caught up against the wall. As he gets thrown a rock, Tarzan takes him down. And again, APA getting thrown down in the early game.
Man, Tarzan, when he's on form, is terrifying. Umti, don't do it.
Well, Skarner has got a lot of base damage. Look at that. Stuns in play. Umti has now got the bottom lane walking to his position. Flash from Chris looking for the handshake. A rock to be thrown. He gets out, but Weibo now controls his bot side fully.
And you can just continue to put pressure on towards the bottom lane. The wave is pushing away from Yone, so not in the best of spots, and Tarzan's here.
Here he comes again. Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Paused by a bubble. Now for Crisp, setting up for the hook, and rather the handshake back is good, but out of range. Under turret, Light will not follow that play.
No, doesn't want to try and go too aggressive, but still, this should net at least the turret plane, and Tarzan still considering it, spotted out by TL.
He lives here. Dagda, help! Our jungler has to go top. He's got to clear. I'm speaking of the perspective of TL's bottom lane right now. Tarzan follows up, enables Weibo to get this push in again, gets some damage down thanks to the 3 Grubs. And Light and Crisp, you look at that CS, yes, they're down a little bit, but with the kill, they're still up in goal.
And I do want to continue on with your story, because for Light,
I'll sit down.
He was absolutely fantastic in the LPL, and I think if you didn't watch the LPL, you're probably not going to realize just how good this guy was for Weibo. A lot of people look at it and go, oh, well, we lost Ruler because Weibo beat out JDG, but Light has been such an incredible carry for this squad, stepping up across multiple different picks. And it's great to see him getting his opportunity to really shine on this main stage, because this guy is one of the top AD carries in the LPL, but a region that is stacked for LPL, or for AD carry talent. And to now show us, with the help from Tarzan and co, he should be in a decent spot now to start trying to take over this game.
He's always that AD carry that, like, hits consistent marks, right?
Yeah.
I think that was the best part about him, and the best part about him at last year's Worlds as well. You know what you're going to get from him. He can have high highs, but you know that bare minimum what you're going to get, I think, is the baseline I'm trying to hit at. Like Xiaohu's kind of like that as well. That's what makes Weibo special. Last year was such a crazy run. Dagger, if they can do it again this year, I don't know what to say. Like, if Weibo does something similar again, which LPL fans think they can do. They think they're the 3rd best team naturally since, again, they smoothed out LNG in playoffs. They got to finals against BLG, showed us a little in a 3-1 fashion. Against them, of course. They've got a lot of skill, and they've got a lot of individual players, and it's what makes this roster so special.
Yeah, I think it's also like Xiaohu's start of the year was not good.
Oh, yeah.
But the fact he came back in summer and really started bringing it together, obviously fitting onto the AD carry picks well when he won MSI, playing Lucian top lane for the majority of the tournament. Like, it was kind of in his wheelhouse. So
crazy that he won MSI as a top laner.
2 different roles.
And then it was a year after a year before he won as a mid laner.
Yeah.
Like, it's
2018 RNG, 2021 RNG.
Multiple years.
Crazy.
I mean, got 3 titles for the Legend. As now for TL, they're trying to set themselves up a dive, but Breathe is here. Teleport helps out as well. Xiaohu has joined in the fray, and Umti's running. But Crisp is here on a ward. They might turn this into a play if they can get a scatter the weekend. Crisp now with nowhere to go, even with the ulti up. Aqua Prism perfect, and APA positioning great to get his first kill of this game.
Really good pick from TL, and this is what we're talking about. Like, turning those moments to find picks for TL has been crucial to their success, and just a good read, finding Crisp out of position, having that vision already down, impact TP him back to the wave because he was zoned off by Tarzan. So making sure he's able to pick up this wave and get some damage onto Light, but won't get the kill.
Gets away, Ren slows him down, but Light just gets some damage down as Tarzan turns this into a dive. Against the wall, there's good damage from the Skarner, and Impale as well brings Light in to get some more, but Again, Light's a little bit low, Impact survives, and using Tarzan's ult is a bit of pressure off the map.
It did look very funky, but Impact just drew out Light's cleanse, his health bar, the ult from Tarzan, damage onto Tarzan, and right as the second round of Void Grub spawns. So TL should be in a position now to contest this. They are a little late though, so it looks like they may not be able to get there, but it was a nice thought process from Impact to say, hey, look, I can get so much out of this play for just my ultimate.
It's a shame TL aren't there, but as you said as well, I mean, Impact also with a lower health bar, and health bar that matters here as xiaohu zones off Umti, and Crisp is the target again, but Tarzan already has 4 grubs. He gets a 5th, and I guess he can just leave now. Umti tries to stop him, but he's away. 5 grubs, 1 over to TL, as Breeze is managing sideways just fine, by the way.
You're immediately getting value as Weibo. It's like, oh, I'm just getting more and more damage as I progressively work my way through this tower. That's not how this is supposed to work for Breeze, but he's in a good spot now. Almost a 900 gold lead for him. He's going to reset, finish his first item, I'd imagine. No, just short. But still, he's going to be fine now, start pushing out on the map and really taking the hurt to Team Liquid, because any sort of side lane that he shows up on, no one can really contest them. APA, vulnerable on a side lane. Their Impact is very far behind. And that just opens up so many windows for Weibo to play at the map stage.
It's not often this year that have been, or especially this split, that have been like, man, Breathe is just going to carry this team. And having this as an experience is great, especially when we hyped up Impact. We talked about his ability to soak pressure. Azale yesterday even saying he's such a selfless player, and he can also be someone who can demand resources and carry the team. But in this game, the Renekton, while he has soaked, right now he's not able to carry too much without his first item. But let's find out if what I'm saying is true. Dagda, second dragon spawning, or rather sitting there and waiting.
Yeah, and this is where I think Yon and CoreJJ need to try and fill the gap, because APA can try and set them up, but it's Yon who has to try and knock them down. The problem is that he's been focused so much by Tarzan that he's now behind, and it makes it very, very difficult for them to actually play off of this mid state in the same way they'd like to, because Umti has to try and fix side lanes.
Stacked. Tarzan getting engaged on. He's got a heart steal now, so every auto attack matters if he can stay in combat. For TL, they're getting pinched out a bit here. Weibo moving into position. xiaohu has himself his ulti available. Mana is a little bit low, especially without a tier, so as he walks on in, you just have to keep an eye on that mana bar. They're very hungry for the second dragon, TL.
TL are playing this nicely though. Like Yon pressuring mid lane, drawing xiaohu back, now opens up for the 3-man to start to put pressure on towards the bottom side of the map where TL have the 4-man advantage. So they're playing this nice and slow and patient, but now the tower may be going down as a result, but no pressure from them.
Demolish from Crisp helps out on that. TL going to start the dragon. Nonetheless, though, on a ward is CoreJJ as xiaohu moves into position, but teleport from Weibo. They're committing and Breathe, the strong member of the team, is walking in. It's a double TP as now the Skarner engages, halted by Umti. Good Glacial Prison as his damage being absorbed, but Tarzan takes a tidal wave while xiaohu on the back end is dealing with APA. A great ulti from Crisp. He makes him go berserk. Light sends him in, and Crisp tries to Q flash. He gets orbed, decepted, bailed out, but he's dead. Dragon goes over to Weibo, and I cannot believe Crisp just goes, yep, I'll try and 1v3, and now xiaohu doing the same. He has to flash away, get out of there, while this Renekton is dealing with the whole backline of Weibo. Impact strong enough, I eat my words. TL running them down. All the cost of Dragon. They get a couple of big kills.
I take it back, it's Weibo who sets them up, and Yon knocks them down. 2 kills for the Lucian off the back of that, and it's Weibo making mechanical errors on the play. Crisp goes in way too aggressive on this setup. Yeah, and look, Tarzan ends up getting knocked up by a huge amount. They're absorbing a ton of pressure, but it's a good ultimate to begin with, where you end up with this back and forth. Light tries to go forward here with Crisp, but where's your follow-up? Like, this is Orianna with 0 mana, and Renata with no damage to try and get this bailout, and Tarzan and Breathe were in the Dragon Pit. And then just again, APA, great stun onto xiaohu, finish him off as well here.
I think Chris thought he was the Drift King or something. Like he tried to Q fade away. I mean, yeah, that's also a bit of a claim. Yeah, should we have done that?
Yeah,
probably not. But TL, a couple of big picks. I mean, for the cost of Dragon, you take that, and with the way the early game was going, it mitigates some of the pressure, it mitigates some of the gold, and I look at who the kills went over to. Yon has got some in his pocket now with the Essence Reaver Lucian. MasterCard, show us what you got. That's what we expected. Top has a lead, but at least it's less than before, I feel.
Well, I was going to say, like, the fact that Yon isn't as far behind as he was is pretty crucial. Because again, like, this Lucian wants to be able to try and play off of mid-wave, look for a lot of these plays. going to be in a difficult spot to do so right now because that contest is coming through, but Umti looks mid.
APA spots out a good pick onto Crisp. He's dead again. 3 kills. Or deaths rather onto Crisp. As big as now the teleport. TL can feel a good scout of the week. The Herald goes down, but Weibo in trouble again. A tidal wave buffered by Tarzan, running for his life as Impact chases the backline. Umti's there as well. Permafrost is perfect. Weibo are in so much doo-doo. Now with TL chasing under turret, they're going to find 1, 2, almost 3. Breathe survives only by a hair's breadth as Umti takes another charge. Xiao gets some good damage at range, but he's in trouble too. Impact tanks up. APA targeting. Scout of the week doesn't work. Breeze survives for a bit, but Xiao's got nowhere to go. Impact dies in the end, but TL wipe them clean.
TL destroy Weibo Gaming on the play. Great ult from Umti into the mid lane, catching out Light and Crisp. Immediate turnover towards the pit to turn on towards the key members of Weibo who were stuck there. That was beautiful from the North American representative.
Slowly but surely picking apart, separating Weibo, and while Light gets himself a mid turret, we look back at this play that gave so much gold off these individual kills.
And it's such a great read. Impact the immediate TP, and look at the patience. The stun, follow-up stun. And then Yon still doesn't open up with the culling here because he knows he just wants to try and finish off Tarzan. And it means that as you start to move underneath the turret, Breed's already incredibly low, and there's just so little that you can do here. And I love this from Yon as well. He's got his priorities straight. Walk past Xiaohu. You're not a threat right now, Oriana. I need to finish off Breed, then turn over and finish off. And Impact gives his life, but do you know what? Look at that smile. He doesn't mind that at all.
I think there was a word in there that we will not be saying, but obviously elation after the early game. As I said, 4 kills now on Yon. Rapid fire cannon, and that is a very fed Lucian. So it's all going a bit pear-shaped for Weibo here as they try to make a play on this mid push.
Still though, I like this patience from TL. They're not overextending on mid wave. They're like, we don't know where the members of Weibo are. Breed's missing, mid jungle's missing. Just wait for them to show on waves and then we can actually try and set up something up. So TL, that patience pays off with that bot lane turret. And now they can try and continue forward because this was the dominant team in the LCS for so much of this split. FlyQuest with a surprise win essentially over them, but TL have been the team, the most improved mid laner, best bot lane, best top lane, and now they're taking it to Weibo Game.
And they're really getting scrappy with it as well, Weibo. They're desperate here because after yesterday's almost win, after coming so close against Gen G, if they lose this game to TL, they're in so much trouble. Back to back to back as Yon has to flash away, and it's set with a backup from Tarzan. He wish he could go back as Breeze TP is too late. Hostile takeover from Chris. 3-man shockwave. Weibo found the dream fight. Bailed out as Breeze is separated. APA scout of the week as a triple is there. I'm looking at a Syndra, looking to pad the stats. Breeze getting hit. He's slowed down, but he's still alive at full HP. His impact is a real threat. Boomerang thrown out. APA has arrived, and he's finally informed as TL win another fight.
It's APA Syndra is scattering the weak of Weibo, stopping them in their tracks. The damage isn't there from Xiaohu, who gets a great shockwave, but it's Team Liquid again coming out on top. And you'll see as we start to go into this, the fight was very, very close to start with. Tarzan tries to get access towards Yon, but just able to escape away. The wave from Core JJ is crucial, not only to buy space for Yon, but also to get that kill onto Light with APA in a perfect position. And then the shockwave sure hits, but Oriana on one item just doesn't do enough.
True.
And then again, another great scout of the week from APA. Keeps Breathe at bay, he turns to Mini, they follow up, and it's mid lane again once more.
It is carnage from Weibo. Even though, as you said, if they find the dream fight, they find the dream setup. Almost like a Flowers moment, right? But there's not enough damage from Xiaohu. As now TL, they're putting Weibo on the back end. Breathe is going to get ganked here by a 3-man. He hops over. Impact is tanking up Tara Dagger. He's about to go Mega Nut. Wait, TL, are they going too far? No! Unleashing hell upon the top laner of Weibo is APA's job.
They will just back away though. Weibo started to collapse onto the top side, but it's mid lane that Weibo needs to be worried about because Yon is still knocking on that tower. Rapid fire cannon going to start to chip away that structure every time.
Much better game
up and available for them as well. TL, the map belongs to them right now.
You know what I was saying before, Dagdo, just before the fight?
Better.
How how important this game is, because the loser of this goes to 0-2. The loser then has to win 3 best-of-3s in a row to make it to the top 8 stage, to the knockout stage. It is in such a bad position to start your Swiss on, and right now TL don't want to be there as an Aqua Prison starts us off. Tarzan's trying to roll in again. APA looks for Scout of the Week, doesn't find it. TL are running towards this Dragon side of the map.
At some stage, Weibo have to realize this tactic isn't going to work, because every time they've gone for it, TL have responded.
But that's Weibo. They do the same thing 5 times in a row. Is this TP flank? Is it going to be found? Yes. Is it going to be punished? I don't know. Xiaohu is going to be engaged on, and the answer is no. Running into this mid lane of the Berserks there. The Flight Shockwave is out as well. Chris goes on in, but he's knocked by a Tidal Wave. TL has separated away. Impale was garbage from Tarzan, but TL, regardless, are still alive as a 5-man unit. Weibo think, is Baron too crazy right now?
They're still so low though. TL want to try and step up. Yon and CoreJJ feeling it right now. They know just a couple of taps could turn it, but everyone backs away. No one goes down.
Because we have to do it again. 2 minutes, let's reset and do it once more. Dagda, let's answer your question. Will Weibo make the same play, just another 5v5 again?
But this is the thing. TL, every time I've won out, it's been kills the last 2 times. This time, yes, you got TP from Impact and the Flash, but it's Dragon now for TL. They are continuously making these plays work, but Weibo maybe looking to try and sneak a Baron here. They got one snuck away from them by Gen G yesterday, maybe learning from it.
Let's fight around mid again. This time, right?
Yon's resetting though. APA needs to be so careful.
Damage though onto Xiaohu, and that's meaningful at the very least. You're right, they don't know that Yon's gone. They just think Fog of War is big. Look at the wards as well for Weibo around Baron.
There's just so much, but it amounts to nothing. TL still growing these minute leads consistently, and it's going to start to come back against Weibo.
Yep.
And what an incredible moment this would be for the LCS as well, being able to not only put themselves up into that 1-1 bracket, but also just taking down the LPL 4th seed would give them so much confidence going forward.
I mean, their ability to scrap against this team has been so impressive as well. Like, I know I use the term hand stiff a lot, but it does truly feel like some of the individual skill and mechanics that has come from APA in this game, from Yon and CoreJJ especially, has been clutch.
But it's also the hard work of this organization. Spawn behind the scenes. APA has been working nose to the grindstone for so long, and the rest of this team as well, like Yon really stepping up from this time last year where we saw him at the world stage. TL, this is this is a work ethic that is starting to see success on the international stage, as long as they can keep this lead and keep this pressure on towards Weibo.
Long may they reign as they continue to siege through mid turret at 23 minutes in the game. They just want to open up the map, Dagda. We've been sitting mid, we've been A-ramming for quite a lot of this game. Sidewave's now getting a bit more attention as Breathe moves back. Remember, this Weibo member still has a massive gold lead against Impact, just hasn't been seen in a full-out 5v5 with him getting a Dream engage.
And we said already that it was TL that denied Weibo that moving forward in 2021, and then you're looking for Light to try and deny him once more.
Dagda, it opens up mid, and that's the very least. Even though it misses, Umpty enables the pressure so that Yon gets a turret eventually. It's finally gone.
But I mean, look at the goat at the bottom of your screens, right? Look, Breathe is still a menace, right? But hasn't had that impact. Impact has had more of an impact.
You are a funny man. Well, Impact gets the stun, and Breathe stops him breathing. See, I can be funny too, but APA walking in stops this choke in its thresholders. Looks for Scatter the Weak. Breathe buys space. Look at what Weibo doing. They're pinging onto the Baron. They're like, can we do this? Nah, we got to fight mid. Breathe is going to die though.
But that's the thing. I don't think Breathe planned ahead here, and now you've got the positioning for TL to keep pushing on towards this bottom side, threaten elsewhere. Breathe, does he get the execute though?
Maybe he does. At the very least, he's kept the wave.
Excuse me, sir.
He backed away, and the kill goes over. Weibo didn't start the Baron. So TL just have a flat-out lead for 40 seconds.
And what do they want to try and achieve with this? Waves in the side, not the best for them, so threatening tier 2 is going to be a little tough. I think it is just going to be a case of getting vision in towards the enemy jungle and around Baron, and then looking for a reset before Breathe is back on the map.
Like we said, you know, our first 3 games were wild. Like, I knew this was going to be a wild one as well, regardless, like, of TL doing so well. I knew it was going to be wild. And I knew that Weibo, there's going to be some time in this tournament, one time or another, where Weibo just keep throwing things at the wall to see what sticks. Classic. It's like similar from last year, just different players. I mean, you add the Shy to this roster, the game would be going the exact same. I'm just going to throw that out there.
Right? So,
yeah. You
still
threw Weibo into it, same.
But I think that's it. It's like, at the core, it's still Weibo. and they still need to try and find some way to get back into this. But for TL, this is where their comfort zone is. Using these early leads, starting to fish for picks, starting to fish for plays, and a lot of that again coming off the back of like APA, who's just been such a, not only a monster for this squad, but in this game as well. I'm just sad we don't have access to like all chat to see exactly what APA's been saying, but my God, like 6 kills on the Syndra, the potential burst power on essentially anyone apart from like a Mega Gnar or the Skarner is going to be sky high, and Breathe might find out about it.
He's halfway through Mega Gnar as well. Now spotted on a ward. Breathe is consistently getting attention in this side lane, but I don't know where he is for the time being. Breathe walks it out. Umti can't finish the play.
But it's still denying access from Breathe to this bot side, and that's really what TL wanted, because Dragon in 45 seconds, they're putting pressure on towards the tier 2s, but it's only to buy space for vision, buy space for a potential TP flank for impact. This is perfect map play for TL on this objective.
Consistently choking them out. I like it. It's 30 seconds till the Dragon that will lead them to Soul Point. The game state's slowed down, obviously, with TL holding so much control. We talked about how important the mid game is, but if Weibo walk into another fight, think of those Syndra items and the damage that comes from Yon as well with a support like this. Umti helps them channel through mid. Weibo zoned out.
It's great patience. Like, he's not throwing the ultimate, just using that as threat to get access to that mid tier 2, which TL now just back away from. They're not ever over-threatening. They are playing this slow and calculated, and just never giving an opportunity for Weibo to come back like LNG did yesterday.
Top of the Baron, ward spots. Tarzan doesn't start it off, and there's no opportunity here. I mean, TL just have mid.
Beautiful.
Okay, we see you over Baron. Where are you going? Doesn't matter. We get mid.
And now they get control of this top side as well. So Dragon is up and available, but I think they're just worried about Weibo trying to threaten a quick Baron. They don't do a particularly quick Baron, but just in case something's going on. And you can see now, with control over the mid wave and a little bit more vision, they're just going to teeter on down towards the Dragon.
Weibo hover in case there's a mistake, in case there's an overstep, but there is none. As Dag just said, they're dotting everything in perfect fashion. On a ward, Xiaohu spotted, they clear Baron, they see another control ward, Xiaohu clears it out, Impact's moving in. I think the Baron has begun. Weibo are like, we gotta do this now.
Yeah, but look, you had a reset from Core JJ, he won't be here for a little bit. TP out, Breathe on the side, but he's nowhere near Mega Gnar. This is risky from Weibo.
They've got a Kalista, so they think they have the smite advantage, but Umti's walked in first. Tarzan on the back of the pit, the ulti connects, and Light has to cleanse away. A good little grab back as Umti gets zoned out and hit hard. Tarzan's still in the pit. He's not stopping to leash this Baron.
Well, you can't. It's too low. You have to commit to this either way, or else TL just walk into the pit and say thank you for the leash.
But he's getting debuffed. He's getting damage. It's still going up. Electric feels Baron as he pulsates for a bit and now goes up to max health.
And the entire time Umti's been tanking this, he's getting heals from Core JJ, so Weibo getting the advantage through that, and Crisp!
Caught out, he went in deep in enemy jungle. Fate's call all sealed. I think it's going to be called this time. He's not dead.
Still though, TL starting to press forward. They are on the mid wave, so Tarzan has to do something.
Tidal wave used, Tarzan not dead. He gets an impale. It's a great little ulti sent out by Crisp, and the jungler is getting rammed up against the wall. Umti almost dies, he flashes away. Impact is now here, he wants the ult. He slices, but no dicing. TL pull away. They do not overstep their mark in the enemy jungle.
That was heartbreaking. Yon just got clipped by the edge of Crisp's hostile takeover, which meant that he wasn't able to follow up there. Focus down from Weibo on towards the TL jungler means that this play fizzles, but risky call from Weibo. But in the end of the day, they do get the TP out, and they also get the flash from Umti, so summoner spell advantage for the LPL 4th seed.
And look what was used. Tidal wave was used on a bit of a cooldown, but Fate's call is down. Crisp doesn't have that hostile takeover. Dagda impales down as well. Dragon still up, sitting there. That's Soul Point. Forget it. Baron, says Weibo.
But again, TL have access to the mid wave, so Weibo have to come back to answer as soon as this gets pushed in, which then just gives TL that space again that they need. APA doing a good job of threatening this choke point, so you can't really go for Tarzan. Could come over the wall. TL starting to collapse around APA to make sure nothing happens.
Thinks about that angle. Too far away, he zones himself out, or rather puts himself into a better position. Mega Gnar is going to expire from Breathe. APA going towards the rest of his team, which is at this Dragon, and Weibo still on the defensive here. This game no decider yet, but again, TL still using that gold advantage, that heavy Syndra that they've got to try and get some range.
But that's all the TL needed. They got the mid control, they forced Weibo back, they turn over towards Dragon. It was a lot of jostling for that mid position, but eventually Weibo's able to go for it. And now, well, Weibo want to start that jostle again as they've moved in towards Baron area once more. I don't think they can just go for this though, especially with Xiao, who kind of desynced from them here.
but they will. They will, or they'll look for another pick. I mean, Weibo's options seem limited as Tarzan wants to find impact. Doesn't go for the play. Light as well, not going to throw Crisp this time around, so they just clear the wave. They continue to stick around the top side while TL are moving into position.
Tarzan has to get out of here. There's the TP, but TL are collapsing.
They're like, we're turning. Impact flashes away, but he's up and now against a wall. He's going to be queued back as ulti throws the ulti. Tidal Wave is good as well. Hits everyone, but a bailout and a takeover. It's a Weibo fight all of a sudden. Set up by Chris, knocked down by Tarzan, hit away by Light. TL are in their own side of the jungle, and Breathe is running out of Mega Gnar. Numbers advantage? What does it all mean?
Giannis trying desperately to be the difference maker here, though. Wants to get into the backline of Weibo, but can't really do it. APA going to steal away the blue buff to keep this one going.
Oh, he almost smited it, as you said. Breeze is going to get top lane turret in the meantime. Xiaohu threatens with the shockwave unused. Dagda, they're in a choke. Xiaohu sends the ball out. TL are still hovering around Baron.
TL are trying to deny Weibo the Baron, but no TP on impact. This is still a 4v5. Xiaohu flash. Potential shockwave on the cards, but is spotted by APA.
Tarzan's back in that same position, right behind Baron where he was before, and Weibo double, triple, quadruple down, and Xiaohu almost gets hit into the ground, but Breathe flashes on. APA almost had it, unleashes nothing. An Impale in the back as Tarzan finds the enemy jungler, and Weibo are using their hands again. No heads, only hearts. A team fight from hell for Team Liquid as Weibo knock down all the pins.
And the LCS lets out a collective sigh. It looks so good. TL were so patient, but one play goes completely awry, and Weibo see their opportunity.
They have been living top rent-free for about 6 months now. The landlord has to kick them out, Dagda, but their defense is airtight. This team just sits around the same area, go again and again and again until TL let up and make a mistake.
And it was just so small. They thought maybe they could make it happen with the collapse, but Crisp's hostile takeovers have been clutch this game and are making it impossible for LCS to play the game that they want.
I mean, TL, a team that, you know, a lot of people said this is the team that can finally do it. They can get out of play-ins, not play-ins, excuse me, Swiss. They can get out of Swiss stage. But now they're looking down the barrel of a 0-2 just as we're praising them, and then it came this fight.
But they've been so close. They've been so close every time, and it's just these small fights. Yon just getting hit there by Crisp on the face call, making sure they can't follow up. Light being able to chase people down. But it's the play before this, and it is heartbreaking because the only thing that TL have shown,
oh my God,
well, is a bit of frustration, but have shown that they do belong. They are a really, really good team. They've gone toe-to-toe with 2 of the LPL top seeds now. And it's been just small mistakes that have come back to bite them. But it's been so close to TL taking it. Now, this game isn't over. TL still have a chance.
But you can see the frustration in a game that feels like it could be over, could lead to a 1-1. I mean, Spawn smashing that bottle because he's like, he can see how this game is so winnable. APA in such a good position, but he's picked apart. The shockwave clips him at the end after a good scout of the week. They were separated. They went on different targets, and Weibo picked them apart bit by bit by bit.
This is starting to get tough, though, because the shockwaves are going to start to hit now from Xiaohu, and if TL ever get caught by Breathe into that combo, it is lights out. And it may be lights out for the base as Weibo go for the siege.
They're engaged. Their front line has 4k HP. Tarzan is not getting hurt like he used to. A Glacial Prison sent awry. Nothing happens as the Fate's Call sent in. Chris does it again. He gets a pullback, a good tidal wave, but we're taking over. Only onto 1 in the backside. It zones off while the inhibitor goes down, and Weibo have broken the base. Impact has done the same. To his credit, he has broken Weibo and given a trade.
And you have no real engage here, so Weibo can just get chased down. Potential just to stop those resets not going to come through, but Impact going to back away. The Baron buff recall is going to be too much, so he won't be able to get the inhibitor, but the trade was still attempted by TL.
At least mid is open. At least there's an option to get inhibitor, add some pressure. Dagda, I would like you to tell the audience what you're pointing towards.
Yeah, 30 seconds until that's solved for TL.
Oh, yeah.
This could be the moment where they bring it back. One good fight could be it, and they are out on the map first, getting control over that mid wave. Umpty going to look for the reset, but they need this. They need some way to get into this fight. Super minions on the bottom side, though, keeping Impact pushed in, and maybe even an opportunity for Weibo to look for a collapse onto that bottom side. They're matching the mid push as TL go for a bit of a late reset. Looks like they're not interested in the Dragon. They just want to try and get control back on the map.
I'm looking at a scat of the week from the gods. I'm looking at APA finding a pick. I'm looking at that Glacial Prison. So many tools that can be set up to find a pick onto Weibo. On the other side, the Shockwaves have been decent enough. Whether they're 1 or 2 targets, they clean up, they disrupt. I haven't seen a massive breathe ulti, but nor have I had to. He auto-attacks down, he does enough damage, he's a pain. Dagda, Dragon denied, as you said. We set up now for the Baron in 2 minutes 30. Maybe that's the team fight that TL can try and find.
And there is also, again, just to keep your eyes on the ward back here, that hasn't been spotted, a potential for impact, but it may not be the case right now.
Crisp trying.
Weibo step up.
I mean, might not be over an objective. They might try and just end it with a massive team fight. Tarzan plays around scat of the week. APA sends it out as Weibo have full control of mid and threaten TL away from their own side of the jungle.
Breathe doesn't have Mega Gnar, so I think this is more of a bluff from Weibo to just try and buy space on the wave and see if they can keep TL back on their own side of the map. Getting this full top side away from Umti is going to be very nice. As you see, Umti spots out the Tarzan has already stolen everything away from him.
It's gone. If he walks in here, he will get hand shook. Umti will get caught. He knows he has to be careful. Range damage from Breathe, who now goes Mega. Yon able to accept the wave with the team at his back. Nothing up for a minute 45.
Impact still getting push on sides though, so you are creating space in the map bit by bit, despite the fact you're losing it.
He's on a ward, he's on a ward, he's on a ward, he's on a ward, he's on a ward. His whole team backed. Handshake the air. Okay, no deal. Umti's okay.
Still just going to stand here, try and hold his ground. Weibo fishing for anything, but again, I think this is going to come down to Baron in a minute and a half, when there is a real objective on the map that TL are kind of forced to play their hand. But Weibo, this slow push into Vision is basically what TL were doing to them. We just have to see if there is a moment now where TL can find their spot. CoreJJ, this is dangerous, but he's just going to be able to get some Vision down that's immediately cleared out.
Yon and CoreJJ, as they step up, they'll see Breathe is looking for an angle. They've walked maybe too far. Fate's Call is going to get the flash from Yon. He was almost caught unawares. Now that Summoner's down. Weibo have 50 seconds and no flash for Lucian. Hurts a bit.
Also, no cleanse. He opted in towards the barrier. So now if Crisp ends up throwing out that ultimate, Yon doesn't have the option to try and flash over or even get away from Breathe potentially flashing on him. So this team fight for TL just got so much more difficult.
In a choke as well. Weibo know they had mid priority because TL grouped up around that wall. There's another one spotting them all moving down. Mid could be a freebie with a wave, but instead they look for the choke fight once again. Breathe about to go into Mega, or at least halfway there. Flash from Tarzan. Wants a pick onto APA. A tidal wave in the choke. Weibo trying to seal the deal right now, but TL get away. But the wave is finally there for Weibo.
The chaos from CoreJJ coming in clutch to keep Yon out of that hostile takeover, but mid tower will still fall as Impact rejoins his team. Baron in their sights. A lot of ultimates used, both CoreJJ and Umti down, plus Crisps.
Yep.
So Weibo gonna fish for it. Ooh,
Culling damage is good. Impact on the side, but he is spotted out again. Umti on a different angle. Tarzan on a different plane. He pulls back. He's sent back rather by a good scout of the week. And they have healing TL, so they do get some damage onto Xiaohu, which means he has to back away. And he was on Vision as he backed, but TP.
This is getting so dicey on either side. Neither one really wants to full commit because one mistake could cost them. But TL trying desperately to get people into position. Impact snuck his way up into that top side. I don't think he was spotted, and Weibo, I don't think, realized that the Croc is in behind them.
They don't. He's got a GA as well. He can be so much more aggressive. Teleport going to be started off. TL are putting it all on the line, so they don't have to start 0-2 in the Swiss stage. Breathe is zoning out. No Mega Gnar, but onto the Baron. They look for the turn light. Sets up for the Fate's Call. He flashes in to die! He's exploded. Breathe gets an ulti, though. A stun. A shockwave. They got the pick. TL opened up, but they're losing members. They're dropping heads. And Breathe is breaking in his hearts again. We look towards this top laner with the Sterix Gauge, with range on Tarzan. He sends Umti away. Impact close to dying. The GA will give him time, but the team has left him, and TL still are going to drop 2 like flies. Impact's dead. Weibo with 4. It looked good as Light ran it in, but they still lose more.
Breathe having more consistent damage for Weibo was the difference maker there. Yon played his heart out in that fight, ends up dashing away from the Mega Gnar ult from Breathe, but there's just too much CC with Xiaohu having that shockwave, and Weibo find the moment they need to pick the AD carry and get the Baron. Dragon in 20 seconds though, so Weibo will still need to try and contest this because Jan will be back out on the map. And look at where APA is. He's trying to fish for people as they move forward.
He is, but Breathe, how unkillable is he? He's going into a Mega Gnar, no summon is available, so he can't close the gap. As you said, the Dragon's so important. It would be a permanent buff. It would put TL into a different state of mind.
It's now up and available. Look at the resets from Weibo. They are rushing out onto the map, desperately trying to get back into position, but TL, if they can control the point, or put the opportunities could be there, but Impact 5 seconds away. He needs to TP into the fight, and Weibo, they get into River.
As you said, he's got options where to TP, nothing deep, but to the side he'll join his team. And a 5v5 Light now has GA, but Impact lost his.
Jan's TP Flash is so close to being up and available, but it's going to be so late. Weibo started up. They want to punish.
Can you believe? Can you set yourselves up for success here? It's up to TL. Jan gets poked out. He's frontlining for the time being. Tarzan at an angle. APA is trying to plan himself on to Breathe. A good scout of the week. They send the ulti, but he hops over. He runs in. He ultis. You thought you could take him down. You lost your oxygen before you hit the damn ground. TL are in the pit. Impact tries to take the fight, but his GA was lost in the other. Weibo with a team fight. If you want to fight the LPL in a bloodbath, you're on their home ground.
But TL, they're not quite finished yet. They're still trying to see if they can find something. Jan and resets coming through from Core JJ. They want to defend the base. Umti's trying to cut the wave. Xiaohu might find him.
But there's so much damage on this mid laner, and with Breathe in the mix as well, he'll do nothing of the sort. Now there's 3 dead. TL may start the ground running, but they are going to hit the floor dead.
Jan takes so much damage. The culling was not enough. The structures are falling, and it's Weibo coming out on top.
I mean, this is a 4th seed of the LPL, but their resilience cannot be understated here. Weibo fight and fight and fight and fight again to find their first win of the Swiss stage and knock North America down.
Not the cleanest win by Weibo, but hey.
Victory for Weibo.
It's a win, it's a win.
Team Liquid so close at so many opportunities to winning out on that game, and you can see the heartbreak on their faces. But it will be the LPL who move forward.
Let's check on Raz.
Alright, game number 5, we're officially at the halfway mark now.
2 world champions facing up on the opposite side of the rift. In fact, there were 5 of them, Benny.
Let's do this.
T1 obviously defending world champs here, having won last year in 2023. That's what last year was. And although it has been a suboptimal start to Worlds for them, I'm sure they'll be looking for a quick bounce back and going to that 1-1 scoreline.
Let's see if they can pull it off, because as you rightly said, should Pain win today, even though it's just a best of 1, has to be up there with one of the biggest upsets in all of World's history.
And CBLOL have a history of doing so. Kaboom 2014, beat Alliance, making C9 qualify from that group instead of the European representatives, who were seen as one of the best teams coming out of Europe that year. INTZ, in fact, even though they only got 1 win in the group stage in 2016, it was against EDG that they managed to pick up that win. Pain Gaming, the first CBLOL team in 8 years to make it to the main stage, or the Swiss stage as we now call it, looking to do Brazil proud one last time. Their region evolving into the Americas next year, and there's a certain symmetry in it. You know, Pain Gaming were there at the start of the CBLOL. 10 years ago, they lost to Vivokeed in the finals, and now they beat Vivokeed in the finals 10 years later to make it to Worlds, and now to make it to the main stage, beating R7 in the play-ins. We are just waiting for the players to get on into the picks and bans. As you said, Vedi, Rumble, Vi, Yone, all likely to be contested. As we jump on in, the Lucian, the first ban away here by T1.
I mean, that's got to put a smile on your face.
I mean, if I'm smiling ear to ear, man. This guy's been tearing up Champions Queue with that Lucian. Orianna taken away from Faker, no real surprises there.
Yeah, for people that don't know, Faker has a few skins in our game. Orianna is one of them. And given how strong she is on the current patch, they don't want to afford that risk. With the Jax ban, is suggesting that T1 is looking at a priority on the Yone. We'll see if that does come to fruition with the Aurora ban in response. So far, with outside of the Lucian, a lot of just typical meta bans coming in from either side. What about the Vi though? What about the Skarner? We expected, I mean, I know a lot of people's pick'ems, but Skarner very high on the ban list because of how powerful it looked coming into the tournament, but his priority seems to have shifted as time has gone on. things like the Sejuani still proving to be a very valuable frontline tank jungler, but as we mentioned it, there's the Skarner ban coming through from the side of T1. How will Pain Gaming round out their draft with things like the Ashe still up and available, the Vi there as well, and the Yone, all very powerful picks that T1 can look to grab for themselves in the first rotation.
That's the question, is it? Do you need to take the Yone away from Faker? He's only brought it out 5 times this year. Zeus obviously a very good Yone player as well, if you want to put Faker on something a little bit more mage-minded in the mid lane. Not the ban away from Pain, and immediately T1 say, well, we'll take one of the win bros. Yone are locked in for that.
You have to wonder if Pain want to consider denying the Maokai away. Maokai, even though you typically see a tankier build, we've seen, I mean, even Genji earlier in the day, you could draft things like the Kai'Sa as well to give you a little bit more AP in your threat help. Build Jhin with Static Shiv, that'll give you a decent amount of magic damage. Like, there are ways to get around the fact of just having to lock in an AP jungler, but they've decided to go for the Sejuani instead. Of course, both Sej and Maokai, great pairings alongside the Yone.
Alongside that, you can look for a melee top laner. Sedge Renekton, something we've seen relatively often. Obviously, if Yone's played into that in the top lane, you can CC him, but he can always snap back if he's in that Soul Unbound form.
I mean, they might be thinking around Akali.
Yeah.
The thing you have to be careful of is the flexibility of this Yone and the fact that it can move in between both top and mids. There is going to be that Akali. I think it does pair up nicely with the Sedge, but the Vi response. So far, a lot of what we've been talking about has come through for both these teams. And to round things out, there's the Rumble once more. So the debate around, is Rumble out of the meta? I think it's clearly been answered today that Rumble is very much in the meta. It's just that with the laning phase hurt, he's not as dominant from start to finish, but the impact in the late game team fights with good setup, with Yone providing that setup, with Vi providing that setup, still very effective champion.
They did take some damage away from him, but none of it is taken away from late game. As you say, when you get to level 5, rank 5 of any ability, it's the same damage as it used to be. Olaf locked in here.
Weiser.
For Weiser in the top lane, played it 3 times this year. Won 2 of those games. Can be good into the Rumble if you can start to snowball that lane, and obviously pairs up well with the Sejuani because of that melee focus that the Sejuani wants from your solo laners.
Okay, I mean, the beautiful thing about this draft from Pain Gaming is I think that on a side lane they can go and match against this Yone later on into the game. I've not been a massive fan of the Electrocute Akalis, only because in lane it can be very effective, but when you move on to the side lanes it becomes harder to manage the scaling threat that the Yone provides. But Olaf, I think, is someone that can help mitigate some of that. Regardless, Jhin, Ashe, Xayah now going to come through. All the AD carries very quickly being removed from the pool. Ezreal immediately raising in priority, having that extra bit of mobility, but the Xayah ban makes so much sense in the context of going up against a Vi Yone.
I feel like Kai'Sa's up there in my estimations now as well, especially for T1. You've got the Vi jumping in, you've got the Equalizer, you've got the Yone going in as well.
I wonder about the Kalista. Where's that priority going to fall?
We will see. Is there going to be another AD carry ban here from T1? They've already taken away that Xayah. Alongside that, Rell will join the bench.
So what will the pick be here for Pain Game? Makes no sense to pick their support here. You may as well lock in your AD carry. Whether it be the Kalista, is it going to be the Kai'Sa? Looks like it's going to be the Kalista.
I mean, it's Chitan's most played this year. Draven immediately, Draven Renata!
I mean,
you're
getting the respect, Chitan. You are getting that respect.
Baby.
Gumayusi's Draven is going to come through, and he is throwing the gauntlet down. That is going to be an aggressive bot lane 2 versus 2. I wonder if Pain will look for the swap to try and avoid those early levels. They're hovering the Seraphine.
Neeko instead, Face Call plus the Pop Blossom, such a powerful combination. You yeet the Neeko in, and then she knocks everyone up, especially with relatively low mobility. Renata and Draven, easy enough to catch out. Rumble as well. Obviously doesn't have a dash of his own. Vi and Yone a little bit more tricky to keep under wraps.
Now, T1, I mean, they have a backline threat comp, right? I mean, you've got Yone, you've got Vi, you've got Rumble ultimate, Draven ultimate. The Renata's there to act as a bit of disengage, to provide some peel.
So
against an Olaf, that's going to be a difficult thing to do.
If T1 like falls behind or fails to like execute, they just lose this game. The Olaf's gonna run.
There's so much potential backline threat. There's so many flank angles that can come through. I mean, both AD carries are kind of sad because they really don't have the peel that they need with so many assassins looking to dive on top of their heads. But that means the responsibility is going to fall onto these mid laners, onto these top laners to find these crucial targets, and the laning phase is going to determine a lot. Pain Gaming have already expressed how excited they are to have the opportunity to play against T1, an opportunity that no Brazilian organization has had throughout the history of the World Championships. But today will be that day, and they're going to put everything on the line to give all that they've got to show that they deserve to be here.
And T1 won't treat them with kid gloves either. This is not going to be a match for the soft-hearted. This is a punching match between two juggernauts. And although the expectation is that T1 are Goliath, David sometimes wins that battle. I've heard of it at least once, Vedi.
An exciting matchup to be sure.
It's just the electricity as well. Around when we were in the plains and it was R7, the LLA representatives against Pain Gaming for that Swiss spot. Now as well, seeing the reactions from the Brazilian streamers, from ex-pro players being like, we wanted this. This is the battle we want to fight. Sometimes you can get into Worlds and you can be a bit like, oh, we just want a good draw. You know, we just want to sneak our way through. We just want to face EU or NA and manage to get a win on the board. Pain Gaming are having none of that. And like, we'll meet you fist to fist, and we'll see who goes down first.
And what I love about this is T1, you know, bringing out all the big guns, you know. Complete respect on their side. Gumayushi's Draven, willing to go toe-to-toe with Chitan. We've seen how spectacular this man has been in the bottom lane. Really the shining star of Pain Gaming, I think. And if anyone's had an opportunity to watch any of the in-houses that have been happening in Champions Queue, like, this man has been absolutely popping off with some of his performances. So I'm excited to see his Kalista. It looks like that we are going to get the traditional 2 versus 2.
Yeah, what else,
1 versus 1.
None of that lane swapping shenanigans here.
It's crazy, the contrast. Yesterday we had lane swapping all day, and today I don't think we've seen one.
Yeah, and all of the lane swaps lost except one, Vedi. Only FlyQuest won with a lane swap. Every other game was a defeat, so teams quickly picking up on the meta. But lane swaps, perhaps not always the best idea. Chitan trading with Keria here. Gumayushi taking a bit of poke back from Kuri as well.
In the early push, I mean, Renata, a champion that doesn't really have the strongest trading patterns at level 1, so Kuri able to leverage the poke that this Nico does have to be able to get that early level 2. They're going to secure it.
Flash! Looking to stun onto Keria, who will just flash and heal away. He gets out, both the supports burn their sums, and it's a statement of intent, Velius.
I mean, they're playing without any fear whatsoever. Jinkato falling a little bit behind in terms of farm in the mid lane 1 versus 1. He really has to try and get in Faker's face to be able to win out on this matchup with the Electrocute. A little low on energy. But overall, we see junglers pathing towards the bot side of the map, and with summoners already down, that's going to be a crucial play in the next few minutes.
See both the junglers actually going to meet in the river here. Carioca trying to cover Jinkato as he tries to get that push out. Oner going back in with the Vault Breaker, but that Permafrost is going to proc. Oner comes out the worst for wear of the two. Obviously, Aftershock helping Carioca there eat up some of that damage. Does look like Oner is a camp ahead, but Carioca going for an invade. Knows that his bot lane has the push right now. Could try and steal away these Krugs. Starts up on the red. Gumayushi falling low, 210 HP on him. Chitan pops the barrier!
That is the first blood for Chitan!
Around the world, Chitan takes it!
Action's not over yet, Medic.
Oner trying to get away. Permafrost's going to lock him up. Kuri's on the chase as well, but Oner still has the flash to escape. Gumo just wasn't expecting it.
He was not respecting the damage. And we already talked about Chitan, a man that plays with no fear, finds that window and is able to draw first bloods. The only downside is Carioca, he wasn't able to get much off the back of it. He tried to take away the red buff. It ended up just being a 1 versus 1, allowing Oner to actually steal the objective away.
That's pretty hype. Let's go, Brazil.
For vision on the top side of the map, looking for these respawns, this information, maybe even threatening some sort of gank, but he's not going to be able to find anything. So Carioca is going to be a little bit behind in terms of his early clear. Now they're threatening a mid lane dive, but Kuri is here to cover.
puts the Shape Splitter back behind him. Volt Breaker coming out. Oner looks, but the flash catches Jinkedo. And nothing the Pain Gaming mid laner could do about that.
Nicely done there by Oner. Jinkedo just too many poor trades. His health bar was too low. And now he finds himself at a pretty significant deficit. Losing that wave is going to keep him behind in experience. Will, of course, have the TP to get back into lane quickly. But now the life's still going to come through from Faker, making this matchup that much harder for the Akali.
Oner's gone back, picked up that tunneler. You can see Karioka actually yet to get a recall off, is now going back to base and will start to build up those items. Zeke's obviously a player favorite so far on the Sejuani as a first build. Zeus winning out top lane so far, has about a 3 CS lead and is winning in terms of HP here as Weiser aims a lot of flames to the face.
Top lane matchup is pretty even across the board, just a lot of back and forth trading. And I mean, I will say, I think many top lane enjoyers are happy to see that Rumble just has a little bit less damage, a little bit less bullying power, getting a lot more value out of that magic resistance early on, which you can already see the long magic mantle prioritized for Weiser. Curry making his presence known in mid once more, given that the back has come through from Chitan. With the Grub spawning soon, it's that 5:30 wave that both bot laners turn their attention to. T1 is here first on the play, which means they're going to be able to get this push out, set up better vision around this top side river. TP is now invested bot side.
But Zeus using a TP, whereas Weiser has not. So if a fight does begin around the Grubs as Faker falls low, Ignite ticking on him, Curry still looking! And Curry gets it, Faker falls.
A crucial kill in the mid lane. Curry's assistance providing massive value. No TP available for Faker. Karioka hovering around the top side. Oh, but Curry's been caught.
Has no flash, lands the Tangle Barbs onto Oner. Karioka forced out of the top side because he knows his support is about half HP. You can hear the crowd cheering for Pain Gaming. As T1 have been rattled a little bit in this early game. Still, things going relatively to plan. They have the Grubs, they'll get 3 of them. They're only about 400 gold behind, and even though there is a lead for Chitan, it's about how effectively he can utilize that 600 gold advantage.
Yeah, it's interesting because basically what Pain are doing is they're kind of using their tempo to get kills, right? In the bot lane 2 versus 2, they could have used that pressure bot to invade on the red buff. Instead, they found a kill onto the Draven, which means that the red buff didn't end up getting secured. In the mid lane, they found a kill onto Faker. Valuable kill, much needed for Jinkedo for sure, but it also then conceded pressure around the Grubs as well, especially given that Curry didn't have the HP after getting chunked out by Oner. So T1 still in a comfortable position. They're able to find these objectives where they can. Dragon is likely going to be the next objective that both these teams set their sights on. But it shouldn't take away from the fact that what do these kills actually mean? What does it kind of put the game state as? And it's this bot lane from PNG. Ooh. And you're seeing the value of just putting Faker, like getting that kill meant that he lost a lot of XP, gave Jinkedo the opportunity to go back to base, buy that Hextech Alternator, and it's helping him so much more in the 1v1 trades.
Faker does still have the Vamp Scepter and a refillable potion, so will sustain himself back up in that lane. You can see he has about a 2-wave advantage as well in mid. There's a moment I thought Karioka was going to go for a bot lane play, but decides against it as Zeus just pushed out the wave, backed away. Karioka now rotating it back through his jungle. Faker going in, has the fate sealed, if he wants it. Jumps in with a Q3, Jinkedo goes back forward and immediately Oner was waiting. A choreographed play there from T1.
Junglers ruining the fun of mid laners once
Just
again.
Just let him 1v1 me.
Nice coverage from Oner, does protect Faker. Jinkedo saw the angle where he might be able to get a kill, but of course Faker playing with the knowledge that he had the support from Oner. They equalize the kill score, and Jinkedo gonna lose a lot, or another wave as he falls.
See the move from Pain Gaming already bringing Chitan down towards the bottom side. They will lose the first Drake of the game though, as Oner should be able to secure this before Karioka comes across, but it might be tight. Oner needs a couple more auto attacks. Karioka there in time, and Oner has to jump the pit. Curry invested his flash for it, but it's a Drake on the board for PNG.
And much needed, I think. You don't want to give all these early game objectives over to T1. Swapping their bot side back on that side of the map. Honestly, a little greedy from Oner to try and find that angle. He thought that, hey, I've just got the kill onto Jinkedo. There's a window here. Maybe I can catch Pain Gaming slacking, but they're not able to. And this objective is secured. Curry, though, once again, moving on the map. This man is eager to get information and look for plays. As the bot lane from T1 remains on the top side, looking to try and bully out Weiser and secure some more plates. The Rumble actually makes his way back up through top side of the map, knowing that the real risk of a dive is there on the bot side. Karioka hovering around top.
And Guma and Karyo might stay for one more plate here. You can see it's about to tick down. Karyo goes in, and immediately they dive on Karyo. Hostile takeover comes out, but Karyo will tick, and there's no way to bring him back from the dead. Zeus coming across. Karyoka has nothing left to escape, and Zeus will hit him in the back and secure a counter kill. But all the while, Cheetan and Curry have free time with the bot tower.
And to being for a one-for-one, crucially the kill goes on to Weiser, and Draven doesn't quite cash in the stacks just yet. So you kind of look at the good news here for Pain, but Weiser now, oh, he's getting dived.
I mean, Zeus, Guma usually taking a tower shot here as well. Owner's on his way. How well can you juggle the aggro? How are your acrobatics? Weiser doesn't have the axe, and Owner has a fist, but Weiser almost manages to get one back. Owner tanks it well. T1 able to get out with a kill in the dive.
And now those stacks have been cashed. That's a lot of gold sitting onto Gumayusi. You can see how before Cheetan was comfortably in the lead with the gold, now that's swung back in favor of the Draven. T1 very quickly claiming control over this early game as they find picks across the board.
Guma has no mana here, but he does have Cleanse and Flash, and Karyoka will realize by his lonesome he can't really do too much about that Draven. Stops the tempo, forces him to reset a little bit later, which does open up the grubs for Pain Gaming. You can see, I don't think T1 really had any interest in them. Owner on the bottom side alongside Carrier and Faker. They're going to look for a couple of plates off this bot lane tower.
Set my eyes towards the minimap, looking at what objectives are available. Zeus that needs to be careful. The threat of the dive is very real. He knows that the equalizer kind of being started, but
Hot Blossom. There's the equalizer onto Cheetan. Kirby pulled back with a face call. Zeus doesn't have to burn the flash. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, a TP coming in from Pain Gaming as they try to get Weiser out of this situation. Faker dashing back in with a Soul Unbound, and his fate is sealed. Faker going to jump all the way back. Jinkato trying to dodge here in the Twilight Shroud, but even with the perfect execution, I don't know if he'll be alive for much longer. Faker holding that Q3, lands it in the end. Jinkato falls.
And very quickly, T1 are finding advantages across the map. While Pain Gaming set their sights on the top side objective, it's T1 to set up the dive on the bot lane, and Pain Gaming can't respond. If Pain had Karyoka with them on the top lane play, likely they would have been able to get that kill onto Zeus, but because they tried with just their bot lane, they can't really convert it into much. Gumayusi is left uncontested on the mid wave. TP invested from Jinkato, and very quickly things are starting to fall apart for Pain.
You can see how quickly it just explodes, right? It's a 2,000, almost 3,000 gold lead now for T1. Faker is 1.3k ahead in the mid lane, now extending to 1.5 as he gets that plate. Things begin to balloon out of proportion here for Pain Gaming. For Karyoka, though, he did manage to smite away the blue, so he'll be happy enough with that. And they have had some good moments. If they can find a little bit of wombo, a little bit of combo onto T1's backline, they can burst them. Kuri's had a couple of good positions, looking for those pop blossoms, but really they need something soon.
Faker finds himself with a 1.5k gold lead over Jinkato. With the Blade of the Ruin King completed, he's scary. It's such a powerful spike on Yone.
Yeah.
Anyone that's played the champ knows how much stronger you feel with it. And yeah, you can just do this. Just take away half the HP of Karyoka and say, no, I'm actually fine, have the Soul Unbound. PNG have kind of overstacked their resources on the bot side of the map. They've got 4 members here, leaving mid lane exposed. Akali will not have the wave clear to protect it. It will allow them first tower and a bit of extra gold, but they're going to likely concede mid in exchange.
And some damage onto that top tower. No teleports available to them. You can see Zeus in the minimap just pushing that out. Still a couple of plates there for him to take, and with a minute left on the clock, it might be all the plates but one for T1, although Zeus obviously not the quickest tower taker. We'll get at least one more. So going to be 13 of a full complement of 15 so far. He's looking to make it 14 out of 15.
That is a lot of gold.
It's also just a lot of sound effects from that skin, man. Audacious Bravery Charge!
Jinkato finds himself quite far behind on the Akali right now.
Yep.
Desperately searching for that first item as items are being completed across the board for everyone else in the game. Weiser a little bit behind as well. While in terms of the 1v1, he was doing fine. The amount of experience and farm he's been losing passively is massive. Notice he's a full level behind Zeus right now. Dragon going to be started up. TP flank coming in.
It's on a control ward, so Pain Gaming will know it's happening if they're scouting that portion of the map. Curry looking for the flank as well. Jinkato not quite with the team yet. Zeus now joining up. There's the equalizer. Ona secures the smite. Hostile takeover. Ona hits onto Wiser, but he pops the Ragnarok. Cheetan was clipped by it as well. Should be able to escape to the safety of this tower, but Karioka does not have that same luxury. Kuri misses the Spirit Blossom up towards the top side as Faker dashes back to his soul, and underneath the bot tower, Cheetan is caught out by T1. It's 2 kills to T1, a Drake to boot, and Pain Gaming are found wanting.
Across the map, things are falling apart. T1 get kill after kill. Faker outplays in the 2 versus 1 as both Jinkado and Kuri try to lock him down. The problem is, as Kuri was looking for a flank, he's one of their main initiation tools. He wants to be able to go in with the ultimate, get pulled back with the Kalista ultimate, but because the flank doesn't come to fruition, T1 just run Pain Gaming down. They secure the
rough
dragon,
day
secure
for
the
Brazil.
kills, get a tower. Now find themselves 15 minutes
The
into
mid
the
lane
6-game
having
conflict.
little
And
to
this
no
is often the
impact. The
problem
top lane
when you
starting to
have
make a
a
lot of
team that
mechanical
hasn't faced off
misplays.
against major regions that often, or
I mean,
region
Faker's Yawn
that
is
doesn't
by
have the
far
same
one of his
caliber
weakest
of
champions,
competition
but
as the
like,
LCK. Your early game can be good. Mechanically, sometimes you can match up to these players, but when
I
it
don't know,
comes
man.
to moving around the map, when it
but
comes to
Faker's Yawn in the LCK has
serving
always
every bit
been
of gold,
a
every bit of experience
discipline.
you can on the map.
I don't think he's had a single
struggle,
good game
and
on
that's,
it.
you know what T1 have
He was
done
literally a
mechanically,
champion
they
that he
played
was
well, but we
like
saw Pain
flamed
Gaming
for
get a few
play.
early kills and then not
Because he
really be able to
doesn't play.
explode that into anything, whereas T1 have just got all of the blood out
See,
of the
I think if G2 picked Draven, they would have beat
Underestimate
Homa.
Pain Gaming, though. They're not the type of team to just roll over
Oh,
and
they're
die.
not going to lie down. They're going to go out fighting.
They will fight their way to the bitter end. And even with the
I'm
advantage
glad at
T1
least that Brazil, you know,
will look for
like
every
they're still
opportunity.
playing
Vision gonna be
like
suffocated,
any game
but
is
there are a few
winnable.
wards on the top side jungle
That's
for
the
Pain.
like the no
Herald
giving
being
up
dropped
mentality. I
means
really
the
like
siege
that
of
about
the tier 2
the
has
lower
begun.
seeded regions.
Riftail
It's
gets
one of the best
charge in.
ways
Pain Gaming trying to
to
defend
come
it
back
as
when you're
for.
super far behind. Is to win like an
Clears out a couple of the
astronomically
minions in the bot
like
wave, but that
good
cannon
team
minion
fight.
surviving gives
And I
Wiser a
mean,
little bit more
there's
time
a
with the turret.
chance,
T1 move their pressure from the top lane over to mid. Another wave's going to crash top in
just
about
like
5 seconds
triple
time. You can see
demolish or
Zeus up there
whatever
to get help
on
of
the
that
side
on
of
its way.
T1.
Ona's going
So
to
thirds
translate his pressure from mid across the
do
top, and there's the
get
tower for
destroyed.
T1. Just pulling Pain Gaming around the map. Zeus, though, Pop Blossom flash away. Glacial Prison still connects, and Zeus can put down the equalizer. Carry a flash. Hostile takeover hits onto 2. Cheetan's one of them. And goodbye, Pain. The T1 collapse is just insurmountable.
A valiant effort. They
Yeah.
thought that they had caught out Zeus, but the response from Carrier, Ona, and Faker was just too devastating. T1, they're not going to reset. They set their sights on the inhibitor towers, and they're looking to break the base 17 minutes in.
He'll crack through one of these inhib towers. Faker will dash back to his soul. And Gaming might look for a little bit of a chase here. Wiser going in, but 2 levels down. Hits another undertow. The heal coming out from Carrier. Doesn't have much mana left. Ragnarok. Faker left alone. Kuri still chasing forward here. Jinkado trying to kill the king. And he should be able to take him down. Faker dashes back, but Jinkado gets his first kill of the match.
At the very least, he'll get a decent amount of gold into his back pocket, a little bit more damage to act as a backline threat. But with the base in tatters, 6 towers to 1 is the advantage that T1 find themselves in.
Yeah, T1 like just open their base. Like, Faker dying is like, it's not great, but Faker's still up. Too fat, yeah. Jesus.
That they did. Dragon swanning in about a minute.
That's gonna be a meme that's never gonna die.
Looking to try and set up to contest this
Oh,
objective.
we lost to
They're right
T1,
now
but we
prioritizing
didn't lose in
catching these waves.
1647.
and getting what vision they can.
I love that meme.
For
It's
Pain Gaming, it's a miracle you need.
it's a turn
A
off.
whole item lead for Gumayushi in the AD carry slot. Faker has Stridebreaker, Blade of the Ruin King complete, and Jinkado only has the Storm Surge. You are so far in a hole right now, you can't even see the sky.
Yeah,
But if
the
you
Olaf
are
pick could have been great, but they don't
gonna
really
perform
have any
a miracle of
enablers for the
being
Olaf.
First
so
Brazilian team to make
feels
it to the
bad.
Swiss stage in 8 years. If you're going to return to the world stage after 9 years yourselves without having ever made it, perhaps it is a miracle that you can find.
And crucially, they're not out of the tournament even with this loss.
Yeah, very true.
They're still the 0-2 bracket. The rules in the Swiss stage are 3 wins, you're out, 3 losses.
Yeah.
So
We said it, Betty. It's Caps, Faker, APA. That's the Jinkado timeline.
It's very possible. So Pain will still have another opportunity. There's at the very least 1 best-of-3 that they'll need to play before they're eliminated from the tournament. And in the event that they do end up losing this game, which given the current state of affairs is looking likely.
Likely is underselling it, Betty.
It's my professional speak.
Okay, yeah.
The odds are low.
Infinitesimally small, but not to 0, I believe, is the statistical call here. Jinkado going in, though, and they found Zeus and Oda on the flank. Kuri's going to get hit with a hostile takeover already. Zeus is down. What more can Pain Gaming find? The chase is on as Oda has to dash away. Jinkado's fallen as well, and Karioka and Wise are the only two left alive. There's a bit of a meat grinder in the middle there. Pain Gaming were able to get one, but not much more.
It was a promising start to the engage. By securing that kill onto Zeus, you'd think maybe they can turn this around. The problem is the wallet difference is just way too big. So the moment that the rest of T1 join the fray, PNG, they just melt like butter. There is very little that T1 has to cut through, and what they do find is I mean, it's very difficult to stop. So you'll see a nice ultimate will come out from Karioka onto the Vi, very quick, makes it difficult for T1 to react. Oner almost loses life, but crucially, they get the Rumble ultimate off and the Vi ultimate, and Cheetan basically dies to the Rumble ultimate, even though he loses his life. Just goes to show that the T1 jungle top, even though they were focused, was still able to do so much work at the very start of that fight.
And if the game was closer, you can see how Pain Gaming's composition could play into the T1 comp, but it is a struggle from 10,000 gold in deficit. T1 now setting up towards this top side, or at least Keria is. Zeus, his companion, pushing out that top lane. Faker has the TP, and still has 2.5 items, so he's going to continue to push through bot. I think that's the closest I have ever seen the win probability power play WS to being 100%. If we really zoom in, I think I can see a pixel here, guys. I think there's one showing it's not quite 100%.
But when your Draven has 3 items and a pickaxe at 21 minutes, your probability of winning is often quite high.
Also when he's Guma.
Also, being Gumayushi does help. The Baron likely going to be started off soon. There is that ward not spotted by the control.
It's a really good ward from Pain Gaming.
The question is, can Karioka get in range for a potential steal?
I mean, the hope is Kuri distracts Keria, making him think, oh, now he definitely knows that's not the real Sejuani, but Karioka can try and get into the pit here. 3,000 HP on it. T1 begin to pull off. Pain Gaming just waiting to see if T1 will continue the push on this Baron. They'll keep it aggroed. 3,500 on it, down to 2.5. Karioka trying to get in, but he's locked up, and Faker dives in onto him. The Baron already secured by T1. Fate sealed onto Karioka as well. Keria flashing forward with a hostile takeover, matched by the equalizer. Jinkado's TPing in, but I'm pretty sure he wants to run away from this fight. It's 2 already, it's a T1. Make it 3 as Wiser falls. Jinkado tried to get something, but he will join his teammates in the fountain. Only Karioka left alive.
That's what we call a graveyard sentence.
Can immediately look for the end. Of course, the respawn timers are still very short. So Pain Gaming.
Maybe one more team fight and it's over, but 14,000 gold down or whatever. Like,
have showcased their potential here against Pain.
And they have.
Titan had a great early, but they never played around them. So
we'll continue to track them throughout the rest of the tournament. And for Pain Gaming, they'll be looking at a 0-2 scoreline. But as you say, Vetti, not out. Best of 3s from here on out for them. More chances to show their mettle as the CBLOL representatives. 23 minutes, though, the base has begun to be broken by T1. They have a 14,000 gold lead, and it looks like they're going to push through bot and mid.
Notice here how they do their best to keep Karioka locked up, preventing him any access into the Baron pit, allowing him to burst it down, and then you highlighted him, Medic, the flash over from Keria into the Rumble ultimate makes it so difficult for Cheetan to kite back. He does his best, but the chase down from T1 is just far too much. Jinkado looking for his 1v1 against Faker, flashes out, but doesn't quite have the damage to secure the kill.
T1, every time it's a 1v1 between Jinkado and Faker, someone else shows up to help out Faker. I'm just saying.
It's true.
If it was a true 1v1, who knows? Who knows what would happen, Vetti? 3,000 gold lead. Faker has may say that he would be on the winning end of that, as we see the 2 waves pushed in by T1, sinking those waves up, making it harder for Pain Gaming to react to just one lane, because they have to deal with the fact that Rumble is pushing through mid as well. The Baron remains for a minute's time. Zeus just standing back. He doesn't need to go any further in. He's allowing the minions to do the work here. Doesn't want to overstep in case Pain do start to collapse. TP behind, and that's what Wise is looking to do. Zeus going to start to back away. Doesn't have the flash, though, and Jinkado is on the chase. Equalizer down. Oner going in on Karioka, but there's one for Pain Gaming. T1 will take the tower in the bot lane. Can they find more out of this? They still have a cannon minion and 3 casters now. 2 Karaoke, still that front line. Faker dashing back. Pain Gaming don't have the defenses to hold onto this tower for now.
They turn their attention to mid lane. Another tower soon to fall. Faker goes in alone. Getting good damage off the Karaoke, just forcing Pain Gaming back slowly but surely. The base is falling apart. 20 seconds until Zeus respawns. With so many minions sieging onto the base, T1 don't really have to do much outside of letting the minions do the work.
Wiser doesn't have Ragnarok here. He's going to Ragnarok his way into the Death Realm. Another kill for T1. Pop Blossom from Kuri was stopped by a handshake. And I think Pain Gaming are preparing themselves for the constellatory ones at the end here. The dive in by Oner onto Jinkedo. The Nexus Tower is falling, the hostile takeover coming out. And Pain Gaming can only watch from the fountain as T1 rip them apart. It was expected, but it was clinical from T1 as they go to 1-on-1.
A confident performance overall from T1 Oner with an incredible impact on his Vi. You can see smiles across the faces of Pain Gaming. You've heard enough from us, so let's hear what the analyst desk had to say.
There's a lot of things to say. The first one being they tried.
I mean,
Yes.
okay,
They
no,
tried.
yeah, honestly, they did really well in the early game. I
Yeah.
think this is the result that we were always going to be expecting, that T1 was going to win this by pure macro as well and by individual skill. What we did not expect was that Gumayusi and Kyria, they were not lane swapped up, they were 2v2'd by a Kalista that got the 2v2 killed early. Like, that was fantastic. And I think, yes, as we already said, PNG was probably never going to win this, but they had individual moments that I think they can be proud of.
I had like Shogun flashbacks. That's what I had. The 2v2 bot. There's the kill that happened through mid, and then the dragon that they pushed off and ended up getting the first Dracon. I was like, okay, this is happening, and they're confident. But yeah, then it started getting a little messy.
I mean,
Side lanes were getting picked on too.
There's some LEC teams that lasted a bit longer than 15 minutes against T1, so I think we can just give them this one here.
Yeah, it took me a little bit to catch on that.
I love the fact that when teams are always happy to play against T1, right? They don't get these chances so often, and I love the fact that they're gonna commit to every chance they get to kill Faker most of the time.
Yeah, I mean,
this is the goal.
I have flashbacks to Dumbledore on his Janna, just running mid to try and getting the kill on Faker. We see Kuri now instead with the Nico, but this is kind of all that came about, right? And we've already said it. I think these early game moments were super cool to see from PNG. The fact that they were not scared at all. They came to play. They did their best. But you are against the defending world champions, and they show up at Worlds.
Yes, and now it's just time for T1. I think this is a good confidence booster past those moments. Obviously, the first early game, a little sweaty. My palms are literally sweaty. But to be able to kind of assess, of course, losing to top esports in the way that they did, and then, of course, being able to get this game, I think it was a good confidence booster, and they have a chance now to look back on some of those games.
Okay, I think there's 2 games left. It's FlyQuest, Damwon, and
against the world champion. I'm gonna wait for the next one. Is what
I'm just saying,
Gam.
1 on wins instead of a
Something.
0 is a lot more confident.
So, yeah, we'll see you for the last 2 games.
Happy for them.
Happy for them, and
Let's do
we
it.
have.
You might chat for a few moments.
I can.
Oh, nice.
Give me it.
Alrighty,
Well, medic.
let's do
Don't
it.
do an accent.
I won't do an accent.
Okay.
Fun fact, okay? FlyQuest, the last time they were in a group at Worlds with a Korean team and an LPL team,
Okay.
they went 3-3.
Oh, they did.
Now, they didn't take a game off the Korean team. However, no one from this D+ Kia roster was on that TRX team.
Okay, because there were
So,
2 different teams.
Technically, this FlyQuest has never lost to a Korean team before. That's a chat stat for you right there.
That is entirely a chat stat. I don't know what I was asking for. LCS, obviously, against the LCK, don't have the best track record either. 15-85 is the all-time record between those 2 regions, but FlyQuest looked solid yesterday, and D+ Kia did not. They did not look too solid. Their early game was fine. Their mid game was an absolute
Well, I
shambles.
think it was just that they ended up getting outplayed in some of the team fights, which definitely caught them off guard. But I'm excited. Honestly, the player I'm most excited for is Inspired.
Yeah.
Like, you know,
So he's
many
gonna play
talented-
Ivan.
Probably. The LCS made this fantastic montage of him
with the trigger seeds?
Dubset, and it was fantastic.
Oh,
Would highly
so
recommend
good.
you guys check it out. But yeah, as a player, he's someone that I mean, he shows up when it matters, and he's always a joy to watch. Now, of course, FlyQuest are trying to move past their disappointment from MSI, and so we're going to see. I would say this is the first real competition here at the World Championship, and I'm excited to see what they can do against D plus Kia. Now, the Renekton being banned away from Bwipo, the respect being shown given his domestic dominance on the champion. The Ivern as well, going to be taken away from Inspired. Meanwhile, the Ziggs going to be taken away from Aiming. A boom or I mean, it can be perceived in many different ways because many people sit there and think of Aiming as this incredible AD carry player.
Which he is.
When you put him on the Ziggs, he doesn't have that same impact, but at the same time, he's an incredible Ziggs player.
Yes.
So FlyQuest have to take that away from him. The Aurora naturally going to be banned, but now Yone is available. When we think of Showmaker, though, we do traditionally think of those mages. He hasn't been having the best performance on the AD meta, but with the Rumble taken away, we'll see if D plus Kia want to prioritize. The Skarner is, of course, available. The Vi is up there as well. We've already talked about that throughout the day.
I mean, FlyQuest are kind of putting down the gauntlet, aren't they? They're saying if you don't first pick Yone, it gives us the option if we want to go Yone, especially since Inspired loves his Lilia pick, likes his Amumu as well with the Liandry's, or even a Karthus if you're going a little bit more niche for him. He's very proficient on those champions. Vi is the pick here for Lucid. He's played that 12 times this summer, so very confident
Lucid's
on it.
Vi.
Will FlyQuest look towards the Yone, or is it going to be Kai'Sa? Or... Kai'Sa this early feels very...
It's just
it's Bwipo. It's Bwipo. He was in this league for so long, and I forgot that he just always hovers the Kai'Sa. My mistake.
They're having a lot of discussion right now with the Ashe being open. They're going to do it. Of course, there's always the concern, given the lockdown potential of the Vi, but it does make sense in the hands of Masu, one of his most played from the LCS domestic season. The Syndra going to be taken away as well, really putting that pressure on Showmaker to show what he's got prepared for this World Championship.
And isn't Showmaker just going to play TF,
are you going to be willing to bring that out in this game?
Like
Especially by denying the Rumble, it also makes Yone that much harder to bring out, because where does your AP threat come from then?
Exactly.
The problem is, you've picked two mobile carries into a Vi.
And the Yone, it seems.
And Showmaker's saying, no, I can play Yone, it's cool, I'm chilling. And he's more than happy to bring that one out. In terms of the matchup, it should be quad favored. Syndra can really bully out the Yone early on into the laning phase. But now D plus Kia need to find some AP threat from somewhere. We've already talked about the potential of the Kai'Sa for the bot side of the map in the hands of Aiming. That is a terrifying prospect. And it would synergize very nicely with their composition.
Yone top smolder mid, also a possibility.
I mean, that's the other option, right? You can always put the Yone up towards the top side of the map. You can put the Smolder into the AD carry position. There's a lot of room for flexibility.
I mean, Aiming is called the Gold King.
For Showmaker and Kingen.
Just saying.
Showmaker hasn't played a single Smolder game.
I don't think Showmaker wants to play Smolder.
Top. I sincerely doubt it.
I don't think King wants to play Smolder. I think Aiming's just gonna play Smolder.
Given how teams have been playing, the Smolder lock in here is a surprise at Worlds, because you're either putting it into the Ashe on the bot side of the map, which is already a very scary thing to do because of how easily you can get bullied out in the laning phase, but you're also blind picking it potentially into the top lane matchup, or you're putting it into Syndra, who's a very big lane bully. So it's a bit of a risky pick in my opinion, but we'll see how things pan out. As Leona's locked in on the bot side for FlyQuest, the Rakan going to be banned away as a potential engage option from Boham. Rel, I wonder if that's likely going to follow.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised by a Rel ban at all. Busio's Leona, very solid. I watched him a lot this year. I think he's really good at the champ. He had a disappointing MSI, I think, from all accounts. Masu was kind of the star of the bot lane at MSI, but Busio has gone from strength to strength ever since swapping from mid lane, I think at Papa Smithy's request when he was down in the Academy Leagues in the LCS. So I'm expecting big things from Busio, I'm going to be honest. We'll see how effective he can be against Aiming and Moam in that bottom lane. There's a Rakan ban, the Jax as well, taken away by D plus Kia. You said a Rel ban. I think it makes a lot of sense here if you're FlyQuest.
Debating it. Alistar was the other one I was going to mention. Bwipo looking pretty happy with how the draft has been going so far.
When does Bwipo not look happy?
Bwipo reviews.
True.
Only kidding, of course. D plus Kia, how are they going to round out their ban phase? Of course, they've removed the Jax with a possibility of an answer into the Yone. And something like the Olaf, maybe they're worried about. Bwipo did bring that out a few times. So it's going to be the Skarner. Makes a lot of sense. People's Pickham's going to be happy off the back of that. So how will FlyQuest round this out? Inspired has a very deep champion pool. Even here in Europe, we knew him for so many different champions. That
I
hasn't
feel like the
changed
Amumu was
since his
great
departure
here
over
because
to
it gives the
LCS.
negative
I really
MR,
like
whatever,
the
that
move.
really
I think
helps the
you had CC set
Syndra.
up in 2 lanes at least.
It's a big Merc Treads game.
Oh,
If
it's a
the
huge
Amumu-
Merc Treads games for D plus Kia, right? But you already have CC set up in a
Let's
couple of
go!
lanes. You can AoE around it. You can follow
My
up
boy
picks really
Inspire
well.
picking
You've got
up
Scatter Weave,
Mucha
you've got Arrow,
Move.
you've got Solar Flare,
And
you've
they've
got
got
so many
a lot
setup
of team
tools.
fighting tools. For sure. The Silas locked in.
Yeah, it's aiming
So that's going to
slowly.
be Silas mid, Yone top, Smolder bot, Ral.
Showmaker Silas, man. It's Showmaker Silas.
I was
Oh.
wondering if we were going to see Silas at Worlds. But yeah,
I mean,
it's Showmaker
you
Silas.
got an amazing amount of ultimates.
I'm
I
so
mean,
excited.
Syndra ultimate.
I mean, he's got great ults.
If you use it
Ash
after
Arrow,
Syndra
the
ults, then
Amumu
you use
ultimate,
her
the Yone
ults too to
ultimate, a lot of
maximize your damage, which is
versatility.
great.
There's no way.
That's
That's
okay.
Those
yeah.
are all like Whippo champions.
It's a very good champion. Is he going to be able to lock down the Yone in the top lane? It's locked in.
Okay, really hard matchup for the
Playing
young.
Darius in the top lane here. He's brought it out 3 times this year, I believe. And has won 2 of those games. So
Now,
a little bit of experience at least.
I think it's a good matchup for Darius. Early.
Sure.
Like,
Yeah.
Yone... So D plus
Really good
Kia
matchup.
have gone for a lot of scaling. Would
I
say
love
jungle
the
is
FlyQuest
scariest power point that they have in the early game. But top side, like, you don't win that 2v2 in the top jungle matchup. The bot lane 2 versus 2, I think Ashe can very easily bully out the Smolder. I mean, I don't think FlyQuest want a lane swap here. I think they want standard lanes. The fact that you blind pick, well, I say you don't blind pick, what am I saying? You pick a Darius into the Yone, you're very clearly saying, I want to fight this matchup.
Yeah, I think if FlyQuest lane swap, they're kind of going against everything their draft tried to do, right? Like, they're trying to get winning lanes, they're trying to get pressure points, they're leaving that Darius pick for last, and we'll see how D plus Kia can deal with it, because it's kinging in the top lane on that Yone. As you say, they have a lot of scaling, but they are susceptible to pressure from this Amumu. They're susceptible to CC as well across the board, especially that Silas in mid. If you can lock him down early
I
doors,
honestly
burn his
really
flash.
like this draft from FlyQuest.
So do I.
I think it's a bit all over the place from D+. The fact that they prioritize that Smolder so heavily. I mean, we'll see how things pan out. We're jumping into game, our last matchup of the 1-0 teams.
Yep.
The winner, of course, will go 2-0, and they will be joining alongside Genji, Hanwha,
Imagine
LNG.
if
No easy
FlyQuest
matchup.
pulled the
Winners
upset.
bracket tomorrow
Yes,
as well.
it will
Those
be.
best of
So
3.
you're thrust into it immediately.
Yeah, we'll see how.
Meanwhile, the loser will move into the 1-1 bracket.
Oh,
There's
no
a
grass
bunch
from
of
the
strong
Smolder,
teams.
just
If you haven't been paying
because it's
attention,
just there to survive the
there
lane.
is a couple good teams in there.
Yeah, just a few. We'll have to wait for that. For now, we have a smorgasbord of League of Legends on the cards. Both the supports going for sweepers on their first trinkets here.
I will say, the global power rankings powered by AWS, the reason why I'm a fan of it is it's that statistical analysis, right? So it doesn't take into account all the subjectivity and all these other things like the human eye test, right? But I think it paints this nice picture of the 16 versus 7 ranking. And also, there's just a little bit more to play for. The ELO you can gain by getting an upset win.
Yeah, who cares about winning worlds? You're playing for ELO, guys.
Every solo queue player's dream,
of
you
a
know?
League of Legends player.
But yeah.
We've basically gone back to old ELO in solo queue. It's like, I'll go from 1,350 to 1,354.
It's true, it's really
and win this game. We talked about FlyQuest not wanting a lane swap. It looks like D plus Kia might want one of their own, and that makes sense. Yep. They're going to try and force a Whippo out of the jungle here. Moam going to follow up on that ward being placed. Bone plating procced on Whippo. All the while Inspired is... I mean, he might as well. If you can get those hemorrhage stacks up, it's like 50 AD early doors. He's going in with the ghost. Going to get knocked up. Showmaker chasing him down. The Ignite's ticking. Whippo flashes. And he'll survive. Burns both his summoners for the luxury.
Whippo, man, never change. He used both his summoners to go into a 1 versus 3, gets the Ignite out from Moham. No other summoners were used, but now the map is split. The traditional swap that we've been seeing so much is the top laner groups up with the AD carry to get that experience. Support goes to mid to help get the level 2. Then the support roams to bot. The TP comes in.
I love Whippo. I love Whippo.
Fast push coming in from the FlyQuest bot lane.
How is Whippo going to get to this lane, man?
I mean, he's heading top.
Yeah, but how is he going to get to the lane?
Yeah, I don't think he is mid.
Yep, nor do I. Oh, can he? Can't steal it. Can't get in range.
Doesn't have Q, so he can't. I mean, he can steal a couple of them.
That's 14 gold a pop. Living large.
I mean, of course, that's the big thing we didn't talk about, right? The lack of TP really changes the dynamic of the lane swap,
But
right?
fair.
Now Kingen not
Listed
choosing
two
not to go to bot
camps,
lane because they
and
realize
only
how
has
much
5
they're starving
CS.
Bwipo.
So.
Busio still level 1, not being able to tick over just yet.
The other thing for Kingen was he didn't know where Busio was on the map. He didn't know where Inspired was on the map. So if he teleports to bot lane at that point, he could just be dived by the 3 of them, right? So he.
Well, I mean, that's the usual play, right? The
Yeah,
support
exactly.
comes bot, you try and then outplay
Right.
the 2 versus 4.
So it could have been waiting for Moham to get down towards that bottom lane and then TP if we saw a conglomeration of FlyQuest down there. Because we don't, it looks like it's just going to be aiming, backing away, and Kingen staying in top.
What I think is super interesting is Master and Busio now have the wave pushing back into them. So they're actually just setting up like a slow push, and they're quite happy to, well, not threaten the tower, not play for plates. They were able to get 1. But now, Bwipo has been able to go back to what is effectively a standard lane. And sure, you've been able to avoid some of the early levels, but I think FlyQuest, they're still in a very good position.
Yeah.
You can see your AD carry in a very comfortable spot.
Oh,
Showmaker.
flash from Busio. Oh, he was looking for the flash shield of Daybreak there, but didn't quite get the auto off.
Hey,
in time.
yo, Showmaker, if that connected, I think you die.
Very close there, but still Summoner for Summoner, and Busio has the Hex Flash. Masu here catching the wave. FlyQuest played the lane swap really well yesterday as well. We're able to get a lot more gold out of the exchange than their rivals. Lucid here, he cleared out the Krugs, took a few camps away from the top side, but Inspired has a 2-camp lead right now, and there's no camps for Lucid to take in his bot side.
Just keeping track of the map right now. Inspired able to catch the respawn of the Raptors. Masu and Busio with some nice trading. Of course, Busio a little bit down on experience, but once these minions drop, he should be able to tick over to level 3. With that W on the Leona, you get so much more power in the laning phase. And speaking of,
Busio going in. Moham here will get the shield from the crash down. We saw FlyQuest actually pinging this next wave when it was about halfway the way to their lane. So they know this is where they want to get the wave shoved in and then likely get a base off. Get those first items. You can see aiming already has that tier.
Going to be spotted on that ward.
They'll force this away and then they'll be able to get back. Showmaker without flash, a lot more susceptible to Quad's damage in the mid lane.
Quad, in addition to the roster that I think has proved very fruitful.
Yeah,
for
100%.
FlyQuest. We've heard Bwipo talking about how much more confidence they have in Quad and what he's been able to do for FlyQuest since his introduction to the league.
I mean, there were a lot
Boots
of debates
versus
about
Tier
whether
Star.
Jensen being off the team was the right decision, right? It was all a buzz in the League of Legends world for a while, but seems like it's been pretty fruitful as Aiming's going to get
this is
stunned up here.
huge.
Yeah, huge
Not
tempo
only
loss
does
for
he
Aiming.
freeze the wave, but he completely interrupts the back. Now he's susceptible for a potential gank. You can see Showmaker moving into the bot river. Maybe he wants to look for a bit of vision, but Aiming now has to be scared. It's going to be a lot of farm lost. Nicely done from Busio. Really setting up his AD carry for success right now. Meanwhile, Inspired's just been power farming, as he often does.
Already has that Fated Ashes. Aiming has to flap his way away. And often you'll see junglers want their lanes to be pushing in when they start a Drake like this, but because the lane is effectively frozen, Busio can move up and help Inspired out with this Drake.
But also, Aiming now has to base.
Yeah.
So you try and fast push so that it forces him to lose another wave.
It's really well done by FlyQuest.
But are they actually going to do that?
No. But
Yeah,
they can
okay,
keep
no,
it frozen.
the wave spot, but
Oh, flash in onto Quad, who still has a flash of his own. Does he have the time to get it off? Unleash power, stolen by Showmaker. And there's a reason he's in every cinematic as Syndra. Even when he steals the ult, it's effective.
I mean, nicely done there from Moham. Finds a nice window, knows that his AD carry was in an awkward position, had to go back to base. They've now swapped him up to top lane, given the state of the bot lane wave, threatening a dive onto Bwipo. It is D plus Kia that draw first blood. They're able to secure the grubs as well. Now Bwipo, recognizing he's in danger, forced off the wave.
Bwipo's been forced right off here. King and Aiming should be able to at least get a play. Inspired and Busio on their way across. Bwipo able to walk away from this, then goes forward. He's looking for the apprehend, but he's met by 4 members of D plus Kia. A little bit early there from Bwipo and meets an early grave.
An ambitious play from Bwipo. He thought that Moham had overstepped, but the collapse that came through from DK was so quick, and crucially, Kingen gets that kill as well, alleviating some of the pressure that Bwipo can have in this 1v1 matchup. Arrow connects.
So I think,
wonder,
yeah, it's the arrow
Yeah,
in case Kingen immediately TPs, and then the arrow would interrupt his teleport, right? So it's a cool, cute idea. while we see Showmaker trading with Quad in the mid lane.
Very nice trade.
Yeah.
One of the problems I have with mistakes like that from Bwipo, where he just oversteps a little bit, is it relieves so much pressure from D plus Kia, right? If Bwipo walks away, doesn't immediately go in, and then Busio and Inspired come across to cover a possible top lane dive, all the gain that Masu is getting in the bot lane is net positive. But because Bwipo dies, Masu got an advantage in bot lane. He's 11 CS up, he's 200 gold ahead, but you can see Kingen 650 ahead in the top lane. It doesn't give you, it's a law of equivalent exchange, it feels like. Bwipo has to die for Masu to get things in the bot lane.
I understood why he did it though, with Busio on the way and thinking that Moham made the overstep.
Yeah,
like
I get the idea, it just didn't work.
It's unfortunate. Both neutral objectives now about 2.5 minutes away. So it'll just mainly be a lot of laning. The supports are going to be roaming around the map looking to cover their laners. Masu with another push in top lane. He's built himself up a healthy lead over aiming, largely because of how they've managed the wave in the early laning phase, as you highlighted. Moham, though, sets his sights on mid once more. Quad still has the flash.
I have to invest it here. Busio's on his way away. Quad flashes out, manages to escape. Showmaker stole the Solar Flare. Wasn't able to connect it onto Quad.
But Moham's doing so much work in this
all
mid-lane
over
matchup.
the map right now.
After they were able to get Showmaker's flash early, you'd think that this would be so advantageous for Quad. He should be able to really bully out this Sylas, but that's the scary thing about Sylas. Once you get a couple levels, that Electrocute gives you so much trading power. Now Masu forced to disengage, given the D+, hovering around the top side of the map. They have pressure in mid, pressure on top. Kingen, meanwhile, is happily farming on the bot side of the map. So everything going the way of D+ Kia right now.
Aiming's going to be given even more gold in this top side, trying to even him out with Masu, and this is something D plus Kia did for the entirety of the split, just funnel gold into aiming. Busio underneath the tower, caught with a shadowing strike. He's pretty tanky, the arrow coming down as well. Lucid's going to tank it. Moham needs to get out because he falls to the turret. D plus Kia will get one in response. Showmaker taking his second kill of the game.
I mean, a 1-for-1 in that situation. Well played by Busio. Doesn't expend the flash either. Masu has to be careful though with Showmaker. Low on mana. Oh, Lucid though with the wraparound, and there's no Inspired here to cover.
Lucid has the Vault Breaker. Showmaker chases in the cleanse a moment too late. Aiming gets the kill. And D plus Kia continue to invest gold into him. Inspired is waiting for Lucid here. The bandage just short. Inspired on the Amumu, can't find any friends to fight. He flashes, he gets him. The Tantrum will bring down Lucid.
At the very least, it's a 1-for-1, but that tower is going to drop. All of the plates secured in this top lane. And crucially, that advantage that Masu had built up for himself, the coverage wasn't there for FlyQuest. That gap has now been closed. Aiming, he really wants to get this local gold. Inspired's not going to let him have it.
I mean, that's good from Inspired, forces him away, makes sure Aiming can't get it. But this sort of play pattern of repeatedly going back to Aiming's lane, trying to get him into a good position is something we saw from D plus Kia through the entirety of summer. It's how they played. Aiming, an incredible AD carry, has had an incredible summer split. A lot of this is because D plus Kia love putting all the eggs in the Aiming basket.
I mean, so many times we saw him single-handedly carry games for D plus Kia from the regular season. Even in playoffs, he was having some stellar performances. And so far, even though his early laning phase didn't quite go the way that he wanted, he still finds himself down in CS. That gold slowly being funneled back into him. But really, the stars of this game right now are the solo laners of D plus Kia. Kingen has handled the lane swap beautifully. They've punished the fact that Bwipo doesn't have TP incredibly well. And Bwipo, with a few oversteps, has ultimately cost him massively as this Yone continues to ramp up. I was skeptical about this composition that came through from D+, but ultimately a lot of comfort, specifically for Showmaker in the mid lane, and they're making it work here in the early game.
We haven't really seen the FlyQuest composition truly come alive yet. Like, Inspired has been involved in one kill. That was a flash bandage shot in the top lane. When they start to get some of this AoE really going, when they start to get some of this pick really going, we might see it be a little bit more explosive. Inspired was looking for a second Drake here. He's going to be forced away by Aiming and Moham. Lucid coming across. They don't keep the Drake aggroed fully as it goes back. Loses a bit of patience, but will be taken in the end by Lucid. I do have a fun fact for you, Vetti. Last time we saw Amumu jungle at Worlds, Season 2. Was Cloud Templar who won on it back then, so Inspired bringing back the old classics.
That long?
Yeah, we saw a lot of Amumu support for a while in that one Plains, and then it disappeared for the entirety of the main stage.
That Plains. Everyone was so excited
was
about
that
it.
An Echo jungle we saw a ton of, and then just never happened again in the main stage.
Cool, that was a fun fact, especially seeing how much Amumu we've seen domestically from all over the world, really.
And also from Inspired, like it's something he wasn't playing for the entirety of the year, but he picked up relatively recently and has really been quite explosive on it. The like Andri's build as well, something.
I mean, that's crucial, right? So what we saw yesterday was D+Kia build a lead against Fnatic and then fall short in the fight, right? Now, FlyQuest have a great team fighting comp,
that they do.
Especially with Leona Amumu as its foundation. It's all a question of can the damage dealers dish the damage, right? Now, of course, with the solo laners being as fed as they are on D+Kia, you don't
I don't
really
know if I would have gone Lucidity boots first on Syndra. I'll be 100%. I feel like
so the best thing for now for FlyQuest is to try and slow the
Syndra,
game
like
down,
almost
wait
having
till
her
they get those
first item at this point in the
spikes, and then
game
look for a
would have been
little
like
fight later.
super nice, but with the Showmaker
because
that
you're at a deficit, but it's
wouldn't.
nothing too dramatic that you
But
can't
I
get
don't
yourself out of. So it's not all doom and gloom yet for
feel like you gotta
FlyQuest
play
by any
Lane
means.
Bully. Kind of
And,
need to build
that's an
things
ulti
that
from King and
bully.
cautious of the fact that he is on the weak side of the map and FlyQuest are looking for a collapse. We're bumping both his sums though, once again to try and make a play happen, and it doesn't come to fruition.
Couldn't quite find it. Masu here to match the push in the mid lane. Level 10 to level 8. You can see how long Masu was alone on a side lane, just farming up as much gold as he could and as much experience as he could. King in here, once again gonna back away, uses the flash as Inspired was waiting, lying in wait in that bush. D+Kia gonna try and do the same towards the top side. Quad very respectful of the fact he sees no one from DK, and then he steps up, the Bolt Breaker comes out, the arrow too, hits the stun on the Showmaker, and Quad manages to escape.
Okay, I mean...
Less respectful than he was. Like, he was very respectful for a second, and then he walked up.
Yeah.
And he had to be bailed out by the Rookie of the Year, Masu, with that arrow saving his life.
Yeah, lost his flash in the process as well. The top tier 2 goes down, and while FlyQuest want to try and slow the game down, D+Kia, woohoo, yeah, Blade of the Ruined King, Yone.
Yeah, Yone's the pick of the tournament, isn't it?
It's one of those things where, like, for people that haven't played this champ, like, the champ just changes when you get this item. Like, it's crazy how much stronger you get with a single item. Berserker's Greaves and this, it's just such a massive power spike.
This is the AS threshold.
And yeah, Bwipo, now he's completed the Stride Breaker, so at least you'll have a little bit more combat.
It's not
prize. The idea
necessarily
behind this
bored.
matchup
Bark
is
is
that you get to
nice
really
over
bully
Kraken
in
because
early
it gets the
stages,
speed up or whatever,
where
but they
Yone
kind
just
of like...
can't fight back because he doesn't
They
have
kind of
levels
like
or any items, so
ruined
he really can't
the
trade against
Kraken
you.
so that it's
But
like no
Bwipo
longer
didn't get
really
that.
like
There
playable
was
or
so
whatever.
much
But
swapping in
it's
the
really
early
that
lane phase,
AS
the lack of
threshold.
TP
If Kraken
really
was
hurt
still a
him.
crit, I
He's
didn't
now
trust to be built
15
over.
maybe 20
It'd
CS
be built
down,
over.
and with the blade completed,
Again,
it's now going to be much harder.
And the
board
lead
any day.
that FlyQuest were able to
You go like
materialize
crit
on
item
Masu
into
through that lane
board.
swap, through good management of those
Yeah.
waves, is now
100%.
dissipated. That's the word I was looking for. Dissipated. Aiming only about a level behind. Still impactful, around 600 gold for a level worth of stats, but in terms of gold, he's actually 150 ahead. So he's in a very strong position. Hasn't scaled up as much as he'd want on this Smolder, only 104 stacks. You can see that just below his portrait, but still, his team is in prime position to allow him to keep stacking up.
One thing that really scares me from the perspective of FlyQuest is I look at this map and I see, so we don't have anyone that can fight Kingen anymore. Showmaker is 2-0-1, and they're going to try and dive him.
Seals the Amumu ultimate. Curse of the Sad Mummy, a possibility. Showmaker stunned for so long, and he lands the curse, the hemorrhage. Noxie and Guillotine Hemorrhage is going to stack enough on Showmaker. He tries to get some lifesteal back, and he will expire at the last possible moment. And now D+Kia on the attack. Bolt Breaker in. Quad locked up. No flash for him. The Magnet Storm will pull him back. And alongside him in the grave will fall Boostio. 2 to DK. Showmaker TP back in. Bwipo able to dodge away from the abscond. Abduct the Stride Breaker for a little bit of extra movement speed, but you can't dodge the second. Showmaker 4-0 on Sylas.
And it comes back to what I was just about to say. The thing that I'm scared of from FlyQuest POV is the side lanes. What do you do? Because you can't win on one side. You try to make a play on the other, and Showmaker just demonstrated, let me outplay you, okay? And this is why his Sylas is so fit. Steals away the Amumu ultimate, has the W to get the lifesteal back, but he throws the ultimate first to incapacitate them, gets the health back, and then he flashes away to safety. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, Kingen says, I can 2v1 you guys, because I've got Blade of the Ruined King, but also I'm setting up for my team, ready for the collapse, and we're already back into the action.
Lucio blast cones to safety. And Showmaker's still on the chase. He goes back in when Abscond have duck flash away from Busio. They might be able to turn this one around. There's a big bounty on Showmaker's head, and Masu will secure it. Mom called as well as Aiming tries to disengage the play. Busio looking for a little bit more. The arrow onto Moam. The apprehend will pull him back, and Quad takes the kill. FlyQuest find 2 out of nothing.
So some crucial picks to alleviate some of the snowball that is coming through from D+Kia. They overstep their boundaries. You can tell that Showmaker's having some fun with this one, really pushing the limits of his champion to try and find more kills. But you know what the craziest thing about all of this is? They've got these side lane threats that are obviously very difficult to deal with, but the biggest problem is the wave clear coming in from the Smolder in the mid lane as well. Now the Dragon started off.
King going in, Lucid looking for the steal here as well. Masu has Cleanse and Flash. Cease and desist not available for Lucid. Vault Breakers into the pit. King looking for that blast cone as well. TP in as well. FlyQuest want to take the fight. Lucid flashing out. Tempered Fate going out onto the back line, but look at the damage that Masu can already put out. Mom's in the middle of the pit. The dive in with a cease and desist, but Masu is untouched. This is huge for FlyQuest. Showmaker and Aiming trying to do everything they can to fight from a losing position. But D+Kia took the fight,
played
and
that
FlyQuest
like
them
a
down.
god, and Inspired had the balls to go in. Once Inspired gets the
talked about how their strength
the Abyssal Mass essentially technically just gets 30% extra damage.
Masu just had so much free time on the back of that fight. Quad as well. Now both of them sitting at 3 kills. Masu has a gold lead.
Is it like they spend areas, everything to kill the Darius, but the Ashe was untouched.
Forced out of the pit very quickly off the fact that Inspired just says, I'm not going to give you this opportunity. Single target ultimate, but it doesn't matter because the job gets done. They force him out of the fight. Kingen then tries to get an ultimate onto Masu. Nice flash from him to get away to safety as the objective is secured. But now look, Showmaker's off on the left. Aiming's trying to hit whatever target he can, but he's not doing that much damage this early on. And as you highlighted, Masu is just untouched with Quad right next to him. So they're just free to do so much damage against so many melee members on the side of D+Kia that they're able to find 4 kills.
If that's not the most D+Kia play I've ever seen in my life.
Correct.
That is just what they do. Showmaker took so long to be able to join that fight.
It's so strange that I can hear Mao. Yeah. Like it's, he's just sitting here in my ear going, why?
Why would they do that? So we've had you be Jack, now we've had you be Chronicler. Who do you want to be next, Very Freak? This is what peak team fights look like. It comes from D+Kia. But a great leave here for FlyQuest.
Let's create a summary.
Okay, let's do it.
Side lane's still a problem for FlyQuest, but they've got a clear win condition, which is the 5v5s.
True.
So now they need to be playing for these objectives, and they need to minimize their losses, as I say that.
Arrow, Solar Flare onto Lucid, lands the stun, bandage shots for the follow-up, and Lucid is done. Busio securing the kill, and this is the pick comp we talked about for FlyQuest.
Now,
let's create a summary, Venice.
I know, I have
slightly better for
Chronicler
FlyQuest
is
now.
messaging me once more. He says, can you ask Lucid why? So let's look. Now, the push in bot had come through from Kingen, and so you imagine that Lucid was on the bot side jungle to set up some vision. Kingen...
Do we also need to ask Kingen why? Trying to seal the fate of Quad. Inspired's here. The scatter of the weak, knocking him back out of the bandage starts, but the chase continues. He flashes into the curse of the sad mummy. He's not out. Very a volley. The arrow pierces his back. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Whippo might just solo kill Showmaker.
Let's go!
This is peak.
FlyQuest is turning it around.
FlyQuest are fighting.
Ain't no way.
Solo laners. We just talked
They're
about
getting,
how they're the biggest
that one's getting really
now things are
cocky.
falling apart as D+ tried to get something back on the top side.
Weep, here's the sound of the police as D+Kia are looking to arrest Whippo for that play. The Avengers on their way. FlyQuest trying to find solace in a fight after Whippo falls. He'll go down first. Now the collapse begins from FlyQuest. Quad coming in from the side as well, has that unleashed power. Aiming locked up with a stun. They knock him back. The arrow goes in as well, and Aiming is...
Aiming's just dead!
Lucid trying to escape,
And now they get Mohab! And they get the Rel ulti! This is insane! Yo, that's a free man!
Lucid and Kingen, FlyQuest... Will you go for the play instead? The tower,
no
a
bad.
more worthy prize it seems. The gold will be even, Betty.
24 kills, 22 minutes. Oh, this is fantastic. Kingen, though, looking to get something back for DK. All 4 members were committed to the top side of the map.
Oh, the smite! Oh no, Masu, you are on a ward. He's going to try and escape, but Showmaker still has an arrow in his quiver, and he's looking for Quad. He finds him. Masu able to dodge away from the absconding dot, but he can't dodge away from Showmaker's fists.
Unfortunate. Unfortunate.
Betty, and I'm loving it.
Lucid now is a Baron. It might just be. There's a ward there. Inspired. Where is he? He's on the top side of the map. He's going to have to cancel his recall. As now the objective is started. Bwipo doesn't have the flash available. Moham, the blast cone.
Kingen jumps in onto Bwipo. Inspired diving in as well, but D plus Kia were just looking for the fight. Inspired falls low. The chase continues as Busio falls lower. Kingen will take him out even with a Zenith Blade going back in. D plus Kia will turn their eyes back towards the Baron.
I mean, this seesaw is going faster than I am prepared for, Medic, but it looks like D plus Kia is going to secure the Baron. A single ward was all it took. Showmaker returns to top lane, finds a pick onto Masu, lines a nice arrow onto Quad, and with those 2 kills, they convert it into a fight. Smart decision from them to not turn it into a 50-50 and instead shut down those FlyQuest members. Now we find ourselves back where we were earlier, with FlyQuest having to find another great fight to turn this game around.
Lots of people have lots of reasons for why they like certain Dragon Souls. I can tell you my favorite, Betty. It's the Hex Soul, because the gates mean more fighting.
That it does.
D plus Kia immediately use the gates to get back out onto the Rift. FlyQuest are trying to gain control of the area. They'll take the Scuttle Crab, but I don't know if they'll take the Barney around the Dragon. It's going to be second of the game for DK. Kingen pushing in that bot lane, 3,000 gold ahead now, has a QSS as well to mitigate a little bit of the CC that comes out from FlyQuest, but they do have a lot at their disposal.
Masu's gonna be pretty big when he gets his IE.
It's okay, because the audience needs one too.
Okay.
We find ourselves at 28 kills, 24 minutes in. D plus Kia once again in the driver's seat. Dragon secured. With the Baron buff, they're going to be looking at, well, the base towers now, because all the tier 2s have fallen. I guess we didn't really talk about that. It was 6 towers to do. There's been so much fighting. FlyQuest, they had the momentum at their back. They were finding fight after fight, pick after pick.
Bwipo is the one who's been picked here. No flash, no ghosts, and no hope you have to feel. Kingen goes into the Soul and Bound, hits the Q3. And the Mortal Steel shows that Bwipo is just that. Inspired. Moham's like just around, but you can see Aiming's around the corner. Lucid's on his way as well. Masu came in with a Hex Gate. The red resets. Busio trying to get onto Showmaker. Inspired, the next target for D plus Kia. Here's Mom, and she's not happy with Inspired. FlyQuest lose 2. The Baron's still on the backs of DK for the next minute's time as well. It may be inhibitor time for D plus Kia.
I mean,
unfortunate.
Things are just kind of fallen too far apart now for FlyQuest. With the top lane pushing in, Bwipo tried to push that wave out to slow down the siege from D+, but now the siege is ready. TP comes in, mid wave is being pushed in, top wave as well. They only have 4 members alive. Bwipo makes his way back onto the map.
Cease and desist forward. Showmaker's like, good. You're good, Lucid. Sayonara 07's in the chat. But Lucid, as he falls, FlyQuest will lose their inhibitor as well.
I mean, they get the inhibitor. That's what they wanted.
That's a one-way ticket to a grave right there.
I mean, they get Masu's flash, I guess is the positive. They still walk away the victors. Listen, my job is to explain, man. I
mean, Lucid's a type of dreaming, and I'm pretty sure sometimes here I've been in a bit of a nightmare, but what a game it's been. 6,000 gold, the lead now for D plus Kia. No objectives on the map for the next few moments at least. The Red Bull Baron power play about 2k for DK, and they got an inhibitor out of it as well. Now they'll start looking at mid and bot push. Kingen jumping back in, Busio looking for the Soul of Flare, the dash out by Kingen keeps him alive. FlyQuest only 4 here. Met by 4 of D plus Kia.
So
I mean, quietly on the back lines.
Zeon ultimate for Ashe ultimate.
Bwipo now caught out.
Yeah, less quietly on the front lines. Bwipo's going in once again. Looks for the apprehend. Kingen has the flank on him. He'll dash back, knock back with the Scatter the Weak, unleash power!
Woo! Storm Surge!
Storm Surge enough, and now the Bandit shots in. A one-man ultimate onto Lucid, but Showmaker's diving the backline. Masu has no flash, no cleanse, but he manages to escape. Lucid falling low, Inspired, and Busio still pretty tanky here with the Magna Storm coming in. Aiming's on the chase, he'll make it 2. One goes over to Lucid, one for Aiming. And for a moment, I thought perhaps FlyQuest had a lifeline.
Come on, Whippo finished. Okay, Whippo has 2 items.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Medic. I really thought
King has
D+Kia
like almost 4.
had gone for another poor fight once again, but they turned it around. They did enough damage to the backline. Masu and Quad were zoned away into the mid lane. They were forced to retreat, meaning that Inspired and Busio were left to fend for themselves. They couldn't quite find the damage to turn the fight in their favor.
Okay.
But what a violent affair this game really has been. Back and forth, non-stop skirmishing. It's really what we've come to expect from watching D+Kia. And FlyQuest, they've found incredible opportunities, but unfortunately haven't really been able to hold onto them. They haven't been able to convert it into that much control. Have to bring your attention back to the towers, 7-2 now. FlyQuest really haven't been able to convert much off the back of finding the kills that they did.
Every opportunity has been met by an equal and opposite not-opportunity as Whippo here is caught out. The apprehend going out as well. The arrow connects, but great jump back there by Kingen, saving his jungler's life most definitely. The Noxian Guillotine was on the cards for Whippo. Baron up in a minute's time. Showmaker looking for the flank here. He's behind Inspired and Busio, and if Quad goes the wrong way, could be caught out. Showmaker dashes back out. Kingen's going to be left in a side lane to push into Whippo, who is going to struggle to deal with the level 16 Yone, who has 2.5 items at his back. Moram stepping forward. Busio forced away. Can't clear the control ward. Another scat of the week from Quad. Not going to do too much. The wave pushing in the top lane. Solar Flare wide by Showmaker, but not by Busio. As Showmaker falls low. Inspired, though, on the front line is immediately burst out. And now D+Kia are in a 4v5 for the next 40 seconds. They have a wave in the bot lane.
Love the idea there from Inspired. Try and burst down
they're gonna lose just because of Smolder.
Was able to come through, and they
that's pretty fucking sad.
PK are looking to siege.
Everyone's trying to do so much, but you can't really do much into D+Kia. They have the range, they have the minions pushing in. The inhibitor tower full. Showmaker dashes to the bot lane. We'll tank a couple of tower shots for the pleasure, as aiming is left in mid lane to take down that inhibitor. FlyQuest on their last legs. Can they find some steadiness?
It's okay. It's okay. FlyQuest won yesterday.
Last 2 ultimates he's missed. Not really an important stat, but just like to track it, you know. Solar Flare and the arrow going wide, but forces FlyQuest away. 2 inhibitor towers, 3 inhibitor towers and 2 inhibitors down so far for D+Kia. 29 minutes on the clock, and the Baron and the Drake alive. It would only be the 3rd for either team, so the Dragon less of a priority than that big purple worm.
FlyQuest really find themselves full-on turtle mode now as their base lies in tatters. They can afford to give another Dragon up. If they could steal it away, the objective bounty would be a nice bit of coin to help stall the game out. 3 items finished for both their carries. Maybe if they can find a good angle, a good target, there's opportunities, but it's going to be tough.
Pop the ward.
D+Kia continue to spread out the map and set their sights on the bot lane inhibitor.
Aiming well above that 225 mark as well for his stacks. Not as stacked as usually a Smolder would be at this point in the game, usually looking like 10 a minute at least.
But it has been chaos.
It has been chaos, and he's got the execution, which is all he really cares about, right? The extra little bit of burn damage from having those more stacks doesn't really matter when you're 7,000 gold ahead and your solo laners are a combined 4.1 thousand gold ahead of their counterparts. 3rd Drake of the game for D+Kia. Inhibitor starting to respawn in that top lane. The mid one still 330 away. And FlyQuest just trying to get all the gold they can for now. They've got 3 items on their AD carry, 3 on Quad as well. The Syndra will burst, but who are you going to burst through? Showmaker, deceptively tanky here, almost has 3,000 HP on the Sylas, also has a Zhonya's.
Built 1 HP item, has 3,000 HP.
Looking for flank on Masu, who puts the arrow down and wasn't expecting it. He flashes away, Inspired! That's a special delivery. Inspired going for more, the QSS out, but the Baron's being done. FlyQuest, while all of this happens, who cares? If you kill Kingen, you can't even take him out that quickly. The Baron will be secured by D+Kia.
If they go for the Baron, they just
whatever little meager bit of hope they could from killing Kingen, and immediately
Kingen without the Baron is big because he's like the richest person on.
The difference is massive, so even if they try and force the fight, there's no guarantee that they can win it. Instead,
they'll
take the
8K.
pick, deny at the very least 1 Baron buff.
Man, had Whippo played this game a little better, man, this game could have been flies. 100%, because like Masu played so well, but
potentially turn the entire game around, get Quad level 16, those 3 points in his ultimate for that extra bit of damage.
He's stacked up 120 splinters as well, so has that extra AP, the execute as well, on his ultimate if he can find someone. Master, importantly, no flash.
But look at the position of FlyQuest right now. 2 members quite pushed up on the top lane. Bwipo, ooh, that is quite far up, but he's not going to be punished for it. D plus Kia playing through 2 lanes. They know they have the super minions in top to keep that pressure going.
Is he going to TP to top lane here? Or is he just going to run out, use those Hex Gates? The Baron on DK for the next 2 minutes, currently just shepherding in these minions. The top lane inhib, obviously an option for them. The wave not in the best of spots. It looks like Kinging's going up there to rectify that situation, and aiming starting to put quite a lot of damage down onto Bwipo from range. That rapid fire cannon doing work in this exchange. The inhibitor already down to half HP. FlyQuest, like, what can you do? You just got a shotgun engage, but Bootsio has no flash either. You need a Solar Flare, you need a Scatter the Weak, you need something special from someone, because right now you are just bleeding out. The Solar Flare from Showmaker likely expiring. Chucks it out to see if anyone is expiring alongside it. Kingen looking for that 3rd inhib, and likely the final nail in FlyQuest's coffin. Kingen dashes back. Moem still looking for the engage. FlyQuest still haven't pulled the trigger. They've got the finger on it, but they can't find the engage. 3rd inhibitor down now, and D plus Kia just walk in the minions. FlyQuest, at some point you gotta go for it, because right now
gotta press the button, man, nigga.
Played wide, inspired, flashes, looks for the curse of the Sad Mummy. Lucid falls with a Magnus Storm on the back line is devastating. FlyQuest slain where they stand, and D plus Kia will take the game away. FlyQuest fought back valiantly, but in the end there was only one victor today. D plus Kia go to 2-0.
FlyQuest tried, but I feel like Bwipo forced a few too many bad plays, and had he played a little bit better, I feel like it could have been much better. Anyways, we'll see you guys for the Fnatic versus GAM and the rematch of the play-in stage, PSG versus Mad Lions Boy. Let's fucking go.
That's what we want. I'm gonna.
They will have an early gold lead.
Yeah.
Question is, can they retain that gold lead?
Yeah, just don't get drawn into a random fight, which I know based off the playoffs, you guys have seen it. That happens quite a few times for Fnatic, but we'll have to see. The Ivern, they may have been a little bit traumatized out of yesterday's game, so I'm interested to see what the first pick is going to be from Fnatic side. And I mean, Razork specifically is such a good player, so I do want to see what he is willing to go for here. Okay, Yone is just...
Same old.
Yeah.
Seems like it's the mandatory pick on the
It's a pretty strong champion,
R1, yeah.
Yeah, we had a conversation earlier in today. Who do you think's more OP, Yone or Aurora?
I think they do different things. I think Aurora has this like... she always has this really powerful teamfight ultimate, and she can always turn a game around. Like when flashes are down, something crazy can happen.
Yeah.
Yone's very similar with his ultimate, but the way he enters a team fight is much more telegraphed. You know, Aurora jumps out of stealth, suddenly there's a big circle. Yone has to push out the side lane, and whenever he gets a deep push on side lane, that's when you're going to expect him to flank, or in general, see him coming. So I think he's a little bit more telegraphed, and also his laning phase is considered to be a little bit weaker, so you do have some more control you know, from the laning phase and being able to push in that midway compared to Aurora.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense, thank you. To take it back into the draft, I already like the first 2 picks from GAM here just because I didn't like Levi on a champion like Vi. I wanted him to be on something that he can actually carry with and use his intelligent jungle pathing, and having a Smolder now just gives you that late game avenue instead. Razork on a Jarvan is an old treat. I can't remember if we've seen it on him just yet, but it used to be a crazy good champion for him as well. And then Noah on a 6 here, so definitely a bit more room for playing around the top side instead here if they want to. 2
champions that were expected to be really strong coming into Worlds 2024. Ziggs that we haven't seen yet, one of the perma bans that we haven't. Jarvan, underestimated, or does it make sense here?
It's been played a lot during Champions Queue, actually. We've been seeing a lot of strong Jarvan play, and it works well with the combo. Because my ultimate question is going to be, if the Yone is flexible, for me, I would expect it to go towards Humanoid rather than Oscar. And I think you need some level of AP in your composition, and I think it works really well. I think you already have like a pretty clear teamfight combo, and my fear is going to be how Zyra is going to play around that. Obviously, it's going to be a good disengage that she's going to have there, but I'm kind of feeling a little bit frightened for her and Smolder.
I have to agree with you. The biggest difficulty about playing Jarvan is knowing when to go in and knowing when not to.
Yeah.
With patience. I think that especially playing a combination like Ziggs Jarvan, like if you Jarvan ult too early, they flash the Ziggs ult, a lot of your burst damage is gone.
Yeah.
I wanted to highlight actually, I do think this might be a Smolder bot lane into Ziggs, and I think GAM's going to be really happy with that because, like you mentioned, the top side really likes to take lead of the game. And getting the Comfort Jacks in with bans means that Kiaya is going to be set up for a great game to take the lead. Additionally, Smolder AD Carry is one of the best scaling junglers. Best scaling AD carries in the game. So if you want to be a passenger, Smolder's a great pick for you because you're always going to be dealing damage later.
Well, on the Fnatic side, it doesn't look like they think this Smolder is going bot lane for now, at least. There's Ezreal ban, Jhin ban as well. Ashe can be a fine, but it's not one of those that you like picking into 6 just because you get outranged by his bombs as well. But they keep the flex alive, and it's going to be Rell, who's also been a power pick for now coming through.
It's actually been interesting. I didn't expect so much Smolder to be a priority coming into Worlds. I thought for sure at least the nerfs towards the sustain, some of the AD mids and all that would actually kind of, and of course the buffs to some of the AP mids would kind of suppress it a bit. But it's been a really big topic, especially from the Korean teams, especially like Chovy and Zeka and all these guys that have been really abusing it. What's your take on Smolder just coming into the meta for Worlds?
I think he specifically gets picked when Yone gets first picked.
Yeah.
And you just like, you shake hands like, well, I'm going to win the first round, maybe second round. I'll survive after that. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
I'll have the scaling, you'll have the side lane pressure. Let's see who wins the game first. Like, let's see where the game ends. And I think so far, winning through the side lane against Smolder has been quite difficult. It is actually Kai'Sa AD carry, so I was wrong. But I think it's very interesting. You saw that in the Hanwha game versus G2.
Yeah.
It was like a 3 Baron, like Yone trying to split push, like the top inhib, bot inhib, knocking on your Nexus door. And it just doesn't end. The game doesn't end. Smolder keeps stalling it. So we'll have to see whether or not Yone can actually win the game through side.
Bwipo, first 10-15 minutes of the game, where are we looking at?
I mean, honestly, I'll be honest with you without revealing too much, because you know, I need to be mindful of what I want to say, but I think that the Nara into Jax is definitely going to be a nice matchup for the Zyra to come in and help. She's one of the fastest clearing junglers, which means her ganks aren't that powerful, but she's really good at harassing a lane opponent and kind of just like annoying them. Like you throw 2 plants at them, maybe you hit you shouldn't hit a root. I mean, if you hit a root, then there's a problem on the other side. But just harassing them out of lane, kind of ruining their lane condition, really helps for a champion like Jax. That's all about lane tempo. He needs to be able to crash waves, recall, buy components, and then keep pressuring, which is exactly what GAM wants to do.
All right, well, let's see how it happens in the Fnatic versus GAM in our 7th game of the day. Casters, over to you.
Thank you very much, Law.
I'm excited. This draft looks great.
Okay. I can sense it, Fetty. I'm ready for another good game after the banger that was D+ Kia versus FlyQuest. Here we have a matchup that goes back in the annals of history, and as European casters, we would be remiss to not remember the good old days of 2017.
The good old days. Yes, it was at that World Championship that GAM surprised the world with their upset victory over Fnatic. Dylan Falco mentioned it yesterday on PGL. He was there.
Yeah.
And it was the Levi Nocturne. I'm sure for those long-time World viewers, you've heard that narrative many, many a time. But for new-time viewers, if you aren't familiar with the history, yeah, GAM took a very surprising upset win against Fnatic at that World Championship, and it put Fnatic in a very precarious position. It was definitely an interesting story that year for Europe.
I mean, it was a level 6 Nocturne at 5 minutes into the game. He was funneled CS from lanes, and I remember watching someone on Karma get absolutely bodied in that bot lane at level 3. Levi, obviously a very storied player here on GAM in his 8th international appearance. He's been to Worlds many times over the years. And now on the Zyra, we'll see how much impact he can have, because we are seeing Razork on this Jarvan, something that has been bandied around by analysts across the world, saying, hey, we actually think this Jarvan could be really good going into Worlds. We haven't seen too much of it yet.
We'll see. The lockdown he has versus these carries probably not going to be the easiest, given the mobility available to them. But it looks like the GAM are the ones to initiate the lane swap, avoiding the 2v2s and the 1v1s. But Kiaya has come down to bot lane. This is somewhat uncharacteristic. Typically what we will see is the top laner shadowing with the AD carry to get that level 2 and then TP bot and do the sequence that we so often see, while the supports hover around mids to also get that experience. But in fact, it's just a full-on swap. So you'll see Kiaya does have the E to mitigate the stun coming through from Jhin. He's going to get bullied away. Still going to be able to get some experience, though. I guess he's saying in this 2 versus 1, they can't really kill me.
Emo hook, though, is going to be harassed down by Oscar. Humanoid already took a chunk out of him. Oscar realizing, well, I can't really do much top lane right now, although the wave has already crashed into his turret, so would have been precariously getting XP and gold if he did stay around there. In fact, he's just going to run all the way down to the bottom side, it seems. Maybe try and harass Levi in the jungle.
The thing is, Razork is... He started on the top side. Yeah, I think it's smart. He's making a beeline towards bot. They need to dive Kiaya before the wave hits. You can see they're doing their best to wait for his arrival.
I'd actually like Oscar to build up some rage bar on that Gromp. He's going to come in with no rage at all. Levi is here. No one tanking the tower as of yet. Noah takes it, but Oscar just caught underneath. He flashes. The plant finds him. And that's disastrous for Fnatic, but great for Gam.
I mean, Gam just call the fact that, hey, your Ziggs can't do much to us early. You don't have the damage to set up an effective dive. Razork, because he started on the top side of the map, took much longer to be ready for the play. And Levi was able to clear out so many of his camps and be in a position to counter-gank. So Gam start the game off with first blood. Oscarinin is now in a terrible position. He is a full 2 levels behind his top lane counterpart, has had access to no farm, no experience, and on top of that, Levi secures first blood.
Kiaya already level 3 here, has that counter-strike. Obviously it doesn't do too much against Ziggs apart from against that short fuse, but it does a lot against the Shield of Daybreak because that is an auto-attack modifier. The Leona stun, that Q is blocked by the counter-strike. Humanoid still trading with Emo in the mid lane, but Gam out to a very strong early lead here, about 1,000 gold ahead, Vedi.
Certainly are. EasyLove also sitting very comfortably in this top lane, has the wave in a very nice spot. Support. Elio has moved down to assist Kiaya in the 2 versus 2. They're getting some decent damage down to Kiaya, but again, Jarvan now moving back towards the top side of the map. Look at this Zyra. Levi setting his sights on the top lane, clearing out some vision and just making it really difficult. Oscar is being shut out of this game.
I love it so much from Levi because what happened was EasyLove was able to freeze the wave around here and Oscar was fervently pinging like, hey guys, I need vision in Tribush, I need vision around here because the Zyra can come across. He goes, he places a ward. What's Levi's first call to action? All he does, he runs up to the top lane and says, I'm just going to sweep this. And now you don't know if I'm here. EasyLove can hold the freeze. Oscar still only level 3. Has 7 CS less than Kiaya, who's soaking up all of this experience as well, and is about 370 gold ahead right now. Gam have played this early lane swap really effectively.
Kiaya continues to get... Oh, he's taking a lot of damage now, though. Doing what he can to farm.
Oh,
back.
Okay.
Ignite.
Less effectively now if Kiaya dies. He jumps away with the lead strike. Jun has to flash away as well. That Ignite is ticking, but won't take him down. Gam able to survive it. Didn't even burn Kiaya's flash.
That could have been a massive opportunity for Fnatic in the bot lane, had they been able to find that kill onto Kiaya, but the Counter-Strike once again doing wonders, mitigating that last auto attack and keeping him alive. Oscar finally has access to a wave, which will be uncontested, as EasyLove sitting comfortably, level 5, been given so much free farm, and Levi continues to farm his way through the jungle. Dragon going to be started off by Razork, something you don't typically see in a situation like this when there is no pressure on the map really for him to go for that play, but you know what? He's doing it sneakily, he's come over the wall, and Levi, he's been spotted on the mid lane as well.
Emo trying to get this wave shoved out. Jun here to try and push it back in favor of Humanoid, who's already burnt his TP. Both the mid laners have. Humanoid caught there with the Tangled Barbs. So we'll be able to back away with that Soul Unbound. Razork takes the first Drake off the board. A couple of pings coming down towards EasyLove in that bot lane. Possibility of a gank, but likely he'll step back when he knows that Jarvan has just taken the Drake. Instead, looks like Razork is just going to go across to his Razor Beaks.
Hoping that we'll see Razork start to impact the map a little bit more.
Oh.
One of the things that I think is just so important on Jarvan is...
I don't know if it's a mic issue or if it's that Rel skin just making so much noise.
Because it's so easy to just force flashes out from people, right? Or if they flash early, you can then lock them down with the follow-up of the ultimate. And as the level 6s come through, especially from champions like Yone and Ziggs, your setup becomes that much easier. The follow-up, and as I say that, there are the tick-overs to those level 6s. Kiaya pressures his advantage in the top side of the map. Sheen to Ruby Crystal. quite the advantage indeed.
Oscar's so screwed, right? The lane swap is really put him behind, and Gamma playing incredibly well around one of their strongest members, Kiaya. You can see Levi here as well. Lock up Oscar in, and where you gonna go, little nut? The answer's back to the fountain. Gam collapse on Oscar. They've identified.
Is there a reason why we didn't just pick Gnar?
This is devastating for Oscar because he's lost that whole wave. He is now down nearly 30 CS. As Humanoid now the one in danger.
Manages to get away. Easy Love going in with the killer instinct. Humanoid flashes. Easy Love does the same. He'll tank 3 tower shots and fall for getting the kill. The turret falls as well. Noah able to take that in the bot lane.
I mean, it's a weird situation because you commit your flash as Easy Love, but the crucial thing is that you just deny that whole wave from Humanoid as well. So similar to Oscar, just being denied that farm, denied that XP. The good news for Fnatic is they secure first tower on the bot side of the map. Noah then TP's top to catch that wave. So Noah is in a great position. But it does feel like that the rest of the map is just being run by Gam, and as Bwipo said, they love to play through their top side of the map, and that's where all the advantages are sitting right now.
Razork really hasn't had as much impact as he'd like. You can see Levi about 24 CS up. That's 6 camps so far for the Zyra. He's looking for more. Razork going in, doesn't land onto Levi. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. Elio the first target. Jun gets the kill. Levi and Easy Love forced out towards the top side.
There's a lot of members committed onto the top side of the map. Kiaya is going to have his way with the bot wave. Mid lane going to be answered by Humanoid once more as the red buff now being contested, but Levi and Easy Love is in a position. Easy Love is now losing out on a lot of farm.
It's true.
Earlier he was very comfortable in that top lane matchup, but ever since they kind of reverted back to standard lanes, Kiaya's been the one that's been benefiting from playing out in the 1v1 matchup, but as Elio has kind of been roaming around the map, Easy Love has been forced to sacrifice a lot of experience, so he now finds himself 1.4k gold down. But it's a similar situation for Oscar, who's almost going to get solo killed.
Yeah, he is going to get solo killed.
He's going to get solo killed. Kiaya dominating on the Jax. Trinity Force going to be completed soon. Humanoid now looking to at the very least get something back.
Kiaya's being collapsed on here by Razork and Humanoid. Jumps across with the leave strike. Humanoid going with the Mortar of Steel, but can't find him.
Away to safety.
Kiaya blast cones away, as you say. And I will say, like, Fnatic have done an okay job of funneling gold onto Noah, while Kiaya was getting fed on the other side of the map. You can see he's about 1,000 gold ahead, but if I were to look at any Ziggs and say, do I trust that Ziggs to really be able to close out the game from here, Noah wouldn't be the first name to spring to mind.
I mean, to his credit, he did have a great game yesterday.
He did, and he's been playing well at this Worlds. It's just I don't associate him with Ziggs. He played it once in the LEC. He's played it twice throughout his entire career, once back in 2021 in the LCK. Lost both those games, and as well as that, like, Fnatic, they don't feel like a Ziggsy team to me. Like,
there's a lot of pessimism, which I understand, especially given the position that Kiaya is in. But I find that one of Fnatic's biggest strengths is their ability to find good fights.
True.
And I mean, especially yesterday against D plus Kia, that was how they got back into the game. Yep. Now, their setup around neutral objectives, we'll just put that to the side for now. But fighting is something that Fnatic have typically found success with.
They do it really well, and all I'm saying is I don't associate Noah with Ziggs. He only played it once, it was in the finals. He did go 3-1 on it, but one of his problems was setting up around objectives, as you say. Like, often he would be basing while the rest of the team was stepping in. We'll see if that comes to the fore once again in this game as Jun looks to trade onto Elio. TP behind here by Gam as they look to collapse. All 5 of them on the top side of the map right now. Noah looking for that satchel. Flashes instead. The satchel not too well placed. Oscar's already down. Stranglethorn's coming out as well, and Jun is left alone underneath this tower. Mega Inferno Bomb will hit 5, but doesn't do too much. Gam find another, and they lose 2 grubs for it. They'll still get the 4th and get those mites spawning.
I mean, nice collapse coming out from Gam. They're really trying to leverage the strength of this Jax here in the early game. And why wouldn't you? I mean, you are 45 CS up on Oscar Renin. He has been completely shut out of this game. He is 3 levels down, Medic. He has been starved of so much farm. Humanoid.
Emo still has flash here. It's good harass from Humanoid, but Emo, he had flash the entire time. You can see Levi coming across as well to make sure that Emo is safe, stacking up on that Smolder, 99 stacks at 12 minutes. Humanoid's just going to be forced out here by Levi. He's already got that Leandries. You can see that, oh, That was cheeky. You know, Humanoid dashes away, but still gets caught with the Tangle Barbs. Razork's going to get the second Drake of the game here for Fnatic. Still 1,000 gold lead for GAM, and 2,000 of it sitting on Kiaya in that top lane.
This tower likely going to fall. First one for GAM of the game. As the dragon falls, it's an easy cross map.
Okay, for a second I thought Kiaya was just going to empower W that and just like slap it, take it somehow under Razork.
It doesn't quite have that much damage.
Like there's this plot armor around GAM when they play up against Fnatic, man. Like,
I mean, I will say the all-time world record is 3-1 in favor of Fnatic.
Yes.
The all-time international record is 7-1 in favor of Fnatic. So aside from that 2017 matchup, Fnatic typically get the better of GAM.
Yeah, but the thing is, you remember, like, it's confirmation bias. I 100% admit it, right? I know that most of the times LEC beats VCS. That's kind of what usually happens. However, when I see Kiaya at 3-0 and I see Jun getting caught out and the Tangle Barbs coming down and the Stranglethorn's there to follow up and I see Easy Love flashing forward and I see Jun almost falling and Mom coming in and getting the kill, I can't help but doubt it a little bit, Venius.
I understand where the pessimism comes from as GAM extends their kill lead to 6 against 2. It's 2.5k, the gold lead as well. A lot of that sitting in the pockets of Kiaya as he gets himself another plate. 3 levels down is such a catastrophic deficit for Oscar to find himself in. And in his face, Kiaya is just going to take the tower. Razork has to be here to cover.
It's been exemplary from GAM as well. Oscar in and going in, the TP behind as well. Fnatic want this fight. Razork coming in, has the Cataclysm, going to Kiaya, jumps onto the backline away, as well as immediately flashes away. And they're getting Inferno Bomb's going to catch 2. Kiaya falls, the shot down to Razork. Levi next up, and another caught as Elio falls. Easy Love trying to get away, should be able to escape, but 3 quick kills over to Fnatic.
Now the Fnatic faithful are elated after finding themselves 3 quick kills. A nice punish onto the aggression from GAM. With confidence, Kiaya took that tower in the face of Oscar, but you have to respect that Fnatic's willingness to fight was there.
Yep.
They find a really nice TP and they're able to collapse. Oscar, 3 levels down, says, you know what? I may as well just go in, set up the play for my team, and they're going to be there to follow up. A nice ulti from Razork, immediate flash out to set up for a 3-man ulti from Noah. He then splits the fight up. And as 3 members find a kill on the left, 2 kills fall on the right. Oscar gets a crucial kill onto Levi, giving him some much-needed gold to help him get back into the game.
Credit to Fnatic as well for using the lead that Noah has. Luden's companion complete on him, has that Hexa coordinator as well. The Mega Inferno Bomb doing a lot of work in that fight across 3 members. You can see MasterCard lane economy snapshot, a huge advantage for Kiaya. In case you haven't been listening for the last 14 minutes where we mentioned it basically every minute or so. Noah, though, answering that lead with one of his own in the bot lane. Still 1,200 gold, the advantage for GAM. And Kiaya still very much in control of the side lane against Oscarinin.
GAM showcasing once again that they are a team that you cannot afford to underestimate. The strength they have in top lane, but perhaps Elio has overstayed his welcome here.
Crashes down across the wall, the Solar Flare. Oh, Jun.
Ambitious.
Yeah, it was. He landed it though, so...
Now, fortunately, there's no real objective to play for in the near future. It's just about catching these waves. Levi forced to back away his Humanoid now with the Blade of the Ruin King. Is a scary opponent to fight in the side lane. Oscar patiently waits for the wave to be pushed in top so he can catch that, but now Kiaya is out on the map, and this is where Fnatic have to play defensively.
Kiaya just stands in their face, jumps back to the control ward, and Noah knows if he is ever caught out by Kiaya without a flash, and even with one, it will very quickly spell his end. I wonder if Oscar's freezing that side lane or if he's just going to push it out. He's kind of holding those minions a little bit further forward, but looks like he is just shoving the wave out. Kiaya starting up the Rift Herald here. Fnatic beginning to collapse. Humanoid has a TP. There's a couple of wards behind GAM if they do step a little bit too far. There we go. Once again, the flanking TP. Levi has the flash. He's locked up, though. Humanoid looking for the back line. He gets onto Levi already. We see Razork falling, but Humanoid's got one. Easy Love dashing away with a Killer Instinct as well. Oscar in going back in with a Gnar. Noah trying to put the damage down across the wall, but here comes Kiaya, and he's hungry for blood. There's 2 immediately, and Noah and Oscar in walk away with their tails between their legs. Easy Love dodges away with the supercharger from the Mega Inferno Bomb.
A very forced fight from the side of Fnatic that GAM are able to turn in their favor. Emo was largely untouched in the fight, and because Kiaya wasn't there, he's able to join later on and clean up the fight in Gam's favor. This is why you have to be so respectful of how powerful this Jax is. But Fnatic see an angle. They see an opportunity to find a numbers advantage fight. They commit. Target's slightly split in terms of focus, but so much damage comes out from Levi, throwing absolutely everything out. Then Yone comes over the wall, tries to lock down EasyLove. You'll notice that Humanoid misses 2 crucial Qs. The first one is the knock-up in there, right next to EasyLove. Would have been able to secure the kill with that. But ultimately now, Kiaya comes in, flashes over the wall. Nice counter-strike. Enables them to secure the kill. EasyLove also picking a kill up, and then the ultimate coming in late from Humanoid. Noah, rather, not being able to secure anything. Now the Dragon is alive. A lot of ultimates have come off cooldown.
Razork has his. Noah's just coming back off cooldown as well. Levi's still about 5 seconds, 10 seconds away, so it looks like Gamma are actually just going to give up the ghost on this Drake. It will be soul point for Fnatic.
Positioning there not ideal for Gam. They did have a nice push through bot, so maybe they could have gained access that way, but they'll concede it for now. So soul point for Fnatic. While they find themselves at a 1.5k gold deficit, again, a lot of that is sitting on Kiaya. Oscar has been able to close the experience gap somewhat. At the very least, Trinity Force completed for him. As Noah continues to get stronger, the Horizon focus putting him in a prime position to be the carry. 1-0-4 is the scoreline.
Yeah, it's the only gold lead for Fnatic as well. About 2,000 ahead. Humanoid, 300 behind. We've seen very little of Emo. He's often just been in a side lane farming up at 166 stacks
Those are
right
good
now.
stacks for 18 minutes.
Yeah. Especially since there hasn't been a lot of fighting around him. Usually you get a lot of stacks if you're, into a melee and you can just constantly stack off your lane opponent, but Emo has mostly been just getting as much CS, much gold under his belt as possible. Second item now complete for EasyLove, as well as that Ginsu's Rage Blade hits his inventory. Rift Herald secured for Fnatic. They've done a good job of getting most of the neutral objectives as Levi's jumped on here. He has the Seekers though. Mega Inferno Bomb goes down. Levi able to negate it, flashes away from that bouncing bomb.
I mean, the pick potential from that combo is lethal. The arm guard, I should say. Crucial there to help keep Levi alive as he's forced to flash away to safety. That bomb definitely would have connected from Noah. Fnatic forcing him back, gives them a window where they can start pressuring the top sides. Humanoid going to go and catch bot, knowing that he's probably the only member on the map that can go toe-to-toe with Kiaya. Fnatic don't want to overstay their welcome.
It makes sense, right? Like, they've managed to slow down the game a little bit, which allows Oscar Winning to get back into it a tad as well. And obviously, when you have a Ziggs in the mid lane, you can kind of slow the game down as much as you want. You just put down that explosive minefield. It's like, cool, wave's gone, excellent. We'll see you in 30 seconds when the next wave gets here. They can just play for a 4th Drake, or even if Gam over-invest in that 4th Drake, they can look towards something like the Baron, which is about to spawn as we crest over the 20-minute mark. The win probability powered by AWS slightly in Fnatic's favor, even though they are at a 1k gold deficit. Those Dragons helping them out a tad.
It's one of the things where I feel like it should actually be a little higher, just given the amount of Drakes that they have, because now Gam is going to be forced to fight the next Dragon.
Yeah.
And so far, Gam haven't really been able to find good setup around that objective. Razork's always been first to it. And with the Mountain Soul, it really does shift the dynamic. We already talked about how Soul just offers so much in terms of raw stats, but the Shield really going to offer a lot of values in these upcoming team fights, especially when paired up with the Locket secured there by Jun. Herald unlocked in mid lane. I don't know if they'll have enough to siege this, but of course, 6W.
Yep. Charge it in. 15% HP, I think, is what you need on the turret for that satchel to work.
I think he did throw it out, but then it didn't quite have...
Well, not quite enough damage, it seems. Kiaya jumping in here, looking for that counter-strike. We'll get it onto Humanoid. Grandmaster's Might coming out as well. And Humanoid's had enough of that fight. He'll dash away. Kiaya still chasing forward, though. Humanoid healing up a little bit. Razork flashing in. Kiaya sidestepping. The TP's coming in from Gam as well, as they want this Barney. They want this battle. Another counter-strike onto Razork. Mom comes down. Razork dives in with a Cataclysm. Kiaya ticking to the Ignite. Might fall on the backline. Razork's already dead. Kiaya survives. Jun being chased out by Elio, who flashes in, lands the Shadowing Strike, the Magnet Storm. Noah and Jun have to flash the wall. They'll escape. And it was Humanoid who took the fight, but Gam who put him in his place.
Yeah, I mean, that is a strong Jax with the Sundered Sky completed as well. Humanoid took a trade that he just wasn't strong enough to take. That forces Fnatic into trying to help Humanoid out of that situation. While it doesn't cost him his flash, it costs Razork a lot. No flash now available for him. The Dragon spawning in about 1 minute and 16. These ultimates will likely be available for them around that objective, but we turn our attention back to Humanoid, gets completely outplayed in the fight. Bear in mind, Humanoid is 2 levels up but it just goes to show the strength of Jax currently in the game. He tries to disengage, Razzle comes in, doesn't connect the knockup, and the idea here is that with the Ziggs bomb coming through, you can throw the ultimate out, the Wombo combo will connect, but they just don't quite have enough damage. The Ignite, not enough to finish him off, and then all these additional flashes forced through as Elio finds a really nice ulti.
Sorry, I have to go talk
And the
about
follow
landlord real
from Easy
quick.
Love means the Fnatic have to disengage.
It found that like raccoons were in the
I don't
roof,
think it's too happy with that sequence.
and just, there was noise
That's a
banging
lot
on my
of
door,
flashes
so
burnt.
it was just him
Noah
fixing
has
up the
burnt
roof.
his TP as well.
It's all good.
Humanoid, the only Fnatic member who was involved in that play, who actually kept his Flash Summoner spell. Oscar in here to join this battle. It's
Soul medic.
Soul, as you say, 20 seconds for Fnatic to try and pick up that mountain. Kiaya, no flash of his own. Elio, the same. Fnatic gain control of the river. Humanoids down towards the bottom side. All ultimates available on either side. I think Easy Love's Killer Instinct 9 seconds away from coming up. Jun Cord out. Solar Flare misses. Counter-Strike going out. They dive in and immediately they lock down Emo. Kiaya next up. The Gnar back doesn't quite land the stun because the Cataclysm fell just before it. Levi trying to do everything he can in the middle of the fight, but he just can't do enough. Fnatic find 3.
The team fighting prowess of Fnatic still comes through. They're able to find a nice
That Jax,
fight.
but
What should have been a crazy
doesn't
wombo
do
combo
anything.
between Razzle and Oscar, while it does end up falling short, still
I mean, it was
works
good early, but
nicely.
I mean, I
was
guess
worried because Fnatic invested
into
a
the
lot onto
CC
Elio,
plus Wombo
I mean, I
and
was
stuff.
like, you're investing a lot onto the support at the very
They
start
got
of the
Mountain
fight,
Soul now, so
but they're able to
like
make it work out. So look,
that's a lot of money in
It was
stats.
Emo that they turned their attention onto. Great target selection then from Fnatic as they shut down the Smolder right from the start. Kiaya gets very low.
Remember Zorg?
The Cataclysm goes down just as Oscar tries to make a mega play. Still though, it works out. Razzle gets the knock-up onto Levi. And then the Rel committing with a really nice ultimate, but there's no more follow-up.
The important thing is Kiaya's low at that point, right? Because if he can follow up with a counter-strike in the middle of those 5
And the
players,
Ziggs is
maybe
huge, so
could clean up
the Jaxes, the Merctrads aren't really keeping him alive, let's
very
be
much
honest.
in Fnatic's favor. They have been for the last few minutes, but with a Soul and a gold lead in their pockets, they are in prime position to start to close this one out.
What I will say is you are skeptical of Noah's Ziggs, but I think so far in this game he's had a great performance.
Yeah, he definitely
His
has.
ultimates have been quick to follow up and the engage is coming through from Fnatic. He's currently
I feel like
deathless in this game.
Noah's
Coming into the
ults,
World
some of them
Championship,
were
confidence
pretty
was a really big
bad,
one for Noah.
but
We've
I
talked
feel
so
like
many times domestically
overall
about
he's doing much better than his
from social
counterpart
media
Easy
so he
Love,
can
but I
focus on
mean,
his mental health and make sure that he can play with no fear and with the full potential of what he's capable of. And I think so far from this World Championship we've been seeing.
We saw it yesterday against Aiming as well, like just taking the 1v1, flashing in, going for those fights. Obviously Fnatic didn't end up winning that game, but it is a side of Noah that we haven't seen in a while after he made a few mistakes on the LEC stage, and now it's good to see him back into that sort of form, and as you say, having a great Worlds so far. Fnatic are beginning to suffocate GAM out of the game. Emo is at 225 stacks, just crested that mark though. The Smolder can always be a terror as the game goes on. It's a 1-3-1-ish split here by Fnatic, kind of a 0-4 in the jungle, 0-1 in the jungle, 0 right now from them. But Noah and Jun teaming up in the mid lane, Humanoid getting the push in the bot lane. That's going to have to be answered by Kiaya. Oscar's going back up towards the top side. It's still 2,000 gold in the hole, but has slowly got himself back into this game, and his Gnars and his team fighting has been in a good enough spot that Fnatic have been able to battle back into the matchup. GAM, on the other hand, struggling really to find purchase. They do have 2 items on the Smolder, 2 on Easy Love as well. Kiaya with the Sundered Sky and the Triforce is in a very strong spot. They just haven't quite been able to really enact what this composition wants to do.
I mean, I would say one of the problems I have is that Easy Love and the Kai'Sa kind of wants to go in.
Yep.
And then when you kind of follow that up with the Jax, sure, that makes sense. But Zyra and Swallow do not.
Yeah.
Right? These are 2 champions that kind of want you to engage into them. They then use their disengage tools. But then you've got a short-range champion like Kai'Sa, who, if the Gnar is going on to you, you kind of want to leverage your ultimate to then sidestep him and maybe go for a duel onto the backline. If the Rel connects an ultimate onto, say, Noah or to Humanoid, then you can follow that up. So it feels like that the fight is trying to be fought on 2 different fronts, which just makes it harder to execute. And on top of that, like, they've struggled to approach these objectives. We haven't really seen GAM get a fight on their terms. It's always been Fnatic deciding when the big 5v5s have happened. Where all the advantages for GAM have come from is through their individual prowess. The fact that Kiaya has been outplaying Oscar, the fact that the early lane swap did go their favor, the fact that they've been punishing Fnatic for their oversteps. It's Humanoid now looking to execute
has to burn
Emo.
the flash. And that's what Humanoid's looking to do now, right? Like, Stride Breaker, Blade of the Rune can complete. As the BF Sword and the Vamp Scepter alongside it, he can just jump in on repeat, burn the ultimate. It's much shorter cooldown than the Flash. Kiaya trying to take a fight on Gam's terms, but can't quite find the angle. Maybe now. Elio's gonna go in, double Magnet Storm, Noah flashes away, EasyLove diving in with a Killer Instinct, but Jun immediately reacts to it. EasyLove flashes into the bush, Oscar with a good Narv onto the wall, the Mega Inferno Bomb there to follow up, and Gam looked for the fight, but it's too little too late. Kiaya counter-striking his way forward, but Razzle's gonna lock him up, the Zenith Blade comes back, and Kiaya will fall. Fnatic counter-punch the fight from Gam, and now the Barons in their eyes.
A really nice idea there from Gam, catching the bot lane out from Fnatic, and EasyLove looking to leverage that dive potential, but he can't quite find the execute onto Noah. He doesn't quite have the damage, and Fnatic with the re-engage just tear Gam apart. Humanoid has easy access onto the backline. Oscar with a nice two-man ultimate. Just another well-fought 5v5 from Fnatic, again leveraging the big strength of this roster.
And now they'll have the Baron around them for the next 3 minutes. Razork delaying it so that Oscarinin can share the buff with the rest of his teammates. We'll see what they can do in this Red Bull Baron power play. I believe Noah had just finished his Rabadon Step Cap before that fight began. He was in such a power spot. And now he'll go back and build up towards his Void Staff or Crypt Bloom, depending on where he wants to go.
Look back at the fight, and again, I really like the idea here from Gam. You collapse onto Noah, the W from EasyLove connects, the TPs are very quick responding, but look at the peel that comes in from Fnatic, immediately onto EasyLove, and Oscar, by himself, keeps 4 members busy. Then the re-engage comes through, he does end up dying to Emo, but look at Humanoid versus Levi and Emo, basically single-handedly isolates them. Kiaya does what he can to kill out the backline, but you're hitting onto the tankiest member in Jun, and they can't, unfortunately, convert it into anything. A frustrated face, understandably so, was Gam. Had a very strong advantage against Fnatic in this matchup, but unfortunately, when it came to the fights, Fnatic ended up getting the better.
And now Fnatic pushing through this bot side, only EasyLove there to answer. Gam might try to collapse, but their inhibitor towers will be gone before they can get there. The Elder is up in 10 seconds, but don't think an Elder for Nexus exchange is what Gam want out of this play. Jun trying to keep Kiaya and Levi at bay. The TP coming in as well. There's the Soul of that Mega Inferno Bomb. Holy hell, look at that damage on Levi.
That Ziggs damage is insane. Oh, Jun missing.
Levi's dead. Humanoid surviving for a second, but not much longer. Razzle's caught
Team
out
fight's going south. It's a 3v3 now.
Exchange. Oscar trying to chase Elio down towards the bottom side. And I don't think
mid
this
lane has
round
no
is
HP.
long for the Rift. In the end, it will be a 3-for-2 in favor of Fnatic, but Gam almost found something there.
Can they actually go for this Elder? I mean, there's no jungler alive.
Whether it's good or not is the question, ready?
I mean,
they're gonna start it up. Emo is still in base, no TP for him. It'd be a hell of a steal if EasyLove can somehow find a Void Seeker. Noah has the Mega Inferno Bomb as well. EasyLove's going to try and sneak around the side here, spotted out by a ward. You can see Oscar in trying to block
the Kai'Sa W.
The Void Seeker. Jun trying to do the same. Emo's here. Void Seeker blocked by Oscar in 1000 on the Elder. Mega Inferno Bomb going onto it, and Noah will secure it. Oscar in diving forward, but dying for it. Jun hit out with another Void Seeker, but the Killer Instinct not available to EasyLove. In the end, the Elder secured by Fnatic, but it was darn well close.
Yeah, I mean, a scary situation for sure. We see here the bot lane being pushed in by Fnatic. Jun's in a position to stop the collapse. Then so much damage comes down onto Levi, so he's forced to disengage. He throws in everything he's got to lock down the Yone, and they're able to end up trading it back. Well played by Levi, considering the position that he was in. Kiaya then buys a lot of time with the counter-strike, but also Razorgut committed very deep to try and isolate Emo, resulting in what was initially a 2-for-2, but of course then Elio finds himself isolated and he loses his life as well. So Elder goes down. I think only 2 members end up having it, Jun and Noah. The rest of the members weren't actually respawned in time, but they turn their attention towards the top lane tower. A single auto attack passive from Noah and W will be enough to secure this objective.
I will say Ziggs at 2-0-11 and 4 completed items. Not someone you want to mess around with when he has the Elder Drake as well. As you say, short fuse into Satchel. Enough for Fnatic to take down that tier 2 in the top lane. A 7,000 gold lead for them now. Super minions pushing in the bot lane. There's 2 of them marching their way towards the Gam base. And now you feel you got to flick that switch, Gam. You got to find to engage. Elio has the Magnet Storm, the Flash, and the Crash down. just look for something. Emo obviously has Mom and has a bunch of stacks at his back. 290 on him. Levi almost caught out. Mega Inferno Bomb stopped by the stopwatch. Levi able to survive under the towers. Fnatic disengaged, but the Elder from Noah. That was just tick damage onto Elio. Oscar going in with the wallop. Stuns up Kiaya, but now he's on the wrong side of the wall. Does still have the flash. Satchel in by Noah. Gam disengaging. Levi dead!
I mean, I laughed at the play, but Noah knew what he was doing.
A bouncing bomb, and Noah, he's looking for more, looks for the explosive minefield, but now has no flash pops. Zhonya's Kiaya looking for that counter-strike. Noah satchels away, the Killer Instinct in, but Easy Love, and now Noah's down, but Humanoid can have the time of his life on the back line. You don't need the Elder when you're Yone. Fnatic in the end will lose 1-4 and look to take down these Nexus towers. Elio back alive, goes in with the Magnet Storm, but Easy Love's not here to help him out. Stunned up underneath the Nexus towers, still minions here as well for Fnatic. Chun takes the kill with the Elder, the super, stopping that backdoor bonus from being removed. The Nexus.
Good job, Fnatic! Let's go! We knew you weren't gonna go 3.
Gam tried as they might, but Fnatic faithful are rewarded.
Yep.
1-1 now for the European.
Let's go! Alright, and we'll be back shortly with the final
Crazy
game.
With Gam really coming out the gate swinging with impressive.
Here we go.
Alright.
MDK versus PSG, the rematch.
Devin Select starting soon for the final Worlds game. A rematch.
Or at least not in the Swiss stage, but both these teams met up in the plains. It was MDK who came out victorious, then a 2-1 victory, but
From
PSG
the
have
playing
leveled up
stage
dramatically since
of
then.
Mad Lions
Question is,
Koi
MDK
versus
I'm not sure I buy into that.
Paris Saint-Germain or PSG.
I think they look really bad at the start of play.
Well, Paris Saint-Germain is, I think it's
I mean,
Sable
don't
and
get me
all that,
wrong,
to be
like I
honest.
think that PSG is a strong team, but I think that both Mad and PSG had really tough opponents.
No, they did.
They had the first seed from the LPL and the first seed from the LCK, so...
Yeah, PSG didn't look as great yesterday, but at the end of plains they looked better.
Sure.
They were kind of better then, you know? MDK didn't look great yesterday either against HLE.
I mean, the thing is, the advantage, I would say, that PSG have going into this matchup is that they lost the series against Mad.
Yes.
But now this one arguably holds more weight, in a sense.
Yeah, I can see that.
And now, because you've lost 2-1, you now have
The
like
music
a good idea
is
of the things that went wrong
definitely
for
interesting.
you, and then you can come back.
Learn from your mistakes.
Whereas
For Worlds.
from Mad's
I
perspective,
feel
they had a
like
clear idea
with
of how
the heaviest
they
the
were
crown
winning.
was really good,
So maybe
but
they
like
don't
the
change.
champ
Because
select
it's only
and
a best
just
of one. But again, like,
nerd
it's kind
music,
of like,
whatever, I feel
you're getting
like
very
was better
granular there.
before
It's
than
kind of
Premiers.
ethereal. You know, it's kind of loosey-goosey.
But this is
We'll
an
see.
example. The Nidalee ban, I think, is something that PSG definitely respect a lot from MDK, and it makes a lot of sense. BLG
I mean, they can
should
flex it
level
between
of
two
respect.
champions,
The
so
Aurora going
they're
to come
two
through
players,
from MDK, so pretty standard.
It's a smart ban.
The
So you get
Cassante.
2
Now,
for 1.
again, this was something that MDK basically just showcased in the playing stage, which was we are going to play through our Jinx Cassante lane swap approach, and it's worked for them, but a lot of other teams have just been trying to deny it as much as possible. Myrwn hasn't been showing us a bunch of crazy different picks here at the World Championship. He's actually been, well, like every other top laner in all honesty, which has come to a bit of a surprise to many of us.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he brings out something different in this matchup today. Jarvan going to be removed from the side of PSG with Sejuani, so a lot of jungle bans. In fact, that's 4 across the board. What will be the first pick?
Nidalee's the top lane ban, man.
True.
Kind of forgot about that. Yone available. He's been first pick worthy throughout the course of today, and it continues to be so as Maple will lock that in for himself in the mid lane, we assume. Obviously, Azure could take it towards the top side, but wow. Okay, that was quick from MDK. Immediate Ziggs Vi. They know where their bread is buttered. They are looking for that all-in with the Mega Inferno Bomb to follow up.
I mean, now what do you think about if you're PSG? Maokai maybe is a possibility. If you really want to round out your top side, which many teams have been doing, you could go for the Renekton here as well for Aja. I mean, you could also consider denying the Jax away, so you just lock that one in and then you've got that for yourself. They could also consider the Rumble, something that Aja has well, he's very well known for.
Also gives you the mix damage that you're looking for, right?
Exactly.
Because Ziggs already off the cards means that you can't play Ziggs bot lane to give you that magic damage. There's the Rumble. Good call on both the Maokai and the Rumble there, Vedi. Maple hasn't yet locked this in for PSG, but it makes the most sense in terms of rounding out damage profiles and rounding out that top side. The question is, has Mirwin got something spicy in his sleeves?
But you don't really care about top right now. What you're thinking about is either mid or support. You could lock in something like a Leona just to guarantee it, so you've got that lockdown, good matchup alongside the Ziggs. Or, I was going to say, the other thing is Smolder, depending on what your priority is. And it looks like they're saying, even if we can't get our hands on the Leona, it's fine. There are other options. Instead, we want to make sure that we have this scaling AD carry that can answer the Yone later on in the team fight. So, Fresskowy going to be piloting that one. I will be honest, I have not been impressed with Fresskowy's Syndra and his laning phase in general. I think one of the big things to be concerned about if you're a Mad Lions fan coming into this matchup is Maple versus Fresskowy, as Maple has been warming up throughout the tournament. Giving him this Yone could very well be a scary situation to find yourself in. Jhin, Renekton, going to be the next bans coming out from MDK PSG. I wonder if we'll get the Ashe coming through, maybe even the Kai'Sa. But Kai'Sa, maybe that's a little bit too ambitious in terms of its short range.
Could you ever run Smolder top here?
Definitely could.
Yeah, like Mirwin played it twice against G2, lost both those games, but it is something he's brought out before. Even with the nerfs, can still work okay, right? So the Jhin and the Ezreal banned away by MDK. They've already got their bot lane on lockdown, so they are just trying to remove some of Betty's possible tools. He did play the MF in the game they won against MDK in that series that PSG obviously ended up losing.
So I ban Camille, you know.
Yeah.
Just thinking, I mean, Camille's lockdown when paired alongside Vi and Ziggs is a very lethal combo. But Nara is the safer top lane option. Again, as you rightly said, right now they believe that this Smolder is going into the mid lane.
I think that's a valid belief, right? But
there's Galio. Now that, I think, is Galio top.
It's quite possible.
We've been... when did we hear about it? I feel like it was summer regular season we were hearing about Galio. Because Galio got some changes.
We heard about it before MSI as well. Because I remember the big thing was like, we're expecting to see Galio top at MSI, and then it really wasn't played that much. But yeah.
But I genuinely think this is Galio top, yeah. We'll see once the final lock-in comes through. But there's that Kai'Sa that we did talk about. I was a little bit worried given that how short range the champion is, but paired alongside the decent amount of dive in the backline threat that they do have, I think it can make sense, especially with just adding a little bit more magic damage to the comp. Now, you imagine Rell is going to be the round out. Very stock standard draft. I mean, this is basically the same. I think this is the same composition that Gen.G ran earlier today.
I think so.
It was many games ago, so I have forgotten. But the round out now from MDK. Naturally, I would expect a Leona here, but I don't know.
I mean, Alistar's also okay into the Rell.
Yeah, also fine.
And Alvaro, a very good Alistar player, having a great world so far. Is Alvaro in the bottom lane.
So I think that is Galio top.
Yeah, we saw this once in the LEC. It's the only time it's been played in the major region in 2024. It was Broken Blade in the season finals against Giant X. He, at the time, went for I think it was a Hollow Radiance build with the Riftmaker.
I mean, it's just, Galio is great into magic damage. Just fact, his W gives him a magic damage shield, and then also when you press the W, it also gives you more damage mitigation versus magic damage as opposed to physical damage. So he's just great into AP matchups in general, and his ultimate is just a great global tool that allows you to attack side lanes, but also just more peel. Like, there's a lot of dive that's going to be coming through onto the Smolder, onto the Ziggs, but you can use it both offensively and defensively, with both Alistar and Vi looking to potentially dive onto the backline. The Galio is there to follow it up. Now, in terms of the matchup, I'm going to be honest, I don't have a lot of experience with Galio versus Rumble. I imagine the Rumble would get early push, but it's a lane that I don't think we'll see a lot of action around early on. The thing to be cautious of is any potential lane swaps that could come through in this early game.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes peeled for that. Winds of War is a very powerful ability, and obviously Galio's passive giving you that big slam down with your auto attacks as well can do a lot of work. Let's see if MDK decide to put some pressure in the top side, or whether it is predominantly leave the Galio on an island. Both teams moving out onto the map, but you guys at home, you got to move out and remember to log into your Riot account on allesports.com and watch Worlds live to earn exclusive Worlds, emotes, icons, and capsules. Get them for yourselves, show them off in front of your friends. And yeah, be the life of every party with your emotes and your icons.
You go to a party and you show off your League of Legends emotes.
I have League Partner Program, so I've got them all ready.
And that's what you do. It's like flashing your gym
I'm like
badges.
Smaug, just holding all of them, hoarding all of them underneath me. The Rammus OK one is my favorite. That sits on top of the pile.
But again, I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that you go to parties and show these off.
I mean, I'm 33 now and engaged to be married, okay? There aren't many parties that I go to anymore. The ones I do are on the Rift. Boom, 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 boom.
Okay, wow, I've never actually physically cringed in my life, but that definitely
That's
a
lie, Eddie.
I'm the king of cringe. Anyway, looking at some of the early setups, it looks like we're going to get stock standard. It is always a joy to see. Ziggs and Alistair. Not the strongest.
Alrighty, let's see. Ooh, Galio top.
Very rarely is Ziggs ever in danger. So I imagine the PSG should be able to get that early top lane matchup.
Smolder is...
We expect Smolder to have control. And on the top side of the map, I am curious whether or not the Rumble gets that early advantage in terms of push.
Okay.
What Elyoya and Junja will use in order to find some early game advantages. Red side start for both junglers means that they will be mirroring each other.
Woody jumping in here. Alvaro getting the knock up as he lands. Just mitigating some of that damage. Obviously, Aftershock helping out as well.
Sorry, I just watched Super miss both minions because he threw his auto attack and it was just so slow that the minion died before he got the last hit. So he's missed a few already in the early laning phase as the early pressure coming through is kind of as we expected. Doran's Ring start for both top laners for that extra bit of AP damage to start things off. Fresskowy dropping that ward to try and spot out the Maokai. I think he did, but if nothing else, he should be able to identify that simply due to the Raptors being gone, that Junjia will be on the top side of the map.
Junjia pathing up towards Azure on this Galio. Winds of War coming out from Mirwin's going to be able to get that early push. It looks like Colossal Smash as well. Does do quite a lot of damage if you're using it in the middle of that other wave. That's the Galio passive, so can just get that push in. Maple jumping forward here.
Is that not just as
damage down onto Fresskowy? Gets the shield at the end as well to make it a more even trade than it would have been.
Favorable trade overall though for Fresskowy, who's kind of burnt through
Or
his
just a
mana
sponge
already.
E on Galio.
Jungle is now hovering around their respective top and bot lanes. I don't think Junja really sees an opportunity for a gank here.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, so Justice Punch is the
What are we
dash.
hanging on for, Vinny?
Okay.
I was confused because I didn't see the magic shield on Mirwin, so I thought that he'd skilled something different, but I'm assuming it just got pulled.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, he is playing into a Galio, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was surprised, right? That's why I said, hang on a second.
Taking a little bit too much damage in that lane, gets it burnt down. Yeah, probably a relatively slow early game between these two teams. The junglers exchanging Scuttle Crabs. Junja going in here, looking to see if any of these camps are up. Nothing available for him. Can shadow Maple to make sure that this wave crashes in. Mirwin stepping back, knows that his jungler's on the other side of the map, so is just accepting the wave a little bit deeper. And Elyoya charging up the Vault Breaker just in case any shenanigans were about to occur.
Now PSG, when we kind of look at their year, domestically continue to dominate, naturally, as we've come to expect from so many of the players from PSG. But at MSI, they had an incredible best of 5 against BLG, surprising many and pushing them to the full 5 games. And coming into this tournament, we heard a lot of hype. A lot of experts on the region really set high expectations for PSG. And then coming into play-ins, ultimately, while they did fall short against MDK, they did knock out the NA third seed. And while the start to the tournament was not a pleasant one, or I should say the Swiss stage was not a pleasant one going up against HLE, I think expectations are still high. The possibility of them being a dark horse still surrounds them. I think many people see the potential of this roster, in particular from their mid-jungle combo. Meanwhile, there's just that era of skepticism that surrounds MDK.
Yeah.
You know, because the organization internationally doesn't have a great reputation behind it.
I mean, they've done better this year, Betty.
They certainly have. But it's one of those things where I think this roster really thrives in an environment where there are no expectations or pressure on them, right? They always talk about how they just love to have fun. They enjoy the game. They want to enjoy playing the game together. And having that mindset was something that, in particular, Super talked to us extensively about heading into the season finals, all about they wanted good vibes, which I know is a very weird thing, but just to alleviate that pressure of going up against this team or this player really helps your mindset and allows you to focus on who you're playing against. And I'm glad to see that both of these teams from the play-ins have the ability to potentially cause some upset in this first stage. One of them, of course, will be going 0-2, so their tournament road will already be put under scrutiny. And
I think I don't blame people for being skeptical about MDK, because they were really good in winter, and then they fell off the face of a cliff for like 2 seasons.
Yeah.
And then slowly got back into things.
But isn't it funny how, like, as expectations shift, when they start to rise, this team tends to get worse, and when they lower, they tend to overperform.
It's an inverse curve for them. Their skill is inversely proportional to how much you expect them to be able to do. Elioya here stealing away one of the grubs, with Super and Alvaro moving up towards the top side off the reset. TP coming in from Mirwin as well. He is level 6. I'm not sure if that TP was seen, and it looks like MDK want the fight. He's going to stay out of vision, has that hero's entrance to join any battle that might occur in the river. Now is going to back. So he pushed out the wave, TPs to top lane to cover with the hero's entrance, then can walk back towards bot lane and catch that wave as it crashes in.
Yeah, I mean, it may come across as a wasted TP, but he's going to lose a wave off the back of it, so it's not really the biggest loss. Conversely, he was in a good position to potentially counterattack any potential play that PSG would look to make. So I don't hate the TP. PSG respect the possibility of Mirwin joining the fight, and Aja will happily take this extra farm, take this extra gold, as we found ourselves in a very slow, timid early game as both teams just prioritize farming and playing for these early objectives.
I don't really blame them for doing that either. Just get yourself towards your first completed items, especially on things like Rumble that have lost a little bit of their early game power. But it gives us an opportunity to talk about PSG's man in the mid lane. Maple has been around for so long. Was part of so many teams known as the LCK Killers, you know, in the good old days. Now is in his last tournament before retirement. He talked about it a little bit in an interview recently, saying he is going to bow out of playing competitive League of Legends at least. And I think it's always important to honor and remember these players, as they have been such stalwarts of the scene for so long.
Well, for sure. I mean, back when they were the LMS, they were really a region to be feared. So much respect from around the world. The upsets they were able to make happen. The Flash Wolves were definitely a scary name, as Maple now the target.
Has the ability to jump out with the Fate Sealed and manages to escape any further fray.
I mean, it doesn't convert into a kill, but just removing that ulti alleviates a lot of pressure onto Fresskowy, as Maple will only continue to get stronger in this matchup and have the ability to really lock down this Smolder in the mid lane. So giving more time for Fresskowy to just farm up, chill. It's definitely a comfortable place for him to be, as Alvaro sticking around, protecting that control ward.
And not very well, Vedic. He's
doing his best.
He tried. He's trying to move Woody out of the way, but Woody was able to secure it. 70 sacks, though, already on Fresskowy, building up towards that 225 mark that we talk about in every single game, because even though it's not as powerful as it once was, it's still a very good breakpoint for the Smolder. Gets himself into a strong position. Across the rest of the map, though, Honor's relatively even. You can see a slight gold lead for Azure in the top lane, a slight gold lead for Super in the bot lane. Dragon has been started up by MDK. It doesn't really look like any reaction is going to come out from PSG. Both teams willing just to farm up. Exemplified mostly by the fact that it is a cull for Maple in the mid lane. 43 stacks remaining on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest, Minik. I was expecting MDK to kind of come out of the gate swinging a little bit more, but drafting Ziggs and Smolder, perhaps my expectations were too high. Nice pushed wave in from Betty. Means that Super's going to be forced to catch this, but there's not really anything else that PSG can play for. I'm going to even go in favor of Elioya as well, who's farming up a Storm. I will say, not entirely sure yet on what the goal of the Galio is in terms of this matchup. I guess the idea is the Galio can survive it effectively.
Yeah. He does provide you quite a lot when it comes to that snap engage. Right, Elioya goes in with the cease and desist, Galio Hero's entrance on top of it, and Mega Inferno Bomb on top of that, right? It's almost like a pseudo Jarvan, where it's like, oh, we're just going to lock you all into this spot. But yeah, in terms of the matchup, he kind of just negate it as much as possible. This is the same matchup that BB played when he brought out the Galio top as well.
I will also say, and in my experience, Galios just do very well into short-range comps.
True.
Because, you know, when you're in that melee, when you're in that brawl, that multi-person taunt can be very effective at swinging a fight or basically just being really annoying for Yone to deal with. And we'll keep track of how Mewin is able to impact the fight. Of course, he is a little bit behind in terms of XP. Both teams grouping now on the top side of the map, given that the Grubs have respawned. PSG are going to start this one off once again. But MDK is prepared to fight for it.
Oh, Alvaro caught out. Gonna pop the Unbreakable Will, though. Azure knocked into the back line. He's currently overheated. The Magnet Storm coming out from Woody as well, and there's the equalizer. The hero's entrance from Merwin was immediately cancelled. He was pulled back, and PSG get their first on the board. They're looking for more. It's Friscow. He's locked up, stunned up with the Shadowing Strike. Knocked back with the crash down as well. He flashes the wall. Maple doesn't get over. He flashes forward, and he'll get it in the end. Alvaro tries to punt them away, but can't keep them away from his mid laner.
It starts with Alvaro getting caught out in the river. MDK comes across as disconnected as their jungler on the top side of the river actually gets pushed away by Junjia and Betty, threatening a potential collapse. And you'll see it on the minimap right now. Keep your eyes on how the map is playing out. They're looking for a pick onto Betty. It doesn't quite come to fruition. Junjia then turns his attention up towards top. While all that's happening, Alvaro is getting caught out on the bot side river. A nice flash from Aja, responded with a good ultimate from Woody, and then as Mewin tries to disengage or buy time with his ulti, it gets interrupted by Maple. And getting Maple these early kills is going to be very valuable for PSG as they transition into the mid-game.
People getting on the board. Now we see TP to the bot lane as MDK tried to collapse. Woody is here. Elioya looking for that cease and desist, but can't get in range for it. MDK, though, can continue to rattle down on this turret. 3 plates off it already. All the while, Maple's in that top lane. He TP'd up there, so MDK know that they have a bit of time alone with this tower. Should be able to take it with the satchel as another wave comes crashing in. And there's the satchel. Super will wait as long as possible before popping it, denying a couple more of those minions.
A lot of gold going over to MDK. The TP going to come out into top lane as well. Maple will get a plate, but nowhere near securing that tower. Dragon in about a minute and a half, Herald in about a minute. We can safely assume that both teams will turn their attention towards the Herald. But Maple's so close to that blade of the Ruin King spike, that's going to be his priority for now.
1,000 gold lead for PSG. As you say, Maple is the majority of that. He's about, well, he's exactly 1,000, 1.4k ahead now, just jumped a ton. As he has a large advantage in this mid lane. Friscow is still trying to stack up, now has the Spear of Sojourn complete. There's about 116 stacks on that Smolder. We'll see if it can continue at this pace. Get it around 25 minutes or so. With the plates about to fall off in 30 seconds, Azure just clears out the wave. But he greed for another. Looks like he respects the fact he doesn't know where the enemy jungler is on the map, so he'll just back away.
Items have come through.
Oh, Vi's going behind him here. Azure, he's trying to respect as much as possible, but he's gone into that second bush. Elioya on the collapse. Azure doesn't have a flash, has an equalizer, but here is the Vault Breaker, lands the initial CC. Elioya looking for the cease and desist as well, and Azure is locked up. MDK find a kill in the side lane. Azure was respectful, but he didn't back away far enough.
This does mean that they'll concede the top tower, and likely the Herald as well.
Might be a tier 2 though, because you can see Super's moving down.
MDK will set their sights on it, but I don't think they'll be fast enough to secure this objective. Maybe with the addition of Super.
And Friscow running Demolish as well, so is he?
Yeah, he's running Grasp.
Oh, he is running Grasp, yeah. He's running Demolish as well, so they should be able to take the tier 2 with their powers combined.
Another setup for the Dragon as well. So ultimately, not a bad trade. The biggest concern you have as MDK is now with the Herald. They can drop this mid, and it's likely going to fall soon. But overall, MDK aren't going to be too unhappy with that play, specifically because you give that gold over to Friscow. And when you look at the lead being built in mid for Maple, that's a scary position for PSG to be in. Look at the damage already coming out. Alvaro forced to ulti. I mean, he would have died.
Yeah, he would. You're right.
Now he doesn't have it available for the Dragon fight. It looks like MDK is going to concede it. And honestly, I think you should. You don't have to fight for this objective.
Looks like MDK is going to concede it, Betty. Look at where Mirwin is. He's ready for a hero's entrance. Watch him as he comes. Ooh, Woody takes a chunk though from a bouncing bomb. Fresskowy doesn't have TP for a little while, but MDK, I mean, maybe they'll concede it and just watch, eat a little bit of popcorn. It's Cinema League of Legends for them. Because all they've done is bought a ticket and taken a seat as PSG secure the Drake. So you were right, Vetty. MDK did in the end concede it, although they conceded it by watching PSG take it instead of finding things on the rest of the map. Fresskowy here having to get away from Maple. Already used that face seal, dumping forward with Soul Unbound as well. Super caught wanting as Alvaro has to flash the wall. Bolt breaker away by Elioya. Fresskowy died as well at the top side. PSG just randomly find 2 kills on the map.
What just happened? Maple gets a
I
solo
really
kill onto
don't know
Fresskowy.
why we
Super's caught out, doesn't even get a chance to
Super
flash.
on
Now the
this.
Herald will be dropped, securing the mid tower. This is going to be a huge swing as the ping's coming to top lane. Maple doesn't want to slow down. I can't believe, like, what just happened?
I mean, it looks like Junja maybe flashed, twisted, advanced, and then they just followed up with Woody's Magnet Storm and the Killer Instinct because
the bot tower.
They get so much out of that. PSG absolutely running the map right now. 2,000 gold ahead. Maple in a commanding position. Is going to get taunted by Mirwin.
Is PSG going to be able to close out this game? Because like we've seen some games where Mad Lions like they lose early, but then they make like miraculous, weird, wacky throw
smart decision by him, was able to
plays.
save that mid tier 1, and MDK found wanting a little bit over the last couple of minutes. PSG out to a 2,000 gold lead.
I mean, Maple is a very serious problem, and on top of that, PSG are playing the side lanes better. There is no play on the top side right now. You can maybe trade for this tower, but the collapse from PSG is coming. They're spiking in the mid game very hard.
MDK are looking for something here, but not really sure what. They're all grouped around. Mirwin gets a shove in the top lane. Does have that hero's entrance to join a battle. Woody with a Shattering Strike. Elioya decides against using the cease and desist. But as you say, Maple is that looming threat in the side lane. Who's going to go deal with him? At the moment, no one from MDK wants to be the one to have to do it. Maple now TPing in is going to make this MDK's problem. Alvaro with a punt back, Equalizer on the back line. Hero's entrance going in, but that's not going to find anyone with a knockup. Elioya trying to take down Azure, but with a twisted advance following, he is sent to a watery grave. Maple looking for more. Could seal the fate of MDK here. He catches Mirwin in the middle of the Justice Punch. Mirwin has to flash the wall. He'll escape for now. Woody looking for a little bit more, but Super and Fresskowy are able to escape the battle.
I mean, MDK just keep getting caught on the map. Nice TP usage from Maple to create a flank. Mirwin's forced to collapse quickly with the ultimate to protect the bot lane of MDK. But PSG, they know they're stronger. They're not hesitating. They're forcing these fights at every opportunity, and it's so easy for them to do it. You have Woody's engaged, you have the ultimate from Junja, and then also Arja has such great ultimates at every opportunity that MDK are just very quickly falling apart.
MDK have this composition that likes to go in, that likes to dive in with the Vi, with the Galio, you know, but a lot of it's just being used defensively.
Well, I think they're very reliant on scaling, so they need Fresskowy to ramp up, they need Super to ramp up, and I understand that, but if that's the case, then you should just prioritize constantly cross-mapping. You should just be playing away from where PSG is, but instead they're just getting caught. They're making it easy for PSG to force these engages. You're just funneling more gold into their key carries, and I mean, yeah, MDK, they're giving too many opportunities over to PSG, and now they find themselves 3k gold down.
And PSG is doing a great job of capitalizing on those mistakes, on those opportunities, right? Maple sitting in a very strong spot, Stridebreaker and the Blade of the Ruin King complete, and this is kind of the PSG that we expected to see at this Worlds after how, you know, they're always really dominant, obviously, in the PCS, but how they performed at MSI as well with that 5-game banger against BLG. It was a slow start to Worlds for them, but they've really come alive over the last couple of days. Although against Hanwha Life weren't able to have as much impact in that game as they would have liked. Here they're battling for that one-on-one spot as MDK to either slow the game down enough that they can scale up or not step out of position like that. Fresskowy's rooted up, locked up. Killer Instinct is exactly that as Fresskowy falls. Not sure why he's face checking into nothing on his own, but PSG are very happy to take the kill.
I mean, we started this game by talking about how I think Fresskowy has been underperforming at this World Championship, and he's not having an easy game now. 1 and 3 on the Smolder. He's already been solo killed by Maple once before, but smoothly and cleanly. PSG are just consistently punishing the mistakes, and MDK continue to lose more ground. With the Stride Breaker done, level 14 on the Yone. He's the highest level by far. He has 2 levels over every single player on MDK, and he's going to keep sitting in a side lane, being a menace.
Yeah, and that's all he needs to do, right? Just go in, chunk someone out, back away, and the objective's secured. It's like, bang, and the dirt is gone, you know?
It's kind of disappointing to see from MDK because they're a team that I kind of like their creative and explosiveness.
Yeah.
So to see them index so heavily into this scaling approach where we've really not seen Eldoya's impact anywhere on the map. We haven't seen them try and force any plays outside of what we saw one gank onto Maple in the mid game. We saw a bit of a skirmish around the grubs.
I don't know, guys. I think the Galio pick kind of
by the individuals of PSG that have constantly punished the mistakes of MDK.
I feel like it would be great into something like a Silas or an Oriana or something, but
only at 190 stacks,
I feel like
very much slowed down in the mid game.
Dog shit.
You can see
into this team.
Win probability powered by AWS very much in PSG's favor, and so it should be. PSG now coming in.
Again, another TP.
Just grass being used. That's not going to hit anyone. MDK would disengage for now. The TP in, as you say, from Azure. Counter TP, but that's in the middle of the fight. The Equalizer miles wide. The Magnet Storm under the backline. This could be the opportunity MDK are looking for. Here comes a hero. It's Mirwin. He lands the taunt on Betty on the backline as well, who's opening up under Frescowi. Betty's going to tank the Baron, flashes across the wall. Azure burning Elyoya, though, and Maple just wide. Super and Mirwin trying to survive, but at PSG, even though the fight was not looking good for them, managed to clean it up in the end.
PSG just have too much damage from so many angles. MDK, they were immediately forced on the retreat as a collapse was coming from every single side. The ultimate does come through from Mirwin. You're optimistic about the Wombo combo, but it's not enough. Woody respawns, the Baron is up for grabs, and PSG are dominating in our last game of the day.
And you feel that was the last chance for MDK.
Not gonna lie, having any expectations for Medline's score outside of
from them. The equalizer
just,
was a mile
I guess,
away from
entertaining drafts,
but still the damage came
is
true. The fight rung true for PSG, and now the PCS #1 seed looking for their first win here in the World Swiss stage. TP into the mid lane by Super, just trying to get these waves pushed because now they have to deal with Baron for 2.5 minutes.
I mean, I was hoping we could get a replay because I wanted to showcase how like MDK had a good opportunity. You could see the idea behind their composition, but then they just didn't have the damage. They're just too far behind. They don't have the spikes they need. Just kind of why we talked earlier about how they've drafted in a way that they're relying on late game. They're relying on this late game insurance, and it kind of relies on PSG.
It's not really an insurance when you're down
that they can build,
too much.
which this team has definitely done. They've found picks. They've done a good job of playing around the map. But now with Baron, they're playing through 2 lanes.
The guys scales pretty well late game too.
Level 16 medic. He's a full 3 levels over Frescowi.
I mean,
what a Maple's way. He's too strong, man.
He could probably 1v3 right now.
Yeah, I think he could.
Frescowi still trying to stack up on this. Smolder 2 items for him too as well on Super, but look at the other side. Maple's on his way to his 3rd. Pretty sharpish. Ginsu's complete. Nash's on its way for Betty. Nature's Grass coming out. Mirwin will tank it. Elyoya and Super leave him for Dust. The Equalizer on the backline as well. Mom comes out, and in the mid lane, Frescowi is able to get one, but down towards the bottom side.
Yeah,
Mirwin
Super
will fall as well.
Ziggs,
PSG still have the
I'm
man
not
above.
sold.
Super trying to keep them at bay, but he can't clear the minions out in time. PSG will crack the base of MDK.
The Grubs doing work there as well as they're able to secure the inhibitor. They can turn their attention towards the mid lane. MDK trying to ping it out, get to that wave as quickly as they can to deny access to that tower. But the resets will come through from PSG. A 9k gold lead. Slow, steady, methodically. They've just been tearing MDK apart. And I mean, there's little to criticize on the side of PSG. They had a good start to the game, easy laning phases, they didn't concede anything, and they just kind of tried to trade objectives on the map. They didn't overstay their welcome, they didn't try and overforce.
So I think this is just Maple being too greedy, right? It's got to be. Doesn't quite hit the Fate
We call
Sealed.
that the banana combo.
Yeah. And then
still gets the kill. And
the tower
shot, yes.
So if he'd gone to the right, I think he survives.
Maybe.
Yeah. But hit by Mom in the tower shot, which was hidden by Mom, sneaking something into your lunchbox. Here's an extra packet of Smarties for you. Frescowi, a little tiny treat. in what has been a bit of a disparage of a game. Now PSG have super minions in that bot lane. MDK trying to defend top mid, but Maple still a threat ever looming over their shoulder. Fresskowy 3 stacks away from 225, but I feel that might just be a tiny bit too little, a tiny bit too late for MDK. Junja stepping up as well. He's level 14. It's higher level than Mirwin, and he is playing in the jungle right now.
I honestly just don't see how MDK win. I genuinely feel like that they just don't have enough damage.
I mean, I agree with you, Eddie.
And you kind of just need PSG to aggressively throw over and over again to try and claw this game back. They're overstacking in mid right now because it's an easy objective to take. You throw out the Maokai ultimates, Alvaro doing what he can to defend.
But you can see, like, Junja just tanks up the Mega Inferno Bomb. Elioya goes in, Twisted Advance going out as well. There is the equalizer. Junja had to flash away, using the phase rush as well to escape. In the end, MDK able to keep their tower standing with only a sliver of HP. And Elioya dodges away. Alvaro eats the Void Seeker.
I'm surprised that PSG, that MDK were actually able to keep that tower alive before PSG can just turn their attention now towards the Dragon.
I'm going to be honest, Eddie, don't think it matters. Because I think Maple just unbinds his soul, walks up, autos it twice, it dies, and who really cares that you kept the tower alive?
Sure. I mean, it's a brief moment of solace.
Yeah. You are trying to find, the small hope at the end of the tunnel.
I mean,
I appreciate that. I just don't think MDK have much of it right now.
I mean, I just know what the comms are like, right? So if you defend that tower, you're like, good job, nice. We're able to hold, we're able to hold, you know? Like,
however, we're not in comms with the players, so we can be honest.
Yeah.
It's done, Venius. If MDK come back from this, I would do an Atlas and say I'll shave my head, but I got a new haircut today and I'm not going to do that.
Also,
Atlas will shave his head.
Yeah, Atlas will shave,
Atlas will shave his head if MDK come back from this.
That's how confident we are.
Yeah. He's probably flying somewhere right now. Catch this on the flip side when he lands, but PSG in such commanding position.
I mean, Betty's now level 16.
3.5 items complete for him. Super does have a Rabadon, so there is a little bit more damage coming out from MDK. They have been able to delay. Fresskowy's hit that breakpoint of 225, now almost at 250 stacks, and 3 items for himself as well. But with Baron up in 40 seconds, it feels like PSG will just welcome MDK into that fight. The bot lane inhibitor still has a minute 30 before it respawns.
MDK at the very least have push in mid, but these sideways are a problem. Bot needs to go and be caught. The inhibitor respawned in about a minute's time. Galio gonna head over there. Nope. Woody will not face check. And PSG just setting up for the Baron.
Yep.
Top boy pushed, mid control. Easy, patient steps. PSG really taking their time.
Fresskowy using the Farsight alteration to get a little bit of vision around the corner to make sure no one was backing up Maple. Maple just going in by himself. Fresskowy forced away, didn't burn the flash though. But with the Baron up, Fresskowy's going to have to back. There's a TP opportunity for him, but where's he going to teleport
to? The one redeeming factor that they have is that Ziggs plus Smolder is really nice.
Is that he's strong in side lane, but also he's really quick at killing Baron.
Double TP coming out here. Mirwin's looking for something. The Baron already down to 5,000 HP. Elioya can try and get in the pit. The Shadowing Strike's going to stop him though, and the Baron already secured by PSG. Azure looking for that flank as well. Has the Equalizer, dive in with a Killer Instinct. Betty immediately dived on. The Equalizer on the backline. Chunks super out. Betty dodging away here as MDK have all dived in, but I'm not sure they have the target selection they were looking for. Elioya down, Azure 2. Fresskowy flashing away. Super caught. Maple sends him packing. The Static Shift proc as well to kill Alvaro. And it's only Fresskowy and Mirwin left alive. Junja just going to chase Fresskowy out. Betty behind him with the TP. Fresskowy didn't realize the unseen Kaiser's the deadliest. Another Void Seeker finds its mark, and the Twisted Advance will advance PSG to 1-1. Maple TPing in behind them now, and only Mirwin left to defend.
I mean, the arm guard did so much work for Betty. So much was invested from MDK to try and lock him down, and he just tanked it all by going golden. MDK threw everything and the kitchen sink, and it wasn't enough. Now with the Baron, PSG set their sights on the Nexus, but instead they're going for another inhibitor tower.
Can't quite get it yet. Betty is low, no TP on him. Second inhibitor going down. PSG might just back away, no need to force it. That's the sort of mistake that could get MDK back into the game if you overextend without your summoners and without your health bars. PSG will just take everything away from this top side of the map. They can play for a Mountain Soul in a minute and a half time, but they might just look for the top lane. They have a minute and a half as well on this Baron buff remaining. So play through top, go for 3 inhibs. If all else fails, get yourself a soul.
And I will say that, like, I am disappointed to see this play from MDK. I feel like that the biggest strength that we've seen from them so far in this tournament has been their bot lane. And I feel like that they've been very muted, right? They haven't really been given the tools to flourish, to set up, to kind of fly in a sense. And now the collapse is coming in from PSG.
Woody looking to send MDK to infinity and beyond. There's a snake in his boot right now, and he's looking for the catch. Could jump across the wall. Magnustorm, it's 3, the equalizer 2! Send them packing, PSG, they collapse!
Mad Lions going back to their, like, 30% win rate overall. This is
he can say
disgusting.
the eulogy because it's all done now for PSG.
PSG get their revenge from play-ins. They'll try and catch the wave. They'll need some minions to hit onto the tower. But there's only Alvaro left standing, and I don't think he's going to be enough to stop the siege from PSG.
I'm not sure a single cow can stand in front of so much might. PSG controlled the game from early to the end, and they will even out their score at 1-1.
1-0-16 for
Sheesh.
Ginger, 1-1-16 for Woody. The jungle support combo really doing work to set up their team for success.
Jeez.
Incredibly clean game
Good
from
stuff.
PSG.
Good
from
stuff
start
by
to finish.
PSG.
And now
We'll
the
be back
pressure
for the draw
falls
show
onto
in just a
MDK
second.
as they find themselves at 0-2.
Teams that went 2-0.
All right, draw show time.
Are the teams with a 1-1
Let's hope
record.
the Riot
And finally,
Paperboy
we
did
have
his
the
job.
0 and 2 teams. For the remaining rounds of the Swiss stage draw, repeat matchups are not allowed. If a team is drawn against someone they have already played, or if a draw would force 2 other teams into a repeated matchup, the drawn team will be moved to the next available matchup. Let's start with our 2-0 teams, consisting of LNG, HLE.
I honestly want to see Genji LNG.
Malu, would you please draw the first team?
Okay, so it's Hanwha versus.
And they will be facing
Oof.
Genji. HLE Genji is a valid draw and are best of 3 for the 2-0 teams. You can draw the next team, Malu. D plus Kia. Go ahead and draw their opponents. LNG. This is also a valid draw, D plus Kia versus LNG. Now we are moving on to our 1-1 teams.
Okay,
In our 1-1 pool, we
probably
have
the
G2,
worst draw
BLG,
for Genji.
TES, Weibo Gaming, Fnatic, FlyQuest, T1, and PSG. Malu, you can go ahead and draw the first team. BLG. You can draw the next team.
Ooh.
That is a valid draw. T1 versus BLG. Go ahead and draw the next team. PSG. Let's see who their opponents are. FlyQuest. PSG FlyQuest is a valid matchup, so we're moving on to our next matchup. Go ahead. Top Esports. Go ahead and draw their opponents.
Really good matchup for FlyQuest. Let's see. Oof.
Fnatic.
And that means it's G2.
That is also a valid draw. Top Esports versus Fnatic. Now, our last matchup. Go ahead.
So it's G2 versus who? Oh, G2 versus Weibo.
Gaming. And let's see their opponent.
G2, 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 G2.
It is G2 Esports. That
I
is
feel like
as well.
this is the Asian
Weibo
team.
versus
G2 has
G2.
the probably easiest chance of beating.
Finally, for our 0 and 2 teams, we have Team Liquid, Pain Gaming, GAM, and MDK. Go ahead, Malu, you can draw the first team.
Is it gonna be NA versus EU?
Pain Gaming. Let's see their opponents. Team Liquid. That is a valid draw. Team Liquid versus Pain. You can go ahead for our next matchup.
So it's MDK versus
Mad Lions Koi. Go ahead.
oh yeah.
GAM Esports. That is also a valid draw. So that means that our matchups are set for round 3 of the Worlds 2024 Swiss stage. Round 3 will be played over the next 3 days. 2 teams will advance to the knockout stage and 2 teams will say goodbye to Worlds 2024. And remember, league officials will confirm the order of the matches tonight. Be sure to follow us on lolesports.com to see the schedule as it is locked in. Thank you so much and goodbye.
All right. Well, that was a good draw show.
Not quite goodbye yet. We want to react on what happened.
Yeah, let's
here.
do it.
Yeah, what do you guys think?
Oh my god.
Thank you
there's
guys
a
for
lot.
watching.
First of all, let's
I
start
will be
with
back
HLE
tomorrow
Gen G, the LCK
for the
Gen G gets their get back. They get the opportunity to be able to face them once more.
quarterfinal qualification match between both Hanwha versus Gen G and DK versus LNG. I super look forward to this.
From last year's World, so there's some
Hell
time.
yeah.
I mean, it's not an elimination match, but certainly